the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom.
What's up, Blue Jays fans, baseball fans? We have a dandy here today. Our Toronto Blue Jays travel to the Bronx and Yankee Stadium to take on our rivals, our foes, the New York Yankees. Thank you for hanging out with us for the Toronto Blue Jays matchup. Go Jays, go! It's going to be a great game, and we are so thankful that you chose to hang out here on Toronto Sports Insider. Hey sports fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider during the playoff pulse. Our mission is simple, bringing sports fans together to hang out, cheer, and change the world one insider at a time while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto every single game.
Cheers, insiders and sports fans from around the world. The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps sick kids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
That was how it ended on Friday. The Blue Jays coming back in the ninth inning to beat the New York Yankees 4-2, snapping a 5-game losing streak. And after rain in the forecast and maybe a little bit of an early postponement yesterday, we got a doubleheader today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Chris will have the lineups for you in a sec, but first let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Just before the Yankees get out on the field, they are leading the division in the standings 15-11. The Red Sox a game and a half back, 15-14. Blue Jays 2 back at 13-13. The Rays 2.5 back, 13-14. And the Baltimore Orioles 5 games back of the division lead, 10-16. Blue Jays to bat first. Chris, who's in the lineup for John Schneider's Toronto Blue Jays?
Well, leading off for the Blue Jays is Bo Bichette. He'll be at shortstop. Batting second is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He'll be at first base this afternoon. DHing batting third is Anthony Santander. And the cleanup spot is George Springer. He'll be in right field. Behind the dish is Alejandro Kirk batting fifth. Hitting sixth is Andres Jimenez. He'll be at second base. At third base is Ernie Clement. He's batting seventh. Hitting eighth is Jonathan Clase. He's in left field. And batting ninth is Miles Straw. He'll be in center field. On the mound is righty Kevin Gausman. For the New York Yankees, leading off is Ben Rice. He'll be DHing this afternoon. Batting second is Aaron Judge. He's in right field. In center field, hitting third is Cody Bellinger. In the cleanup spot is Paul Goldschmidt. He's at first base. At second base, batting fifth is Jazz Chisholm Jr. Hitting sixth is Anthony Volpe. He's at shortstop. Behind the dish, hitting seventh is Austin Wells. Batting eighth is Jason Dominguez. He's in left field. And batting ninth is Oswaldo Cabrera. He's at third base. On the mound for the New York Yankees with a 4-0 record is lefty Max Fried.
4-0 in 5 starts, a 1.42 ERA for Fried, who leads the pinstriped Yankees out onto the diamond. 31 2/3 innings for Fried. He's struck out 30. He's walked 7 and hit 3 batters. The 7th overall pick by the Padres in 2012. This is Fried's 9th season of Major League Baseball, but his first season with the New York Yankees, coming over in the offseason on an 8-year, $218 million contract.
Well, the Blue Jays are in tough today. Max Fried is one of the best, if not the best, pitcher currently in the major leagues. He's really tall. He's 6'4", 6'5", and he gets a ton of angle on that tough fastball. He's been up to 98 miles an hour this year already, and when he gets good angle and good velocity, he's almost impossible to square up.
2 fastballs for Fried, 4-seamer and sinker are his main 2 pitches, but the curveball's been a big pitch for him his whole career. That's the main off-speed. Throws a sweeper that just gets a little bit more of that sweeping side-to-side action on it, a changeup, occasional cutter, and slider. You look back to Fried's last start, 7 2/3, 2 hits, no runs against the Tampa Bay Rays. A no-hitter into the 8th, kind of. A previous scoring change ended up wiping that away just as they were getting back for the 8th inning. But regardless, he nearly no-hit the Rays.
Well, I mean, like I said earlier, he's one of the best. And whether you think that was a good scoring decision or a bad scoring decision, he was dominant in his last outing against the Rays. Didn't really strike out many guys, only 2 strikeouts in that outing, but man, he was dotting every single pitch. Almost every time the Rays made contact, it was weak contact.
For Max Fried and the Yankees, it's a 5-0 record when they've paired up together. Yankees have won all 5 of his starts. The Blue Jays will look to end that streak today. Mentioned that the Yankees are in their pinstripes today as usual. The Blue Jays in their royal blue jerseys with gray pants. Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and Anthony Santander will hit in the top of the first inning. A first inning that's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Cloudy day in New York. Bo Bichette steps in, taps the plate, and the dirt right beside it. Brings the bat up and looks at Fried. The lefty kicks and offers, and the first pitch well down and in. Ball 1. Time of the first pitch today, 1:38 Eastern, 16 degrees in Toronto. And it's similar in New York, 14 degrees in New York. 1-0. Fouled off of his own right leg by Bichette. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's always pretty similar weather here in Toronto and New York, right?
Yeah, I mean, they occasionally have us by a couple miles, or a couple degrees, I should say. But it's not that different. Bichette actually, looking at the replay, fouled that off of his right knee. So taking a second before he gets back in the box. Gives the bleacher creatures a second to get through their roll call a little quicker. Bichette back into the box. Fried hunched over, winds and offers. Swing and a ground ball. Backhanded at third, deep by Cabrera. Long throw over to first, and he sailed it high. That one skipped into the camera well, out of play. So Bo Bichette should have second base on what I believe will go down as an infield hit and an error.
Well, that is a big mistake for Cabrera and a big opportunity for the Blue Jays. Now they have a runner at second base and nobody out in this inning. Max Fried doesn't give you much, but when he gives you something, you have to take advantage of it, and this is a big, big play in this game right here.
And that throw wasn't even close to first base. They do rule it a hit for Bichette. Cabrera was deep, and an error to advance him to second. As the roll call gets into the infield, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the Blue Jay first baseman, steps up. No outs, runner on second, top of the first. The pitch. Inside.
Looks like there's a little bit of cut to that fastball as well. That one 95 miles an hour. Just a little bit of late cut inside to Vlad.
Fried is a little funky, super abbreviated wind. Now he's in the stretch with a runner on second. 1-0. Bounced it away from the catcher, and that one's going to get up to third base. Apologies for hearing some of the frustration there. Not sure if that was Fried or Wells. I think it was Wells. Fried spiked a sinker, and Bo Bichette's been given third base after hitting a ball on the ground to third just moments ago.
Well, how about that? That is a huge break for the Blue Jays. Now Vlad can really think about elevating something. I'm assuming the Yankees are going to give this run. Yeah, the infield is back, so the Yankees are giving this run to the Blue Jays.
Next pitch called a strike, 2-1. Ball on the ground here should score Bo Bichette. Fly ball would do it as well, or hey, maybe even a base hit. No score, top of the first with no outs, the 2-1. Chop to third base. Bichette coming to the plate. Cabrera fields and throws over to first. He thought about the plate, decided not to, so it's an RBI groundout for Vlad Guerrero Jr. and the Blue Jays up 1-0 in the first.
Well, Oswaldo Cabrera was playing back, and Bo Bichette went on contact. It was a weak ground ball to Cabrera at third base. And as soon as that ball hit the ground, Bo Bichette took off. And you're right, Cabrera kind of looked at Bo and realized, I'll just take the easy out here at first base.
So 1 out, base is empty. The pitch to Anthony Santander, inside with the sweeper. Ball 1.
Now there's some pressure on Kevin Gausman to go out and dominate. How about that?
Probably would not have expected the Blue Jays to take a lead in the top of the first. At least we didn't. 1-0. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes. And this is, Blue Jays have obviously struggled, but this is as much about Max Fried as anyone. The most runs he's allowed in his start this season is 2, and he's pitched into the 6th in all but his first start of the year. 2-0. Down and in, ball 3, and he has been a little spotty early on as he falls behind Santander.
Our feelings towards whether the Blue Jays are going to be able to score are not because of the offense. It's because of the guy who's standing out on the mound, who's been absolutely dominant for the majority of this season.
Next pitch inside again, ball 4. 4-pitch walk issued to Santander, and already some murmurs for the fans that decided to come to game 1 of this single admission doubleheader.
Yeah, you just don't see that very often from him. He's not a pinpoint guy. He's not gonna walk nobody, but you just don't really see a guy as dominant as Max Fried just all over in that at-bat.
First pitch to George Springer on the outside edge. Strike 1. 1-0 Toronto. Santander on first. Springer at the plate with 1 out. Acres of space on the right side of the infield. Jazz Chisholm Jr., the second baseman's up the middle. 0-1 pitch is a curve, and it misses low. Big over-the-top action on that curveball that breaks left to right, but also tumbles way down.
It almost has Clayton Kershaw action to it. I could be wrong with that. I could be on an island with that thought, but it's a little bit like Clayton Kershaw's.
1-1. Fouled off. Springer down to an E, 1-2. Well, Fried is a native of Santa Monica, California. Went to high school at Harvard Westlake in Los Angeles. Story that you may have heard before, but on the same high school team with Jack Flaherty and Lucas Giolito. They were all together in a high school rotation. Now all 3 start in the big leagues. The 1-2. In the dirt with the curve, blocked off the chest by Wells.
That's a good job from Austin Wells. That's a tough pitch to block. It has so much downward action to it. He does a good job keeping that ball in front of him, and Santander at first base.
Sloppy top of the first for the Yankees. Already an error and a wild pitch to help the Blue Jays score a run. The 2-2. Swing and a fly ball. Shallow right field. Aaron Judge coming in, makes a 2-handed catch for the second out.
Well, you could see the frustration after George Springer made contact with that baseball. He was all over that curveball, just mishit it a little bit for a fly ball to right field.
Curve was left up, but luckily for Fried, stayed really at the top of the zone rather than dropping into the middle. So 2 down, 1-0 Blue Jays. Santander on first, and Alejandro Kirk is up. Fried's pitch. Curve for a strike. Kirk, the hero in Friday's game. 2 pivotal moments from him. The 6th inning where he threw out base stealers in back-to-back plate appearances, and then the 2-run go-ahead double in the 9th. 0-1. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. Tried to hold up. 0-2.
Yeah, I said this during the broadcast. I think that was the most well-rounded game I've ever seen Alejandro Kirk play.
Starting at catcher in game 1, you figure probably not in game 2 then. 2 outs in the 0-2 from Fried. Down and in. Missed at 96. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And you could see with that fastball there, that one was obviously 96 miles an hour, but it has such downward action to it. It makes it really difficult to square up. Like I mentioned, Max Fried, 6'4", a lot of downward action on that fastball.
Is 1-2. Lined right field, base hit. Dropped into right center. Santander moves up to second. It was off the end of the bat, but it does the job for Alejandro Kirk. 2 on with 2 out.
That was the changeup that Max Fried throws about 10% of the time. It's a pretty good pitch, but he left it up, and Alejandro Kirk was early on it, hit it off the end of the bat, but got just enough of it to dump it in front of Aaron Judge in right field.
So they keep Max Fried out on the mound for what's been a long top of the first. 2 on, 2 out. 1-0 Blue Jays. Fried in the set. And his 21st pitch of the inning goes to Andres Gimenez. High and away. Ball 1.
Do you think this at-bat's a comfortable at-bat for Andres Gimenez?
I don't think so. Max Fried gets 1 left-on-left matchup from this starting lineup, and it's Gimenez, the second baseman. 1-0. High again, 2 balls, no strikes.
I bet Andres Gimenez looked at the lineup and he was like, come on, man.
I will say, Fried hasn't necessarily punished lefties much more than righties in his career, but you also think about the fact he's usually only facing the best lefties in baseball in his career. 2-0. Outside ball 3, and it's another at-bat where he's really lost the zone.
That cutter was nowhere near the strike zone, about 2 or 3 balls off in that right-handed batter's box.
Just an interesting call to me. You're down 2-0, runner in scoring position, and you throw your 5th or 6th pitch out there. Now the 3-0. Called strike. Softer four-seamer at 91 just to get the corner.
Yeah, it seemed like Gimenez didn't really have the green light, or he just wanted to see if he'd throw a strike in that situation.
The 3-1. High and outside, ball 4. Second walk of the inning for Fried, and the bases are loaded.
That was an easy walk for Gimenez. Nothing really close except for that 3-0 pitch. That last pitch, then the 3-1 count, really nowhere near the strike zone either. And the Yankees are going to chat about it.
It's going to be a mound meeting for the Yankees. As pitching coach Matt Blake goes out to talk to Max Fried with the entire infield in there. If you're just joining us, the Blue Jays got on the board pretty instantaneously. Infield hit by Bo Bichette. He hit a grounder to deep third. Oswaldo Cabrera threw it away, though, trying to get Bichette out. So Bo had second on the error, got third on a wild pitch, and then 2 pitches later, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit a ground ball to make it 1-0. A walk, a single, and a walk around a Springer flyout since have loaded the bases for the Blue Jays with 2 outs in the top of the first.
25 total pitches for Max Fried, just 14 balls, 11 strikes.
Now he does face the most aggressive hitter in the Blue Jays lineup probably, Ernie Clement, with 2 outs and the bases loaded. Clement in the box, Fried deals home. Right down the middle, strike 1. 217 average for Ernie on the young season. Chillier day. He's got the Blue Jays royal blue turtleneck under his jersey. 0-1. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow right center. Chisholm gives way to Judge, and Judge makes the catch to limit the damage. The Blue Jays get 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error by the Yankees, and Toronto leaves the bases loaded. 1-0 in the middle of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Breaking news, 365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Hey, this is Chad Green. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the first inning in the Bronx, and Kevin Gausman is on the hill. 6'2" right-hander finishing up his warm-ups, taking over for the first time as the Blue Jays hold a 1-0 lead. Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. First of 2 for the Blue Jays in the Bronx today. Gausman making his 6th start of the year, 2-2 with a just over 3 ERA in 31 1/3 innings pitched.
He's been pretty solid for the majority of this season, but how about the clean shave of Kevin Gausman? We don't see that very often.
He is coming off one of his rougher outings of the year, maybe just trying to switch something up after Houston got to him for 4 runs in 6 innings. It wasn't awful. He looked really good through the first 4 1/3, but the Astros got to him. He kicks and offers to Ben Rice, and the first pitch is a fastball in there at the knees, strike 1.
That'll be the key to his success today, really locating that fastball. He's been 93 to 95 the majority of this season. It's pretty good velocity from him, but he has to locate.
Rice, a left-handed hitter, open stance, 0-1. Fastball again on the corner, strike 2.
Ben Rice didn't like that call. It was a little bit below that strike zone, but a pretty good pitch from Gausman.
Home plate umpire today is Chris Conroy. Jacob Metz at first, Jeremy Rehack at second, and John Tumpain at third. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 straight fastballs to get Rice, 1 out.
That was a great sequence. Obviously, dotting those fastballs down and away is really important, and then coming back up out of the strike zone for strike 3 was really impressive.
Use your fastballs while you can, because now Aaron Judge is up to the plate. He's hitting over 500 against fastballs this season. 408 on the year, 7 home runs, also 7 doubles and a triple for the monstrous right fielder. Gausman's offering. Down and in with a heater, ball 1.
I think if you can locate a fastball in, sometimes in off the plate to Aaron Judge, that's when he struggles. But most pitchers, like I've talked about, are just scared to come inside to a big guy like Aaron Judge.
1-0. Fastball down and away, 2-0. Four-seam splitter, slider, every once in a while a sinker from Kevin Gausman. 2-0. Low ball 3. Still hasn't used his splitter yet today. 3 fastballs in a row to strike out Rice, then 3 straight misses on the heater to fall behind Judge.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to establish the fastball. That's what a lot of starters do. They throw the fastball early, and then they can mix in their off-speed pitches as the game goes on.
3-0 heater in there, 3-1.
I wouldn't mind something off speed here in a 3-1 count, maybe flip in that split finger at the bottom of the strike zone.
Kirk to his right thigh for the sign. Gausman set. He kicks and deals. Fastball again, strike 2.
He's filling up that zone right now, 3-0. I'm actually surprised that Aaron Judge hasn't swung at either of the last 2 pitches.
Full count, 1 out, bases empty. Judge is going to ask for time. By Aaron Judge standards, the Blue Jays did a decent job pitching against him on Friday. He went 1 for 4, a single, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. Also had a ground out to third. Three-two pitch. Fastball, got him looking. Judge frozen there with the bat on his shoulder. Gausman sets him down with the heater, 2 outs.
That was one of the stranger at-bats I've seen from Aaron Judge. Falls behind 3-0 and then just watches 3 straight hittable fastballs from Kevin Gausman. That was a weird one.
It's like he was waiting on the splitter, and it never came. Pitch now to Cody Bellinger. Why not another fastball to get ahead 0-1? 95 there from Gausman.
Yeah, that was the best fastball of the day. Down and away. Unhittable even if you swing at it.
Cody Bellinger will ask for time. Tall, slender, left-handed hitter. Very little knee bend in the stance of the 2019 National League MVP. 0-1. First splitter of the day, rip and a miss, 0-2.
And it was a good one, too. Looked like a fastball and then just dove below that strike zone. Cody Bellinger really was nowhere near it.
Gausman looking to strike out the side. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the first. His pitch. Hit on the ground, back to the mound. Second best thing, Gausman picks it up, underhand flips to first, and he has retired the Yankees in order. 1-0 Blue Jays after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Jazz, born in America, celebrated worldwide. And this month, some of the brightest stars shine in exclusive live performances across SiriusXM. Hear legends Bob James and Lee Ritenour, the 2025 NEA Jazz Masters Concert, and more. It's Jazz Appreciation Month throughout April on Watercolors Channel 66, Real Jazz Channel 67, and listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
Your home for golf's biggest events is PGA Tour Radio.
It's a Grand Slam roar at Augusta National. Rory McIlroy, he's the 6th in the history of the game to enter golf's greatest group.
Deep down, I always believed that I had the game to win here at Augusta. You know, it was touch and go at times today, but thankfully I was able to get the job done.
PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the second inning and a season debut. Jonathan Clase bats for the first time in the big leagues in 2025. Leading off the inning, switch hitter bats right, swings at the first pitch and hits it back on the ground to the mound. Gold Glover freed up with it, throws to first. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Well, I was just about to say I'm excited to see Clase get on base because he has 13 stolen bases this year in AAA.
Well, haven't you heard, Chris? He does everything fast. So, fortunately, this time for the Blue Jays, he grounded out fast. And on 1 pitch, Fried's got his first out. Blue Jays made Fried use 27 pitches in the first inning. Miles Straw to hit now, 1 out, bases empty. Fried winds and delivers. Straw went to bunt, pulled it back on a high heater, ball 1. Corners were already thinking about being in. Now they draw even closer. Cabrera at third and Goldschmidt at first. 1-0. Little bit low. Maybe a bit of a squeeze job there from Chris Conroy. It's 2-0.
That's a strike. I'm sure Miles Straw thinks the same thing. That's a great pitch from Max Fried right there.
Conroy is the extra umpire part of this crew for the doubleheader. 2-0. Called strike. 2-1. Or pardon me, Conroy isn't. Jacob Metz at first is the extra umpire for the doubleheader. 2-1 pitch. Fouled back into the backstop and apparently into one of the microphones. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's another tough pitch. Down and in. He missed his spot. They were trying to go away with that fastball. But down and in, a lot of angle on that fastball, and Miles Straw just fouls it off.
Bases empty, 2-2 count, 1 out. The pitch to Straw. Lined left side, and it one hops off the glove of Volpe into left field. That should go down as a base hit for Miles Straw. Volpe was crawling towards it, but couldn't come up with it on the short hop. And it's a runner on first with 1 out.
Well, that fastball had good velo, 95 miles an hour, but it was about thigh high right down the middle, and Miles Straw jumped all over it. Volpe with a nice try over there at shortstop, but Miles Straw ends up at first base.
So that's a hit for Straw. Snaps in 0 for 10 in his last 5 games, and he's got speed. Fried staring at him. Fiddling around with the ball in his glove, deals to Bo Bichette. Misses with the curve, and it skips away from Wells. And Miles Straw has second for Fried. It's another wild pitch for Max Fried, although both of them have gone off the glove of the catcher Wells.
Another big break for the Blue Jays. Miles Straw probably thinking about potentially stealing second base. Now he doesn't have to worry about it.
I don't know what you think. You've been on both sides of that, catcher and pitcher. I tend to think both wild pitches probably should have stayed in front of Wells.
Yeah.
1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Not to make blocking easy. Blocking is not easy at all.
So I agree with you and I disagree with you. Like I said earlier, Max Fried's breaking ball is so big that it's really difficult to kind of square up with your body and get in front of. Although I do think at the big league level, you need to block that ball.
1-1 pitch is hit high in the air by Bichette. Foul out of play, 1-2. So runner on second, 1 out. Top of the second inning, 1-0 Blue Jays. Fried's thrown 36 pitches so far, averaging 9 pitches per out he gets. The 1-2. Swing and a liner, center field. Charging in a slide from Bellinger. It's off his wrist and down on the grass. Straw had to wait. He'll remain on second. He didn't get far away enough from the bag to think about third, so they don't advance the runner, but Bo Bichette is on first base now. It's first and second for Toronto with 1 out.
I don't mind that. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering why Miles Straw isn't at third base, but you have to make sure that Cody Bellinger doesn't catch that baseball. And then it pops out of his glove and kind of trickles away maybe 2 or 3 feet. That's not far enough to make your mind up. Cody Bellinger with a good job getting to that baseball and getting it in.
And let me correct it. He did actually get far enough, but he thought Bellinger caught the ball, so he started going back to second, but it actually hit off the glove of Bellinger, trickled away. A step off by Fried and a look at Straw, who scrambles back, and now Fried back on the rubber. First and second for Vlad Guerrero Jr. First pitch downstairs, ball 1.
And in Miles Straw's defense, that's probably a ball that Cody Bellinger should have caught. It was a difficult play, yes, but it's a ball that he's caught probably 20 times in his career.
He does have a good reputation in the outfield, Bellinger. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Middle fastball. Vladdy unloaded, but swung under it. 1-1.
He was trying to go for home run number 3 there with 2 ducks on the pond. Runners on first and second, 1 out in this inning.
Guerrero hit a scorching line drive homer on Friday off of lefty Tim Hill. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Tight curveball gets him to chase below the knees. 1-2.
That is some nasty stuff, especially when you're sitting fastball, sitting something hard. That had tight spin, tight break right under the bat of Vlad.
First and second, 1 out. Top of the second inning, 1-0 Blue Jays. Fried kicks and offers. Swing and a ground ball, foul right side.
Fried's best fastball of the day, 97 up and in.
Red long sleeve undershirt for Guerrero coming out of his jersey at the sleeves. Looks out at Max Fried. Is 1-2. No, it's an inside move, and they have Miles Straw caught in between second and third. Chisholm throws over to Cabrera, the third baseman, who's chasing Straw to second, tags him out. Bo Bichette will advance to second base, but Miles Straw was fooled there by the kick up and twist around by Fried, the lefty.
Yeah, that can't happen, especially in that situation. You have your best hitter in the batter's box. There's really no excuse for that. Getting to third base is important, sure, but you're already in scoring position. You have to make sure that pitcher goes to home plate before you take your shuffles.
So now it's runner on second, 2 outs. 1-2 count. The pitch to Guerrero. Swing and a fly ball right center field. Bellinger moving over. Judge calls him off, makes the catch, and ends the inning. No runs for the Blue Jays on 2 hits. They leave one on second base and lead 1-0. Middle of 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Gary, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Timber Mart. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Clement vacuums it up, throws to second one. Jimenez to first, double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second inning, 1-0. The Blue Jays lead the Yankees. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. It's a regular doubleheader today, not a split doubleheader. So the Blue Jays play this game, something like a 30-minute to hour break in between, and then a second game will be played before the Blue Jays have an off day and come home to take on the Red Sox.
You're going to have to ice your pipes after this one.
I'll be all right. Kevin Gausman to Paul Goldschmidt. First pitch of the inning, hit on the ground right side. Fielded backhand by Guerrero. Long underhand flip to the pitcher, Gausman, who covers first for the out.
That was a really nice play all around. You could see Kevin Gausman with a little smirk on his face. I'm sure he's huffing and puffing right now. But Vlad with a nice underhand delivery right to the chest of Kevin Gausman for the first out of the inning.
Vlad was almost near where a second baseman traditionally plays. They were well off the line with the right-handed hitter Goldschmidt up. Gausman with 4 outs in 13 pitches. Remember, it took Fried over 30 to get to 4 outs. But the Blue Jays have squandered some opportunities, so it's still 1-0. Left-handed hitting Jazz Chisholm Jr. is up to the plate. 1 out, bases empty, bottom 2. Gausman offers and gets ahead with a fastball, strike 1.
He's so interesting to watch. That fastball there was 90 miles an hour. He's been up to 95 already in this game. Sometimes he really backs off just to throw a strike to get ahead.
Is 0-1. Splitter hit on the ground at first. Backhanded Guerrero. They've just done this. Flips back to Gausman. 2 down.
Well, I'm sure Kevin Gausman is going to take an even longer breather this time. He was huffing and puffing after the last out, but Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with a little chuckle. Kevin Gausman taking his time getting back to the mound right now.
Gives us some time to let you know the second inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Gausman with a deep breath. He's back up on the top of the hill. 2 out, space is empty. He'll face off with Anthony Volpe. Knees bent heavily for the right-handed hitting shortstop. Gausman bouncing that left foot, deals home, and hits the zone, getting ahead with another heater, strike one.
Kevin Gausman just threw his 16th pitch of the ballgame.
Almost all of them have been four-seam fastballs. Oh, 1. Slider lined left center field, base hit for Volpe. Cut off in the gap by Straw. Volpe digging for second. Throw comes in offline, and sliding in with a double is Volpe. First hit of the day for the Yankees. Runner on second, 2 outs.
Well, that was a slider. Not a terrible location, but Anthony Volpe was all over it. Miles Straw did a good job cutting it off in the gap, but Anthony Volpe was thinking two the whole way. Actually, that slider was a little bit more middle than I thought watching the replay, but like you said, majority of fastballs, you got to throw an off-speed pitch eventually. Don't hang it, but you have to start mixing in off-speed.
Slider has been a useful pitch for him this year, but he gives up the double there. Volpe on second, 2 outs. The pitch to Austin Wells. Catcher hits it on the ground, weakly left side. Backhanded Bichette. Strong throw from short in time to end the inning. Didn't have much time to transfer and deal over there, but he got it done. And another scoreless inning for Gausman, around a hit. 1 left for the Yankees. 1-0 Blue Jays after 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Springer charges the ball to left field. It's in the seats, and the Blue Jays are on the board.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays 1, Yankees 0. Top of the third inning for Toronto in New York. And Max Fried back on the hill to face the middle of the Blue Jay order. 3-4-5 for Toronto. Anthony Santander, George Springer, and Alejandro Kirk. Thanks for tuning in today. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Julia Croitz, our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Santander walked in his first plate appearance. Batting again from the right side against the lefty Fried. The pitch. Curveball in there, strike one.
That's nasty stuff. 74 with that slow breaking ball. A little bit unfair right there to Santander.
Fried winds, delivers, and misses low. That curveball has been a bit of a boom or bust pitch for Max Fried this year. When batters swing at it, they swing and miss almost half the time, which is unbelievable. Few guys can get that kind of success. But when they hit it, they're hitting almost 350. Swing at a fastball and a foul off, 1 and 2. So when he makes mistakes, he gets punished a lot. It is a big looping curveball. But when he delivers it down, guys have a really tough time.
Yeah, when he gets on top of that thing, it's like the first pitch to Anthony Santander. Almost unhittable, a ton of tight break. But when he leaves it over the middle, very hittable, just kind of a spinning curveball.
Fastball called, strike 3. Maybe a little outside, although Fried had been squeezed a bit earlier. So call that evening it up as Fried gets his first strikeout of the day.
Austin Wells did a good job bringing that ball back a couple of inches, making it look like a better pitch than it was. But like you said, that probably wasn't a strike, but still a pretty good pitch.
So 1 out in the top of the third. George Springer about to hit for the Blue Jays. Fried's pitch. Lined right side and deep. Judge going back on the warning track. That's down on the dirt, bouncing up against the wall. Springer digging for second. Head first dive, and the throw cut off. It's a double for George Springer.
Well, that was a fastball almost right down the middle. George Springer was all over it. Did a good job going the other way. He's really starting to swing the bat better again like he was earlier on in the season. A good swing from him.
It's short to right field. I thought he might have got it for a second.
Well, it looked like Aaron Judge was slowing down, and when he slows down, it's probably out of here. Kind of short hop that wall in right field.
So a runner on second, 1 out. The pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Swing and a hot shot over the mound. Springer jumps out of the way. Volpe, the shortstop, fields it, throws to first. 2 down.
Nice play from Volpe at shortstop. He had to deal with Springer right in the way, jumping over that baseball. A tough play from him, but an easy pickup and a nice strike across the diamond.
Volpe, a Gold Glover as a rookie in 2023.
The ball actually almost hit George Springer's foot.
Yeah, he had to seriously leap out of the way. Stop that from being a double play potentially. Pitch to Andres Jimenez, called a strike, 0-1.
I love that Anthony Volpe fielded that ground ball, looked at Alejandro Kirk, realized it was Alejandro Kirk, and really took his time throwing across the diamond.
Know your personnel. Andres Jimenez with a walk his first time, faces an 0-1, takes it low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Blue Jays have had runners in scoring position in each of the first 3 innings, and although they scored in the first, they've left 3 runners in scoring position already. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Sinker ran inside, 1-2.
That's a tough pitch. 94 miles an hour with a lot of run inside on the hands of Andres Jimenez. Kind of just swung over the top of it.
Jimenez asks for time, steps back in. Runner on second, 2 outs. 1-0 Blue Jays, top of the 3rd inning. Fried looking in, looks at second, kicks, deals. Down and in, ball 2. This 3rd inning brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Belleville and Trenton. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. 2-2. Sliced, left side foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Pretty good job from Andres Jimenez. Again, fighting off that tough fastball inside. Got jammed a little bit, but that's really all you need to score that runner from second base. Just a little jam shot, something that gets to the outfield.
Springer should be off on contact from second with 2 outs. Another 2-2. Curveball hit on the ground, foul to the right. And more the pitch count rising for Max Fried. 54 pitches. He's here in the 3rd. It's not terrible, but doubleheader days can really stress the bullpen. So the earlier you can knock a starter out, the better. A 3rd straight 2-2 pitch. Hit on the ground right side, backhanded Goldschmidt, flips back to Fried, covers the bag, and ends the inning. No runs on a hit for the Blue Jays. Springer left on second base, and we go to the bottom of the 3rd. 1-0 for Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell joined us at the 2025 NFL Draft.
The game evolves, so let's just start with the kickoff.
What we achieved last year, I think, was obviously a different structure. Moving it out to the 35 on a touchback, as you look at the analytics and coaches, and Andy Reid told me this, if it was at 35, I would be kicking it into the kicking zone. And that's what I think is going to happen. We believe it'll go up significantly.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the SiriusXM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
VSiN, the sports betting network, is back on SiriusXM. Go to channel 158 for informed wagering and fantasy advice from familiar voices like Gil Alexander, Paulie Howard, and Mitch Moss. Plus, SiriusXM mainstays Adam Shine, Rich Gannon, and the guru, John Hansen. We're getting you ready for the upcoming games with a finger on the pulse of the latest news and the moving lines and odds. VSiN, the sports betting network, is now on SiriusXM 158 and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the third inning, Blue Jays in the Bronx. Right now leading the Yankees 1-0. Thanks so much for tuning in to this first of two games today. It'll be the left fielder Jason Dominguez, switch hitter batting left to lead off for the Yankees. Kevin Gausman's pitch is popped up. Back of the shortstop, Bo Bichette. He's in shallow left center, waved off and caught by Jonathan Clase out there in left. His first play in the outfield in the major leagues this season, and one pitch, one out. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Don't strike out on your next home improvement project. Your team at Timbermart has the great advice and the right products you need so you'll get the job done right. Knock it out of the park and win the day with Timbermart, Canada's building center. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue. Julia Croitz, our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Oswaldo Cabrera to hit. Another switch hitter batting left. First pitch, strike, 0-1. Kevin Gausman has thrown 20 pitches in this game after that first pitch strike to Cabrera. 17 of them have been strikes. 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And he's using that fastball really, really well. The velocity is okay. That last fastball was 92 miles an hour. He's been up to 95. But it's just the location that's just been so good. We saw it against Aaron Judge, really locating to the bottom of that strike zone well.
The 1-1. Not called a strike. I don't know if you can throw too many strikes. That was easily in the zone at the knees. But Gausman falls behind 2-1.
Well, when you're throwing a bullpen, when you're warming up before a game, that's where you throw that fastball right there. That was a great location and should have been called a strike.
The 2-1. Fouled back 2-2.
He really is locating that fastball well.
He's technically thrown 2 balls in this at-bat, really 1. And then he threw 3 balls to Aaron Judge. Those are the only pitches that have been called balls today. You know, obviously there might be foul balls or swings and misses on pitches out of the zone, but he has been pinpoint so far. Here's 2-2. Down and away, ball 3.
Alejandro Kirk wanted that fastball above the strike zone, and Kevin Gausman missed outside, but I like the sequence there. I like the working down and then trying to elevate with that fastball there.
1 out, nobody aboard. 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom 3, the pitch. Popped up back of the plate. Kirk takes off the mask, but that one is going into the second deck of seats. It's still 3-2.
Kevin Gausman doesn't like that baseball. He got a baseball from Alejandro Kirk, kind of shook it with his bare hand and threw it away. Righty sets, glove at his belt. The 3-2.
Low ball 4. Almost stumbled a little as he delivered that fastball. It's the first walk of the day for Gausman.
Yeah, that's his first pitch that was really well out of the strike zone. A couple of balls below the strike zone, 93 miles an hour. Pretty good at bat from Oswaldo Cabrera.
Tough walk to issue for Gausman because now the top of the order comes up with a runner on first. It's the slugging designated hitter, Ben Rice. Gausman's pitch. Splitter down and away, ball 1. Blue Jays saw Ben Rice very early on in his major league career last year. He was brought up to play some first base in place of Anthony Rizzo. Came up with some hits in a series in Toronto. 1-0. Swing and a miss at the splitter, 1-1.
That's a great pitch and a fastball count. Ben Rice has a ton of pop. 6 homers already this season.
Rice came back to the Yankees maybe 10, 15 pounds heavier than he was at the start of the season last year. 1-1. Splitter again outside, ball 2.
3 split fingers in a row. Now you have Ben Rice leaking out over the plate, looking away. Maybe you can sneak a fastball inside here and get him to hit a weak ground ball somewhere.
Infield shifted to pull. Bo Bichette, the shortstop, up the middle. Runner on first, 1 out. The 2-1. Outside with the heater, ball 3, and all of a sudden the strike zone has become a little bit tougher to clip for Kevin Gausman than it was just a couple batters ago. Gausman from the stretch, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball bottom middle of the zone. Big rip from Rice, 3-2.
It's a big pitch coming up here, especially with Aaron Judge lurking on deck.
Cabrera on first, 1 out, full count. Gausman rocks and deals. Fastball low, ball 4. Didn't miss by much, but it definitely was low. Back-to-back walks before Aaron Judge comes to the plate.
Well, Kevin Gausman is having a conversation with Chris Conroy now, saying that ball is not down. I'll respectfully disagree with him. That was a ball, but that might have been just showing some frustration for previous calls that Chris Conroy has missed. Like I said, that's a big walk. Now there's runners on first and second with Aaron Judge coming to the plate.
There was a fairly significant missed call in the Oswaldo Cabrera at-bat. He ended up walking. But then Gausman walked Ben Rice. Both got free passes on full counts. Aaron Judge 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking. Steps up. The pitch. Splitter low, ball 1. Judge has homered once in his last 19 games, but hit in the 430s in that time. And he's riding an on-base streak of over 20 games. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Went right back to the split finger. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's his best split finger of the day. Started in the strike zone and then just dropped below the strike zone. What a pitch right there and a big count.
Cabrera on second. Rice on first. 1-0 Blue Jays. 1 out, bottom 3. Gausman staring at second. Offers home. Fastball hit deep. Right field. Springer going back. Turns, and it's off the base of the wall. Cabrera around third. He'll stop there. Scrambling back to second is Rice. And that goes as a single for Aaron Judge as Oswaldo Cabrera misjudged that baseball. Thought maybe it was going to be caught and only advanced 90 feet.
Well, that could potentially be a big play in this ball game. Oswaldo Cabrera not scoring there. I think he actually thought that George Springer might catch that baseball. George Springer did a good job faking him out, made it kind of look like he had a chance to catch that baseball. And you could see Aaron Judge thought he was going to take 2 there, but realized that there was somebody actually standing on second base.
Judge could have easily had second. Rice was actually right behind Cabrera at one point. Had to hit the brakes really quickly, turn back and get to second. So it's still a very dangerous spot for the Blue Jays. Bases loaded, 1 out. But at least for now, Toronto escaped a little bit of what it could have been. Corners are a little bit in for the Blue Jays in the infield. The middle's going to play back. They'd like to turn 2 here. Cody Bellinger is up to the plate. Left-handed hitter batting 193 on the season. Gausman's pitch. Splitter called low, pretty good, but they missed according to Chris Conroy. Ball 1.
Well, that's a good pitch to Cody Bellinger. When you throw that pitch down and away, whether it's a fastball, split finger, Cody Bellinger tends to roll over and hits into a double play. It's a big AB right here.
The 1-0. Splitter fouled back.
But you don't want to leave one over the middle because he tends to go deep on pitches that are left over the middle as well.
He's hit as many as 47 homers in a season back in 2019. Most since then was 26 in 2023 with the Cubs. Right on left, the 1-1. Called strike, heater right down the middle. Bellinger must have been sitting something else. It's 1-2.
Well, that was a missed spot. Alejandro Kirk was set up and in right around the hands of Cody Bellinger. But like you said, middle with that fastball.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 1-0 Blue Jays, bottom of the 3rd. Gausman's 1-2. Fly left side, and that's going to get foul out of play. Pitch was well off the plate. Bellinger just stuck the hands out to fight it away.
Good job by him just staying alive.
Bellinger called for time. Gausman wasn't looking, but a loud call out from Chris Conroy to make sure that the starting pitcher didn't go to the plate.
I don't think Gausman and Conroy really like each other right now.
Another 1-2. Fouled off the glove of Kirk. He nearly had it. And Bellinger, by the skin of his teeth, gets another chance.
Well, that ball actually was in and out of Alejandro's glove. It popped up, and he was able to try to stab at it, but wasn't able to catch it for strike 3.
40 pitches now for Gausman. Trying to get rid of this bases loaded jam. Another 1-2. Outside and low. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Bellinger. Gausman licks his fingers, flips around the baseball, pulls on the brim of his cap, and steps back on. 23 pitches in this inning for Kevin Gausman. His 2-2. Fouled away again. Another tough pitch to get to. 96 down and away, and Bellinger had the hand speed there to fight it off once more.
Well, Gausman is really struggling throwing inside to Cody Bellinger. They've tried to come inside a couple of times to him, and again, he misses way off the plate outside with that miss.
2-2. Lifted, left field. Clase started back. Now he's moving in. Cabrera tagging at third. Catch is made. Cabrera coming to the plate. The throw to the plate. Just late. Head first dive under it, but not a bad toss from Jonathan Clase. It's a sac fly by Cody Bellinger and a 1-1 ball game.
Clase did a good job getting behind that baseball. Took 3 or 4 hard steps in before he caught it. Got everything he could on that throw. And actually, Alejandro Kirk did a good job catching that baseball and trying to swipe the back foot of Cabrera as he dove by him, but didn't quite get him.
Talk, though, about the difficulties getting inside for Gausman. He tried to go in again there and missed over the plate. Somewhat fortunate to be left with a sac fly. His pitch to Paul Goldschmidt is low, ball 1. First and second for the Yankees. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the 3rd, 2 outs. Goldschmidt 0 for 1 today, a ground out to first base. 7 for 13 career against Gausman with 4 walks. 1-0 pitch inside, 2-0. These two would have faced a handful when Gausman spent some time in the National League with the Braves, then the Reds, then the Giants. Pickoff move over to second, and Rice got back in. Jimenez trying some hidden ball stuff. Rice wasn't even looking. He's getting dirt out of his pants right now, so he doesn't move off the bat.
And of course, the Yankee crowd was booing. Because you're not allowed to pick anybody off, or at least try to pick anybody off.
In their defense, I think the Rogers Center crowd might have booed the same situation the other way. 2-0 to Goldschmidt. Fastball at the knees, strike one.
The look on Goldschmidt's face was a look of, I should have swung at that pitch.
It's bottom middle, right on the edge, but bottom middle. Spot where a power hitter like Goldschmidt can do a lot of damage. Now the 2-1. Up and in, ball 3. Two walks really hurt Kevin Gausman in this inning. First the walk to Cabrera, who's now scored, and then the walk to Ben Rice. Aaron Judge single before a sac fly with the bases loaded to make it 1-1. First and second now, 2 outs. 3-1 to Goldschmidt. Is hit foul.
That fastball actually ate up Paul Goldschmidt. It was a 3-1 count, so it's a fastball count. It was a 4-seam fastball right down the middle, and it just ate him up.
Gausman doesn't throw the 2-seam much anymore, but he gets kind of that 2-seam action on his fastball. It runs a little bit off to his arm side. That would be in on a hitter like Goldschmidt. 3-2. Inside, ball 4. Some big misses on the splitter, including that one, and the bases are loaded again on Gausman's third walk of the frame.
You can tell that he's really getting on the side of that split finger right now. Kevin Gausman is at his best with that split when he stays on top of it, and right now he's kind of letting go to the side, and you can see the horizontal movement with that split finger. That's not what he wants. He wants that vertical drop to it.
It's been a long inning for Kevin Gausman. Over 30 pitches in the frame. He deals to Jazz Chisholm Jr. and misses low ball 1.
He's really fighting that control of that split finger right now. Even the fastball, but the release point just isn't there for that split finger.
When you get over 30 pitches in an inning, that's when you really start to get on the minds of trainers and those who look after the health of pitchers. It's probably why the Blue Jays have Paxton Schultz warming up. 1-0. Splitter down and away, 2-0. Fastball so good for him in the first 2 innings. It might be time to just get back to that pitch. See if he can get Chisholm that way. A look at second, the 2-0. Fastball and a snap throw over to third. Pitch was called a ball, and Rice is back in there with a dive. And now it's 3-0 with nowhere to put Jazz Chisholm.
And I'm sure Jazz Chisholm, if he doesn't have the green light, I'd be shocked, just because you know that Kevin Gausman has to throw a strike in this situation, and he's probably coming with a fastball.
7 home runs on the season for Chisholm, but hitting only 170. 3-0. Outside, ball 4. It's a bases loaded walk, and Kevin Gausman has walked in a run here to give the Yankees a 2-1 lead.
And again, he was having a quick conversation with Chris Conroy. But that ball's not over the plate. That is a very clear ball. And John Schneider's at the top step. I don't think he's taking him out in this situation, but this is starting to get hairy here.
Seems like Schneider's at least thinking about it as he stands on that top step, and Anthony Volpe comes up. 4 walks in the inning for Gausman. A hit and a sac fly allowed. It's 2-1 Yankees. Gausman to Anthony Volpe. Hit on the ground, foul, 0-1.
It's just interesting to me how all of a sudden he just lost it. He was so good through the first two innings, and then all of a sudden just had no control of the strike zone.
The 0-1. Fastball for a strike, and he gets ahead 0-2.
Sometimes all it takes is one pitch, and then you find the release point, and you think to yourself, oh, there it is, and then you can throw strikes again. Seems like what's happened here.
The 0-2. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. I mean, look, if he can keep it here, 2 runs, 56 pitches in 3 innings so far, he's not in a terrible spot. They really need him, though, to keep it here and keep the Blue Jays close. 1-2 pitch. Fouled away.
He's made 4 good pitches in this at-bat. Like you said, he's walked 4 guys in this inning, but it's almost like he's found it again in this at-bat to Anthony Volpe.
Just like we were discussing in the top half with the Yankees, bullpen management will be huge for the Blue Jays. They elected to go with the rare 27th man being a position player in the doubleheader. 1-2 is inside, 2-2. Almost, maybe 90% of the time, you would see a relief pitcher or a starting pitcher for the doubleheader be your 27th man, but the Blue Jays, with an off day before this series and after it, went with Jonathan Clase. 2-2 to Volpe. Splitter inside, ball 3. Ahead 0-2 to now a full count. All 3 runners will get started. And as Gausman learned in the last plate appearance, you can't miss here or it'll be another run.
And if Kevin Gausman loses Volpe, I might have to say that his day is probably done here.
His 3-2. Hit back foul. He's thrown 42 pitches in this inning.
That's too many. And I know he's a horse. He's a guy that's thrown a lot of innings, a lot of pitches out there, but 42 pitches is just too many in one inning.
Another 3-2. And another foul ball. And it just seems like because the command of the non-fastballs is not there, guys are staying on his fastball right now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys know that he doesn't have the command of the split, hasn't thrown the slider very much today, so they're basically just sitting dead red.
Another 3-2. Inside, ball 4. Another walk, another run for the Yankees. 3-1 on New York's 5th walk of the inning.
That wasn't a bad at-bat from Kevin Gausman, but that might be the end of the line for him today. John Schneider still at the top step. I know that he doesn't want to go to that bullpen, obviously, with the doubleheader, but this is a lot of pitches in one inning for him.
He just called on Alejandro Kirk to go out and talk to Gausman. You'd figure Paxton Schultz is fine at this point. He's been warming up for a bit, so this is probably more about Gausman than anything else.
Yeah, like I said, if I was John Schneider, I'd be taking Kevin Gausman out of this game. But normally when a manager says, hey, go talk to your starter, that's probably just to give the bullpen guy a little bit more time to get loose. But you said it, Paxton Schultz has been warming up for 10 minutes now.
It's been a really long inning because it's been all walks. 1 hit for the Yankees. They've scored 3 runs. Gausman came into this inning with 18 pitches and only 3 of them balls. He's thrown over 20 balls in the inning, and he's up to 62 pitches on the day. He offers to Austin Wells. First pitch fouled away, 0-1.
You have to give it to the Yankees. They're doing a good job of fouling off pitches. Every time Kevin Gausman throws something in the strike zone, they just foul it off, and that's very frustrating, especially for a guy like Gausman who's struggling to find the zone right now.
0-1. Called strike, 0-2. I mean, a lot of 3-2 counts in this inning. It was a 3-2 walk for Cabrera and Rice and Paul Goldschmidt and Anthony Volpe. 4 of the 5. Only Chisholm received the easy 4-pitch free pass. 2 outs, bases loaded, 3-1 Yankees, bottom of the 3rd. Oh-2 pitch. Lifted foul out of play.
And that's just so frustrating as a pitcher. You're probably thinking, just pop that ball up. Stop fouling the ball off. My pitch count is way too high right now. Put the ball in play, please.
It's not that much foul territory at Yankee Stadium, so if you send it up there, you got a good shot at getting it into the seats and staying alive. 0-2. Check swing, pitch down and away, appeal down to third. He did not go, says John Tumpain. And the inning continues. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
66 pitches in this ball game now.
It's 48 in the inning. 1-2. Splitter low, 2-2.
This has to be his last batter. Whether he gets an out, whether he doesn't, this has to be his last batter.
It's the 9th batter he's faced in this inning. The 2-2. Low with the heater, ball 3.
I can't recall another time where I saw a pitcher, starter, reliever, didn't matter, throw 50 pitches in an inning.
Yeah, I have no clue. 12 in the first, 6 in the second, 50 in the third. Most he's ever thrown in an inning in his career. Next pitch is hit foul out of play. That was 51. We'll go to 52 in the inning.
Just frustration on the face of Kevin Gausman out there. Like I said, guys are really doing a good job fouling off tough pitches. And as a pitcher, you just think, please, just put it in play. Let me get out of this inning.
Bases loaded, 2 down, 3-1 Yankees, bottom 3. The pitch. Fouled off the glove of Kirk, and they'll do it again. Gausman set. Wells at the plate. Right on left the pitch. Hammered. Right field. Springer racing back onto the track, and that ball's off the wall. Bobbled by Strong. Goldschmidt in to score. Chisholm in to score. Volpe in to score behind them. It's a bases clearing 3-run double and a 6-1 Yankee lead.
Well, eventually, if you're throwing just fastballs, and Kevin Gausman has thrown a lot of fastballs over the last 30 or 40 pitches or so, somebody's going to barrel one up, and Austin Wells hammered that thing into the gap in right field.
And that is going to be the day for Kevin Gausman. This pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. After command failed him in this third inning, he's out after 2 2/3. And let's go over to today's host with the Yankees up 6-1. Here's Julia Croitz.
Thank you, Ben. Let's take a look then at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Jets and the Blues are playing right now in the Stanley Cup playoffs. That is game 4. The Blues sporting a 4-1 lead. Second period just coming to an end here. You can watch that game on Sportsnet. A little bit later today, in about an hour, the Hurricanes and the Devils will also face off in game 4 of their series. The Hurricanes right now enjoying a 2-1 lead in that series. That game is set for 3:50 p.m. Eastern, 12:50 p.m. Pacific, and you can watch it on Sportsnet 360. Later on, the Capitals and the Canadiens also have their game 4. That game is set for 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. You can watch it on Sportsnet. The Capitals leading that series 2-1. That game goes in Montreal tonight. The Kings and the Oilers also have their game 4. That is set for 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. You can watch it on Sportsnet and Sportsnet 360. Edmonton trying to claw back here as the Kings lead that set 2-1. That is it for the Stanley Cup playoffs slate for today. But in the NBA side of things, right now, the Knicks and the Pistons are facing off. The Knicks enjoying a 2-1 lead in that series, but the Pistons taking the lead in the third, 59-58 right now, so making things a little bit more interesting. Later on, we also have Lakers and Timberwolves. Game 4, that goes at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 12:30 p.m. Pacific. Celtics and Magic also facing off in Game 4. And the Pacers and the Bucks will complete the slate of NBA playoff games set for today. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action with Ben and Chris.
Thank you very much, Julia. Pitching change for the Blue Jays. The rookie Paxton Schultz about to make his second Major League appearance. Blue Jays trailing 6-1. Runner on second, 2 outs, bottom of the third. For Schultz's debut came a week ago on the 20th. He went 4 1/3, gave up 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 8 against the Mariners, matching a Major League record for strikeouts in a non-starting Major League debut. He faces Jason Dominguez, 22-year-old left fielder. First pitch heater way upstairs, ball 1.
And this is a different atmosphere for Paxton Schultz. I'm interested to see how he reacts. It's pitching at Yankee Stadium is a lot different than pitching at Rogers Center.
A look at second from the righty and is 1-0. Breaking ball misses downstairs. Schultz told me in Houston that his family didn't have a chance to get to his major league debut because it all happened so fast. He found out 8 at night, was driving to Toronto 8 the next morning from Buffalo. 2-0. Called strike. But that the plan was for them to meet up with him here. So presumably family for the Utah raised Paxton Schultz here at Yankee Stadium today. Runner on second, 2 down, the 2-1 pitch to Jason Dominguez. Outside, ball 3. Four-seamer change cutter breaking ball for Paxton Schultz. The 3-1. High ball 4, and for the Yankees, it's their 6th walk of the inning.
Well, that's Paxton Schultz's first major league walk. He didn't walk anybody in his 4 1/3 innings in his last start on in his last outing on April 20th. I mean, like I said, pitching at Yankee Stadium is a whole nother beast.
Schultz looking to settle in now. First and second, Oswaldo Cabrera up the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Cabrera had the first walk with 1 out and the bases empty that springboarded this inning. Maybe the one with the most questionable calls in it. Gausman clearly lost his command, but didn't really when he walked Cabrera. 1-0. Called strike 1-1. And we saw, coming back from commercial on the Sportsnet television broadcast, Gausman really gave it to Chris Conroy as he walked off the field, saying a handful of things that are not allowed on a radio broadcast. 1-1. Check swing pitch was low. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I don't think Chris Conroy was bad today. I think that he just missed a couple of close calls, and obviously Kevin Gausman frustrated with the outcome of this game. He's walked a bunch of guys, really didn't find the command of that fastball.
The 2-1. Cutter for his strike, top of the zone, 2-2.
So sometimes you're as you're walking off the mound, you're looking for something to lay into. Sometimes it's the water cooler, sometimes it's the home plate umpire. Over the course of my career, I chose both.
2-2. Outside, ball 3.
Big pitch for Paxton Schultz coming up here. Got to throw a strike. You don't want to walk the first 2 guys and face the top of the order.
A 6-run inning for the Yankees with 2 hits in the frame. Runners will be off. The 3-2 is hit on the ground and picked up at first by Guerrero. He'll go to the bag, and at last, the bottom of the 3rd is over. 6 runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. 6-1 Yankees after 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Football season may be months away.
It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59.
But Sports Grid Radio is talking about the lines, odds, and futures for the NFL.
If you don't have a great quarterback in this league, you'll be lucky if you scrape 8.
Whether you're looking at team win totals, props, or the best odds to win next year's Super Bowl, the only place to get the winning edge over the sports books is Sports Grid Radio.
And I'm going to bet the Eagles to win the NFC before the year gets underway.
Channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Baseball is back. It's former general manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former big league GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
to jaw-dropping web gems,
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
college softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
It's the fourth inning presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 6-1, the Yankees lead the Blue Jays. Thanks for tuning in for this Sunday matinee, 1st at 2. Today between the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Last time Toronto was hitting, they had the lead, but a 6-walk, 6-run inning for New York has put them well in front and provided something dangerous, a cushion for Max Fried. Lefty deals to Ernie Clement. Pitch called a strike, 0-1.
Well, we thought this would be a pitcher's duel, and it certainly was through 2 innings. And then Kevin Gausman kind of lost the zone. Just really couldn't throw strikes with that fastball. Was on the side of the split finger, and the rest is history.
Blue Jays still out hitting the Yankees 5-3, but trailing 6-1. 0-1 to Clement. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. What's it like, though, for a pitcher? I mean, Fried might have been in that dugout for half an hour or more.
Well, it's difficult, and I've told you this before, but in Japan, the starting pitcher comes out in front of the dugout.
Curveball for a strike, 1-2.
And actually warms up in those longer innings. But in the big leagues, obviously, they don't do that. So maybe you go back to the batting cage, you stretch, you throw into that netting. But it's difficult, especially in a really long one like we just had.
1-2 is hit foul. Way in on the hands of Clement. He rolled over it. Still ball, 2 strikes.
But Max Fried is a professional, and I'm sure he's been through more than a handful of those types of innings. Although I rarely see innings like that, especially from Kevin Gausman, especially from a veteran like him.
1-2 pitch is golfed down the left field line, hooking toward the corner, and that's a foul ball. Maybe 3 feet of space in between that retaining wall and the foul line in the deep left field corner, and Clement found it.
It's a good job just getting the barrel to that tough sweeper down and in from Max Fried.
Avid golfer Ernie Clement seems to really like that pitch way down there where he basically golf swings. He hit his first double of the year on a pitch like that at Rogers Center. 60 pitches for Fried, no outs, top of the 4th. Lefty offers a 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. After Ernie, it'll be Jonathan Clase and Miles Straw. We'll also take a check on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 2-2. Swing and a fly ball left field, and that one's down in front of Dominguez for a base hit. Good grind there from Clement to get aboard to lead off the inning.
Yeah, just a hanging breaking ball, curveball from Max Fried, and Ernie Clement with a good job waiting back, keeping that barrel back, and just flicking the wrists for a nice little leadoff base hit in this inning.
So Ernie aboard. Blue Jays have hits in every inning now. And the pitch to Jonathan Clase, switch hitter batting right, takes a strike, 0-1. But we didn't really get to mention it the first time he was up because he was out on the first pitch. But Clase with a really nice start to his AAA campaign, batting .343 in Buffalo with 4 doubles, 13 walks, and 13 stolen bases. 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. Brought over last year, one of the 2 minor leaguers sent to the Blue Jays in the Jimmy Garcia deal, coming over from Seattle. This is his 27th Major League game. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Forcing fastball ran inside past the barrel, 1-2.
Not a ton of slug from Clase at AAA, just 4 doubles. But he's a guy that once he gets on base, he can just create havoc.
The 1-2. Broken bat grounder rolling to third. Cabrera picks it up. He'll throw on to first to get Clase. The barrel went over his head behind him. 1 out.
And obviously Cabrera at first base playing in almost even with that third base bag, respecting the speed of Clase. He was able to make that play easily and get him at first base.
Now let's go to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Every Tuesday night, wings are just half price. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome. Before we go out of town, it's 6-1 Yankees in the Bronx. Runner on second, 1 out, top of the fourth. Fried, the left-hander, deals to Miles Straw, the right-handed hitter. Downstairs, ball 1. Some AL East teams in action today. The Detroit Tigers are leading the Baltimore Orioles 3-0 in Detroit. Fried sets and is 1-0. Straw takes it again. Called to strike. It was definitely low. It's 1-1. Orioles, who continue to struggle. Can't blame them today, though. It's Tarek Skubal on the hill for Detroit. He's thrown 5 scoreless innings with 9 strikeouts. Elsewhere out of town, the Red Sox beating up on the Guardians 7-0. 1-1 pitch rolled over by Straw, hit softly on the ground at third. Cabrera up with it, throws to first, and just gets Straw for the out. Ernie Clement to third, 2 down.
Cabrera's really smooth over there. That was a tough play. A lot harder than I'm sure people imagine, but he made a nice play on that slow roller and then threw a strike to first base for the out.
Had to deal with Max Fried crossing over the baseball as well. Fried decided to leave it for Cabrera. 2 outs and a runner on third. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 6-1 Yankees over the Blue Jays. Here's Bo Bichette. Fried's pitch. Outside, ball 1.
And it's still important for the Blue Jays to get to that bullpen early. There's another game after this. Of course, they would like to get to that bullpen and make them use as many pitchers as possible in this ball game.
Swing and a miss and a 1-0 change. Big rip by Bichette, 1-1. Bo has certainly helped in that cause. He's 2 for 2 today. A couple of singles off Max Fried. Scored a run in the first. Fried's pitch. Swing and a foul off to the right. 1 ball, 2 strikes. .72 pitches for Fried. He's stranded 5 base runners already, looking to do that again with Ernie Clement on third base and 2 outs. .64 lefty looking in at Bo Bichette. Tucking the glove under his right shoulder. Bichette steps in, taps the plate twice, points the bat out towards center field. Now Fried nods and he's set. Lefty's 1-2. Swing and a liner, right field. Judge going back, makes the catch in front of the warning track to end the inning. Leadoff single for Toronto, stranded on third. 6-1 Yankees, middle of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Drywall, an essential part of many, many projects. It's important to get it right and start with quality materials. Essentials you'll always find competitively priced at Timber Mart, like CGC, a recognized giant in the drywall industry for over 100 years and leading Canadian manufacturer of gypsum drywall. Well established and reputable, building pros and contractors know CGC, and you get exactly what the best builders trust. That's as sexy as drywall gets. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Breaking news coming at Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Fastball. Strike three looking.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the fourth, welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Julia Croitz, our host, Nick Blackmore, producer, Tom Young, our technical director. Paxton Schultz to Ben Rice. First pitch cutter hits the outside edge. Strike one. 6-1 Yankees. Bottom of the fourth, first game of two today. Oh, 1. High and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Get a little treat in between games and then post game as we have the cast of Jays Talk Plus here to do Jays Talk. Julia Croitz is joined by Blake Murphy.
We got the A-team.
1-1. Called to strike 1 and 2. You better hope Larry Barker ain't listening to that.
It's the weekend, so I'm assuming they're not.
Schultz ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. He'll face the top third, Rice, Judge, Bellinger in this inning. Righty kicks, offers, and that pitch popped up. Near third base, Clement can't see it. Now he races in onto the grass, dives and makes the catch. That was an adventure. Ernie Clement couldn't see it. It looked like Bo Bichette couldn't either. Clement ran from the dirt to just behind the mound to make a diving catch on a pop-up, 1 out.
That was an incredible play from Ernie Clement. Wow. He lost that baseball. That sun is directly above the infield. He is looking up. He lost it for a second, put both of his hands up. And what a play for a huge first out in this inning for Paxton Schultz.
1 down. The pitch to Aaron Judge is hit foul, 0-1. Sun wasn't really out at first pitch, but it is out now. With the wind blowing out to right, the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Got Judge to whiff at a high cutter, and Schultz is ahead of him, 0-2.
When that ball was hit up in the air, it was almost like Ernie Clement was lost. He didn't know what to do. He was kind of looking all over the place with both of his hands up in the air. And luckily, he eventually found it. And what a play. I mean, I can't remember I've seen a play like that recently, at least.
A diving catch on an infield pop-up does not happen every day. 1 out in the 0-2 to Judge. Spiked the changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pardon me, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Judge 1 for 2 with a strikeout looking and a single to right field off the wall. 1-2. Lines the ball right center. Another base hit for Judge. That one drops in, a couple bounces into the glove of George Springer, and it's a single for the Yankee slugger.
That's a tough result if you're Paxton Schultz. It was actually a really nice fastball, up and in, just ate up Aaron Judge. But as we've seen so often, he's so good at muscling those tough pitches out to the outfield for a base hit.
Judge 2 for 3, continuing to hit above 400 as we get close to May. 1 out, the pitch to Cody Bellinger. Popped up, third base side foul. Clement into some shade, stretches his arms out, makes the catch. 2 down.
He needs to get some shades over there. He had another tough time catching that baseball, looking directly up at the sun. No sunglasses on. That's a tough play as he's shaking his head over there.
It looked like he saw that one better, but then when he went to bring in the ball to catch it, he turned his face away at the last second. It's a big cloud cover in New York, but there is some sunlight peeking through.
Some guys just don't like wearing sunglasses.
2 outs, the pitch to Paul Goldschmidt. Down the middle, strike 1. Goldschmidt, like almost everyone, walked in the third, came around to score. 0 for 1 on the day. 0-1 pitch. Fastball zips in at 94, strike 2.
He's looked pretty good. Even on that base hit to Aaron Judge was a good pitch. Now he's ahead of Paul Goldschmidt, 0-2.
You can argue an Aaron Judge single is a win out of a lot of at-bats.
Yeah.
Guy's slugging over 700. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to reach for the change, and Schultz strikes out Goldschmidt to end a scoreless fourth. We go to the fifth, 6-1 Yankees. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Soak up spring love vibes with an all-new mix from The Flow.
Bring the beat in.
Now on the SiriusXM app, featuring 2000s R&B hits from the heart by Ashanti, Usher, and Beyonce. Plus smooth 2010s grooves from Frank Ocean, Janelle Monáe, and more. It's the perfect soundtrack for flings, feels, and everything in between. Just search Spring Love in the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
You want baseball? The doggy has you covered. Tune in to Mad Dog Unleashed for the best baseball coverage anywhere. Weekdays 3 to 6 Eastern. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the fifth inning, brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Vlad Guerrero Jr. leads off the top of the fifth. Max Fried misses down an in ball 1. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 6-run third inning as the Yankees up 6-1. The 1-0. Called a strike. Perfectly placed changeup on the outside corner, 1-1.
That's the best changeup he's thrown today. He's been spiking a lot of them, leaving some over the middle of the plate, but that one right there, right on the corner outside.
And now John Schneider going out there. I don't think he liked that call. He and Chris Conroy are in an argument. I don't know if he stormed out because he was tossed. We couldn't see it on the view, so he very well could still be in this game. He's right in the face of Conroy.
I think he's already been tossed. If he hasn't been, I'm surprised that Chris Conroy is putting up with this right now.
Conroy just kind of nodding his head, saying okay, as Schneider is inches from his face. Their hats almost touching, and Schneider giving it to Conroy.
He's been tossed. If he hasn't, I'll be shocked. Yeah, he's tossed.
He has been. So John Schneider out of this ball game. DeMarlo Hale's going to take his spot, the associate manager, going to the top step.
So looking back at that pitch, that pitch was a good pitch. It was a strike, but I think that he's just frustrated.
1-1 is called a strike. That one wasn't a strike.
Yeah.
But it's 1-2.
But he's probably also sticking up for Kevin Gausman, who was frustrated as he was walking off. So a lot of things going on with, you have to look back at the 5-game losing streak, and the Blue Jays aren't playing as well as they should be. A lot of frustration right now over there from John Schneider.
The 1-2 to Guerrero. Well outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Vladdy 0 for 2 with an RBI, a ground out and a fly out. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. That one right on the corner at 97. Second strikeout for Fried.
And Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you can see he's frustrated with Chris Conroy, but again, that's a good pitch. 97 down and away, just clips the black on the outside. He put both of his hands up in the air, kind of showing up that umpire, and that's not helping things really.
One out, the pitch to Santander. Outside, ball 1. Probably a lot of fans at Yankee Stadium, maybe with their phone open on the side, looking at the score, streaming the game as the Knicks are in action in the playoffs right now. 1-0. Popped up, back of home plate. Wells is tracking it onto the side warning track, and that one just got over the netting into the first row of seats. Foul ball, it's 1-1. On the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, it's Game 3 of the 3-seed Knicks and the 6-seed Pistons in the East. Pardon me, Game 4. Knicks are leading the series 2-1, but the Pistons are leading Game 4 79-71. That game in the fourth quarter on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. 1-1 count, 1 out, bases empty. Fried deals to Santander. Inside.
Do you care who wins the NBA championship?
As a sports fan, yeah. Do I care between the Knicks and the Pistons?
No, I'm just saying, like, obviously you're a Raptors guy, but outside of the Raptors, who would you want to win this season?
A team with a Canadian player.
There you go.
So Shea, Murray, 2-1 pitch, high, 3-1. Fried asking for a new baseball. Wind gusting at Yankee Stadium, but it hasn't blown any balls out for the Blue Jays. They're out hitting the Yankees 6-4, but trailing 6-1. 3-1 offering. Foul tip. Santander waves at a pitch high, 3-2.
It would almost look like Santander was swinging no matter what, then realized halfway through his swing that fastball was nowhere near the strike zone and almost cut it off a little bit.
3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase upstairs again. Back-to-back Ks for Max Fried.
So much frustration on the face of Anthony Santander. He's kind of lost up there. I mean, that's a tough pitch, up and in, almost at the hands, but there's just so much frustration. You can tell he's starting to press, trying to do too much, just a little bit.
So 2 outs and the bases empty. Pitch to George Springer. Called a strike, 0-1. Elsewhere on the out-of-town scoreboard, 2 leads extended. The Tigers now up 4-0 on the Orioles. And the Red Sox up 8-0 on the Guardians. 0-1. Hit foul by Springer, 0-2. Springer with a double down the right field line in the third, a fly out to right in the first. 0-2. Down and away, ball 1. You do wonder how much further they push Max Fried. He went deep in his last start pitching into the 8th inning, and he's thrown 87 pitches today. They got a 6-1 lead, so they could keep throwing him out there, although also maybe a reason to just get into your lower leverage bullpen guys. 1-2. Chopped by Springer, foul again, third base side.
I would he's at 88 pitches now. You have two outs. Let's say that he gets out of this inning right here on this next pitch. I would probably throw him out again for the 6th and see if he can get through that inning quickly. Because like we talked about, it's a doubleheader. You don't want to eat your bullpen up too much in the first inning or the first game.
Fried's 1-2. Popped him up. Second baseman Jazz Chisholm ranging towards shallow right. Judge is going to wave him off and make the catch over top of him to end the inning. First 1-2-3 of the game for Max Fried comes in the top of the 5th. The Yankees lead 6-1, middle of 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Jack Links 500 from Talladega Superspeedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
to jaw-dropping web gems,
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
college softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Bottom of the fifth inning, game 1 of 2. Blue Jays trailing the New York Yankees 6-1. It's the rare single admission doubleheader for the Blue Jays and the Yankees today. Paxton Schultz out for a third inning after finishing the third and pitching all of the fourth. He deals to Jazz Chisholm. Called strike, 0-1. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Right on left, Schultz with a breath. Now he'll offer. Outside. What are these days like for players? Doubleheaders.
They're probably, well, it all depends on who's playing, how much you, obviously as a catcher, it's the most difficult. That's why catchers generally don't play back-to-back games in a doubleheader like that, but it's difficult. It really is.
1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
As difficult it is for you, for us as broadcasters, the length of the day. I think it's multiply that by, let's say, 2, and that's what it feels like as a player.
Probably a lot more than 2. I don't think there are many people, and I wouldn't ask them to, that are feeling too bad for us right now. 1-2 pitch. Called, strike 3. Maybe a hair off the plate outside. Schultz gets a break as he sets down Chisholm, 1 out.
Well, however John Schneider feels about Chris Conroy right now, the home plate umpire, I'm sure Paxton Schultz feels the exact opposite. He got 2 pitches that should have been balls during that at-bat. As his family stands up and cheers, what a moment for him. Another inning and 2/3 of scoreless big league baseball for him.
His pitch to Anthony Volpe, called a strike, 0-1. I guess specifically for a guy like Schultz or a guy like you, what is it like for a reliever on a doubleheader day? Because the position players know how much they're going to play. Here's the 0-1 of Volpe. Called strike, 0-2. The catcher probably knows he's got 1 off, 1 on. The starters know if they're going or not.
So when I would play in a doubleheader, I would always find it most difficult to have your routine, your pregame routine. You throw long toss, whatever you want to do. You work out. All the
1-2 down and away, or 0-2 down and away. Pardon me, 1-2.
You kind of stick with that routine, but then what do you do for game 2? Do you do that pregame routine again? Do you throw again? Do you get off the mound again? Maybe a little towel drill.
1-2. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I could never figure it out. I really couldn't. I always just did whatever I felt. And generally speaking, that wouldn't be throwing before the second game. I think I would just do the throwing program before the first game, and then that would be it. And if I threw, I threw.
Schultz entering this game, game 1 in the 3rd inning. Here in the 5th is 2-2. Is hit well. Right field. Springer back at the warning track looking up. It's out of here. First home run in a long time for Anthony Volpe, his 5th of the season, and the Yankees extend their lead to 7-1.
Well, that was just a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and Anthony Volpe did such a good job of going with it, staying on that pitch. It wasn't a great pitch. It was kind of up in the strike zone, but Volpe doing a good job barreling that up and getting that out of here to right field.
For Volpe, his first home run since April 2nd. He hit 4 homers in his first 5 games, hadn't left the yard since. Pitch now to Austin Wells. Called a strike, 0-1. Schultz steals home. And a pitch called a ball that looked to be good in the zone, 1-1.
But to get back to that pregame routine, the most frustrating thing as a reliever being in a doubleheader is guys are so strict with their pregame routine.
1-1. Lifted center field, racing back Straw at the warning track, and that ball's off the wall, bouncing away from Miles Straw. Wells into second. He'll stop there with a double.
Guys are so strict with their pregame routines, and I'm sure that most bullpen guys would tell you the same thing, and you don't want to throw twice in one day. It's almost like it ruins your day if you have a doubleheader, because you can't do the same thing twice and 2 times in one day. So I think as a bullpen guy, doubleheaders are probably the hardest on the bullpen.
I guess you hope you pitch in game 1.
That's best case scenario, yeah. Pitching in game 1, and then you kind of relax after that.
1 out, runner on second, 7-1 Yankees, bottom of the 5th. Schultz to Jason Dominguez. Foul back, 0-1. "22-year-old Dominguez playing in his 3rd major league season, parts of 23 and 24 for El Marciano, or the Martian, as they call the top Yankees prospect." 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Yankees signed Dominguez out of the Dominican in 2019. Was the top prospect in that class per MLB.com, and signed for over $5 million. 1-1. Hit foul, 1-2. If you're sitting there thinking, okay, well, it's the Yankees. They're going to splash on the international market, so it's $5 million. That's a lot, but they're the Yankees. Well, New York had a pool to spend that year. You always have a designated pool of $5.4 million. They spent 5.1 of it on one guy.
That guy better be good. I can tell you that much.
The 1-2. Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Debuted in September of 2023. Stepped up in Houston, facing off with Justin Verlander in his first major league at-bat. And the first time he swung, he hit a home run off Verlander. Youngest Yankee ever to homer. Two-two. Outside, ball 3. Runner on second, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Switch hitter Dominguez batting left. The 3-2. Poked away, foul. Issue for Dominguez is a week after he hit that homer off Verlander, he tore his UCL. Was out until mid-June of last year. Ended up having an oblique injury right after that. Missed some more time. Only played in 18 games at the major league level. Hit below 200 with the Yankees last year. Another 3-2, well outside, ball 4, second walk of the day for Dominguez.
And keep in mind that Dominguez is just, like you said, just 22 years old. So you have to give him a little bit of a leash. And I know that Yankees fans and Major League fans want to see him succeed just because there's been so much hype surrounding him over the course of his however many, 6 years maybe with the Yankees. But just 22 years old, that is so young.
Dominguez on first, Wells on second. Oswaldo Cabrera at the plate. One out. Schultz looks back, deals home, and the pitch is hit back foul, 0-1.
Paxton Schultz now at 42 pitches in this ball game.
Ran into a bit of a speed bump this inning after the strikeout, a homer, a double, and a walk. The 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Schultz threw 64 in his last appearance. As long as he can get outs, Blue Jays will probably try and keep him in this game just to eat up some innings and keep their bullpen in a good spot for game 2, provided they don't come back here and make this one close. 7-1 Yankees, bottom 5. The 1-1. Is ripped on the ground right side, a fair ball down the right field line. Pinballs off the retaining wall. Coming around third, Wells. He scores. Around third behind him, Dominguez. And the throw is not in time to the plate. That's a 2-run double for Oswaldo Cabrera. And it's now 9-1 New York.
Well, that was a cutter on the inner third of the plate. Oswaldo Cabrera did a good job getting the barrel to it. Not an easy pitch to hit, but he does a good job keeping the hands in. Keeps that thing fair.
Second double of the inning for the Yankees. 7th hit of the day for New York. 9-1 lead with the top of the order coming up. While the Yankees have been a really good offense this year, the bottom of the order has been super spotty, and especially in terms of batting average. They've come up big multiple times today. Pitch to Ben Rice. Called strike, 0-1.
And now you have the top of the order, Ben Rice. And then Aaron Judge is standing on deck right now for the New York Yankees.
Blue Jays have action in their bullpen. Lefty Josh Walker is loosening up. 0-1. Fouled off. Changeup that was hit away to the right. 0-2. Runner on second, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Fair-faced left-handed hitter Rice looking out at Schultz, and the 0-2 is hit foul off the glove of Kirk. Schultz sets at the belt, looks at second, 0-2. Just outside, ball 1. Rice leaned over the plate, tracking that pitch. Open stance, decent leg kick for Ben Rice. Brings his leg up and steps both out and toward the plate. 1-2. Low with the curve, or the slider rather. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I guess looking back at this game so far, the story of the day is really just walks. 7 walks in this ball game for the Toronto Blue Jays. 5 for Kevin Gausman in his 2 2/3, and in 1 2/3, Paxton Schultz has already walked 2.
Two. Fouled back.
And the Yankees are doing a very, very good job of just fouling off tough pitches. That was a good pitch right there. A fastball up and in at 94 miles an hour, and Ben Rice was able to get the barrel to it and kind of just fight it off and stay alive.
5 of the 7 walks have come with 2 strikes on hitters. Yankees drove up the pitch count of Gausman and are doing the same to Schultz. Righty's 52nd of the day is outside ball 3, and it's a full count again.
It's just so frustrating as a pitcher when you make a good pitch and whoever is up in that batter's box is able to just foul it off and see a better one. Eventually, you're going to make a mistake. And I think that if you can stay alive and foul off tough pitches, you'll get one.
3-2. Called strike 3. Fastball might have been a hair off the plate, but another break for Schultz. 2 strikeouts in the inning and 2 outs as Aaron Judge gets ready to step up.
Ben Rice didn't like that call, but again, Alejandro Kirk does such a good job of catching that baseball and taking it back in over the plate, maybe 1 or 2 inches. And that's probably why Paxton Schultz got that call.
Runner on second, 9-1 Yankees, 2 outs, bottom 5. Schultz to Judge. Called strike. Here's the 0-1. Low with the changeup, or rather the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike. Aaron Judge is leading Major League Baseball in batting average, on base, slugging, and in turn, on base plus slugging. Hitting .416 right now. 1-1 pitch fouled back. 1-2. He was hitting .408 coming into today, Judge. Among qualified hitters, way above the pack. Paul Goldschmidt, his teammate, second place coming into today with a .364 batting average, over 40 points fewer. And then Stephen Kwan of Cleveland batting .350. 1-2. Lifted to center. Judge didn't get all of it. Shuffling to his left is Straw. He'll make the catch and end the inning. 3 runs for the Yankees. The Volpe homer. And then the 2-run double by Oswaldo Cabrera. It's 9-1 New York after 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobble arm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Law & Order Thursday on City TV.
We're charging him with manslaughter.
3 Law & Orders on one epic night.
It was premeditated. It was planned.
Law & Order at 8.
He told me to is not a legal defense against murder.
SVU at 9.
Covering his ass, I'd start thinking about your own.
Followed by the new season of Law & Order Toronto Criminal Intent at 10.
Nothing justifies murder. How about we start with the truth?
Law & Order Thursday, all new, 8/7 Central on City TV.
For this life I cannot change. Hidden hills, deep off in the main.
This is George Springer, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance. It's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care. Max Fried back on the hill. First pitch to Alejandro Kirk, called a strike. 0-1. 9-1 Yankees over the Blue Jays, top of the 6th inning. Kirk 1 for 2 today with a single. Lefty Fried winds and offers. Swing and a miss at that huge sweeper. 0-2.
I think Max Fried is starting to get used to sitting in that Yankees dugout for a long time in between innings.
He's getting better and better as this start goes on. 0-2. Swing and a fly ball center field. Racing back Bellinger on the edge of the warning track makes the catch. 1 out.
That's a tough catch. Bellinger is wearing those sunglasses, but he's looking directly up at the sun as he's making that catch.
Former Cub and Dodger with the catch. Let's go over to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. Tigers extending their lead even more over the Orioles. 7-0 Detroit leads Baltimore as Orioles still trying to get into the swing of things in 2025. Pitch to Andres Gimenez. High and outside, ball 1. Andres Gimenez's old team, the Cleveland Guardians, hosting the Red Sox after a doubleheader yesterday. And the Red Sox up 9-3 on the Guardians in the 7th. Gimenez now lines the ball foul to the left, 1-1. Rays will be in action later. They're on the West Coast facing the San Diego Padres. Rays have won 4 straight. 1-1. Grounded softly to second, shuffling to his right. Chisholm has it, pops up, throws to first for the out. Last look for this St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard update. We go across the pond where, much to the dismay of our producer, Nick Blackmore, the title race in the Premier League is over. Liverpool with a 5-1 win at home at Anfield over Tottenham today secures their second Premier League title in the last, I want to say, 6 seasons. First pitch to Ernie Clement, hit back foul, 0-1. 9-1 Yankees over Blue Jays, 2 outs, top of the 6th. Clement singled to lead off the 4th inning, was left stranded on 3rd. Oh-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Max Fried now at 97 pitches. I'm assuming this will be his last inning, if not his last batter.
Got into a bunch of trouble early, escaped most of it, and now he's been great. His 1-1. Hit foul, 1-2.
Yeah, he was a little spotty earlier on. Couldn't really find the command of the fastball or the off-speed stuff, but he's been really good recently.
And so important for this Yankees team with no Heel, with no Cole, no Schmidt to start the year. 1-2. Outside, 2-2. He's not just been their ace, he's been one of the aces of the entire American League.
But they signed him in the offseason, obviously hoping that he would be maybe not this good, because this is really, really good, but an ace at least.
2-2. Outside, ball 3. It makes you wonder how scary a team like the Yankees might be if they had Cole Fried going together. Cole Fried Heel going together even. Full count, 2 outs, bases empty, the pitch. Hit on the ground to the left side. Volpe backhands, throws over a crouching Cabrera, and it's dug out by Paul Goldschmidt to end the inning. Nice defense all around, and a 1-2-3 inning for Fried. He's retired the last 9. He keeps the Yankees in front, 9-1, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's been an American tradition for more than 150 years.
They're up in the Kentucky Derby.
And you can hear the Run for the Roses on Sirius XM.
Coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's the photo of the Derby.
Join us Saturday at 10 Eastern for Down the Stretch with Dave Johnson. Then at 2, Steve Pick is live at Churchill Downs for the pre-race show. And at 5 Eastern, hear the 151st Kentucky Derby on NBC Sports Radio Channel 85 in the car and the Sirius XM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app. From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Pitching change for the Blue Jays brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Bottom of the 6th inning, 9-1 Yankees, and the new pitcher is the southpaw Josh Walker. On after 2 1/3 innings of relief work from Paxton Schultz for Walker, his second appearance as a Blue Jay. Lefty came in mop-up duties during the Houston series. And again in here with the Blue Jays trailing by 8. Left on left, Walker deals to Cody Bellinger. High, ball 1. Decent zip on the fastball. That last one for Walker, 94, and he's got one of those power curveballs that the Blue Jays have seemed to covet recently with guys like Little, Nance also possessing them. 1-0 pitch is high on a sinker, 2-0.
And a really big guy, 6'6", 225 pounds. 37th rounder. If I saw a 6'6" left-handed guy who threw low to mid-90s,
2-0 pitch inside, 3-0.
I would not be drafting him in the 37th round, although I'm assuming that he didn't throw 95 miles an hour when he was in college.
Walker, though, made it to the big leagues with the Mets. 3-0. Bellinger takes a strike, 3-1. Pitched a handful of appearances with the New York Mets, 24 of them over the last 2 seasons. Now in his 26th Major League appearance. 3-1. Inside, ball 4, 5-pitch walk.
And when you come into a situation like this, and Josh Walker knows that, he just pound the strike zone. Everybody's tired. Everybody wants to get back to that clubhouse and get ready for game number 2. Pound the strike zone. Let the Yankees or whoever you're playing get the barrel to the baseball and hopefully get an out. But you definitely do not want to be walking guys in this situation.
Walker's pitch to Paul Goldschmidt. Called a strike. First pitch time of game 2 will be determined in part by the end time of game 1. And both of these teams have flights to catch. 0-1. Foul tip, 0-2. Probably actually a bit of an easier situation for the Blue Jays, even though they're the road team. They'll fly back. They have a day off tomorrow, so you get in late, sleep in a little bit. The Yankees have a series coming up in Baltimore starting tomorrow. No off day Monday for New York. 0-2. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Really weird situation for the Blue Jays. If you count yesterday as an off day, 3 off days in a 5-day span. Thursday, Saturday, Monday. 1-2. In the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I was talking to my dad today, actually, and he almost said that exact same thing. He said, how many off days do the Blue Jays have? I was like, yesterday wasn't an off day. It was a rain out.
Same as every other team.
Yeah.
Lefty set, the 2-2. Is hit well. Right center. Springer charging back. It's off the warning track and off the wall. Coming around third base, Bellinger. Relay cut off. RBI double for Paul Goldschmidt. 10-1 New York.
Paul Goldschmidt has always had a ton of power the other way, and he showed it right there, hammering that fastball into the gap in right field. What a pro.
For years in that big ballpark in Arizona, he peppered the right center field gap. And Goldschmidt does it again. It's his 8th double of the season and his 10th RBI.
Just watching that replay, you can see he doesn't try to pull that ball. There was never really a thought in his mind of pulling that baseball. Always trying to go the other way. Just such a pretty swing.
No outs, runner on second. Walker looks back and deals to Jazz Chisholm, who squares to bunt and pulls it back, ball 1. You see a lot of bunts with teams up 10-1.
I'm pretty sure that Clint Hurdle would say hit that guy.
1-0. fouled off the mask of the home plate umpire, Chris Conroy. He'll take off the helmet for a second. It's 1-1. Sometimes the quote-unquote unwritten rules get petty, convoluted. People have different definitions of them. I'm pretty sure that's a pretty universal one.
Yeah.
1-1. Up and in, 2-1. And he hasn't showed bunt again. Maybe he was never going to bunt. That's almost even more of a violation, maybe, then, of the unwritten rules to just throw a bunt out there for no reason. 2-1. Called strike, 2-2.
I would say, and I can almost guarantee that this exact same conversation is going on in the Blue Jays dugout, in the bullpen. Hey, what's he doing? Are we going to hit this guy? Should we hit this guy? They're all questioning the unwritten rules.
2-2. Poked out to shallow center field. This could be trouble. Straw coming in, and it's down for a base hit. Goldschmidt had to wait. He'll go to third. Springer runs it back into the infield. And Chisholm gets a wink from the baseball gods as he barely touched that ball, and a pop-up falls into shallow center.
That's just a tough break for Josh Walker. Made a good pitch. It was a curveball down and away, and Chisholm kind of just flicks the bat at it. It looked like he wasn't trying up there and was able to dump it in front of Miles Straw in center field. Miles Straw in a 10-1 ball game, that's a pretty good attempt. You got to tip your cap to him if you're Josh Walker.
Went full stretch, but only blocked it. First and third, no outs. The pitch to Volpe. Called a strike. "16 pitches for Josh Walker. A run in this inning, nobody out." The 0-1. Foul tip, 0-2. A double, a walk, and a home run for Volpe today. 2 runs scored and RBI. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Walker got him on the curveball, 1 out.
It's a big out right there, not only for Josh Walker, but for that Blue Jays bullpen. You want to save as many guys as you can. There's still 2 innings left in this ball game if the score stays the same.
You know, Blue Jays will have to cover 2 outs here in the 6th and then the 7th and the 8th inning.
2 2/3, sorry.
Yeah, they'd love to have to cover a 9th, but it is 10-1 Yankees. Left on left pitch to Wells. High, ball 1. You could argue long man is a job that the Blue Jays are auditioning at this point after Jacob Barnes was designated for assignment. 1-0. Inside 2-0. While you might think about Yariel Rodriguez being in that spot, in some ways he's lost his length because they've pitched him shorter. Not that he couldn't go 1 plus maybe 2 innings, but probably not 3 or 4. 2-0. Called strike.
I don't love Yariel Rodriguez as a long guy just because we've seen glimpses of and flashes of just the brilliance of what he can be like he was in Japan. So I like at least trying that out.
2-1. High and outside, 3-1.
And I think that's really what the Blue Jays are doing. They love the fastball. They love the off-speed stuff. Can he put it all together?
And so that leaves a vacancy.
Right.
Is Paxton Schultz a long guy? Is Josh Walker a rare lefty long guy? You know, is it going to be one of their more veteran AAA starters maybe that could factor in? 3-1 pitch, hit foul, 3-2.
Well, neither one of those guys has pitched particularly well today, so I do like Paxton Schultz. Paxton Schultz has started in his career. That's a big plus when you're thinking of a long guy, quote unquote, but who knows? Just 2 big league outings.
First and third for the Yankees. 1 out, 10-1, bottom of the 6th. 3-2 pitch to Austin Wells. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Josh Walker, both on the curve.
It's a good pitch right there. Austin Wells was way out in front of it.
So 2 outs now, and Walker trying to limit the damage in this inning to 1 run. Gave up a walk, then the RBI double. Got really unlucky with the bloop single. His pitch to Jason Dominguez, just off the plate outside, ball 1.
And I do like what Josh Walker brings to the table. Obviously, he's a big lefty, throws mid-90s on a good day, and then he has pretty good off-speed stuff. It's a lot like Yariel Rodriguez. Can he put it all together?
There's 1-0 to Dominguez. Called strike. Switch hitter Dominguez now batting right for the first time in the game. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase a breaking ball that bounced after the plate. 1-2.
Josh Walker didn't look great in the first three at-bats, and now he's looked like an all-star in the last 3 batters.
Lefty set, takes a breath, kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 straight strikeouts for Josh Walker. The Yankees get a run in the inning on 2 hits. It's 10-1 New York as we go to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. For our participating location, visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. He punched out the side with his 9th K of the day.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
10-1 Yankees, top of the 7th inning in the Bronx, and a pitching change for New York. The right-hander, Yerry De Los Santos, is into the game. He's brought up as the 27th man, and he'll get an opportunity to make his first major league appearance since 2023. Faces 8-9-1 in the Blue Jay order. Clase, Straw, and Bichette. Although don't be shocked if the Blue Jays start making some changes here on a doubleheader day down 10-1. You might just want to give some veteran guys or 2-game guys a little bit of a rest. De Los Santos' pitch is a sinker for strike 1.
And De Los Santos has been pretty good for AAA Scranton, which is the AAA for the Yankees. Obviously, he's 1-1 with a 1.08 ERA in 8 ball games, 9 strikeouts in 8 1/3 innings.
0-1 to Clase, hit on the ground, foul. 0-2. Clase bats as a left-handed hitter for the first time today. That's the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders, I believe, AAA affiliate of the Yankees.
They used to be the Scranton Yankees, and then they changed it. I don't know why.
0-2. Swing and a grounder right side, right at Goldschmidt at first. He races Clase to the bag and beats him there. 1 out. Yeah, the Rail Riders. They were the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Yankees 07-12.
That's not a very fun name. I feel like the cool thing to do now, if you're coming up with a minor league name, is just make it as outlandish as possible.
Like the Rocket City Trash Pandas. First pitch to Miles Straw, called a strike, 0-1.
Isn't there a yard goat?
They're the Hartford Yard Goats. The Sugarland Space Cowboys, I believe, is the team.
There you go.
1 out, top of the 7th, 10-1 Yankees. De Los Santos steals, and it's called strike on the slider. 0-2. De Los Santos' time in the big leagues came all with the Pittsburgh Pirates, 48 games between 2022 and 2023. Put up decent numbers, 4.14 ERA in 50 innings. Oh, 2. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Kind of got a funky motion, too. A little bit of sidearm action.
27 years old from the Dominican Republic. Next pitch is hit on the ground over the mound, off the backhand of Chisholm and into center. Looked like Chisholm had that for sure, but he just didn't reach down far enough. And we'll wait and see if that's a hit or an error.
I imagine they'll give that a base hit. That's a play that should be gloved. I don't know if he gets Miles Straw scooting down that line to first base. But that's just a ball that hits him in the glove and goes right through it.
Frankly, the Yankees official scorers had enough attention over the last week, but he gave him a hit. I think feels like a play you got to make, though.
So if I'm standing on the mound, I'm upset by that call, and I'm looking at the scoreboard. But as a fan, me watching the game, I think that's a base hit just because I think Miles Straw beats that ball out.
Right, because it's Chisholm running away, I guess, from...
But that's a play. You need to catch that. You need to catch that baseball and at least attempt to get Miles Straw at first base.
It wasn't like a Bill Buckner. His glove is barely touching the ground and not flat on it. I mean, that ball's almost knee high, and he didn't get down enough to field it. New batter for the Blue Jays. Instead of Bo Bichette, Addison Barger into the game. Pinch hitting. He swings and misses at a violent downward changeup. 0-1.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pitch. De Los Santos has decent stuff, like you said, good numbers or at least decent numbers in the big leagues.
0-1. Called strike, 0-2. So Bichette barely ever gets any days off. He's going to play 2 today, so they get him off his feet. And it looks like they'll do the same for Vlad coming up. Will Wagner is swinging on deck. 0-2. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2. Lined right side over the leap of Chisholm down in right field. Base hit for Barger. Straw up to second. Back-to-back hits for the Blue Jays.
That's actually a really good piece of hitting. You could tell that Addison Barger was a little bit out front of that good changeup from De Los Santos, but he's able to keep the bat back and kind of just flick the wrists at it. Such a strong guy getting it into right field.
Second straight pinch hitter for the Blue Jays is Will Wagner. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. out of the game. 10-1 Yankees, top of the 7th. Right on left, the pitch. Low ball 1. This 7th inning brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. One-0. Fouled back by Wagner, 1-1. Let's quickly go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Outside the walls of Yankee Stadium, likely a frenzy in New York. Knicks came back to win today, taking a 3-1 lead in the series over the Pistons. 1-1 to Wagner. Is hit on the ground right side. Fielded deep on the right field grass by Chisholm. He throws to first. For the second out of the inning, both runners advance. It's now second and third for Toronto.
Knicks were down, I believe, by 10 late in that ball game, and they came back and won by 1, 94-93.
It was Karl Anthony Towns who was the hero for New York. Hit a near impossible fading away baseline shot that put the Knicks in front with 47 seconds left, and then no one scored in the final 45. Anthony Santander continues hitting. Second and third, 2 outs, and the pitch called a strike, 0-1. All of our out-of-town scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Barger on second, Straw on third. 0-1 offering. Called strike, 0-2.
Really nice pitch on the inside part. 95, a ton of sink. Like I said, I like the way that ball comes out of De Los Santos' right arm.
Dominican right-handers 0-2. Called strike 3. Sinker on the inside edge. Really perfect pitching there from the righty for his first strikeout. 2 hits for the Blue Jays, no runs. They leave 2 on at the 7th inning stretch. It's 10-1 New York. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, locally owned, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Bichette powers the ball to left field. Going back, Peralta. It's out of here.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Baseball Control here in downtown Toronto. Julia Croitz with you. Almost, we're right now in the middle of the seventh inning stretch over there at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees beating the Blue Jays pretty badly in this one. We'll take a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard again before we send it back to Ben and Chris. The Jets and the Blues, Game 4, finishing up 5-1 for the Blues in that game to tie up the series at 2 games apiece there. Elsewhere in the Stanley Cup playoffs, we have the Hurricanes and the Devils. That game is in the first period right now, and the Hurricanes are leading 1-0. You can catch that action on Sportsnet 360. Later on today, we have Capitals and the Canadiens facing off. That game goes at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. You can catch it on Sportsnet. That is also Game 4. Capitals leading 2-1 right now. To end that slate is the Kings and the Oilers. That Game 4 goes at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. You can catch that game on Sportsnet and on Sportsnet 360. The Kings leading that series 2-1. And don't forget that at the end of this Game 1, Blake Murphy and I will have Jays Talk, a little bit of a lighter Jays Talk ahead of Game 2. So don't forget to text in with your name and location at 590-590. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action then with Ben and Chris.
Thank you very much, Julia. And as the players get onto the field after God Bless America, we'll take one more look here at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19-plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Yankees will probably move up a win, but for now, 15-11. The Red Sox, 15-14. Blue Jays 13-13, Rays 13-14, and the Orioles 10-16. As it stands, it looks like the Yankees and Red Sox will win, and the Blue Jays and Orioles will lose. Of course, the Blue Jays and Yankees both playing 2 today in this doubleheader. Josh Walker back on the hill, 10-1 Yankees bottom 7, and the first pitch sails high and outside to Oswaldo Cabrera, ball 1. Defensive changes for the Blue Jays after couple pinch hitters and some more substitutions. Get to those in a sec. First, the 1-0. Swinging a grounder to the mound off the glove of Walker. That's going to die in the infield grass, and it's an infield hit for Oswaldo Cabrera.
That's just tough luck again for Josh Walker. That was an easy play. Cabrera didn't hit that ball all that hard, and it just tipped off the glove of Josh Walker. No chance for Andres Jimenez, who was charging in.
Usually we say, hey, get out of the way of the ball. Middle infielder will get it. That was hit right at him, though, so he kind of had to get in the way of that baseball. It was in the way of him. It was going to hit him if he didn't put his glove up.
Well, I think if that ball gets through without Josh Walker touching it, I don't even think that Andres Jimenez has a chance at Cabrera at first base just because it wasn't hit all that hard.
Right. Pitch to Ben Rice is hit on the ground to second. Jimenez flips over to the shortstop, Clement, and over to first to Wagner for the out. 4-6-3 double play.
Just like you draw it up. I'm sure Josh Walker knew exactly what he was doing out there.
He did a good job, too, of introducing the new defensive alignment. Wagner in for Guerrero is at first. Ernie Clement has shifted from third to short. Addison Barger is now the third baseman. And Springer is out of the game. Allen Roden into right field. Only guy left on the Blue Jay bench is Tyler Heineman, who we assume is catching game 2.
Not a bad job by Josh Walker coming in, striking out 3, and then getting that quick double play. Obviously, he gave up a home run to Anthony Volpe, but he's going to come out of this ball game.
Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Dylan Tate about to come in, 2 out, spaces empty in the 7th, 10-1 Yankees. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's Julia Croitz.
Thank you, Ben. Let's take another look then at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, and we'll go to Major League Baseball right now. The Red Sox and the Guardians are facing off. That game is in the top of the 9th, and the Red Sox lead 12-3 thanks to a 5-run 5th inning. Boston most likely to come away with the win in the series finale there. The Mets and the Nationals are also playing right now. 7-6 Mets in the bottom of the 8th. And another 5-run inning there. The Mets leading this one off with 5 runs in the first, holding on to a lead right now over there in Washington. The Astros and the Royals are facing off. The Astros lead that game 7-1 in the middle of the 7th inning stretch right now in Kansas City. The Brewers and the Cardinals are in the top of the 7th, and Milwaukee leads 7-1 over there. The Reds and the Rockies are in the middle of the 4th. The Reds leading 3-0. Just getting started is Rangers-Giants. 0s on the board in the top of the 1st over there. The Athletics are facing the White Sox. The White Sox leading 1-0 right now, and the Pirates with against the Dodgers. The Pirates have a 1-0 lead. That game is at the top of the 1st. We also have Rays-Padres just starting up, as are the Braves and the D-backs. 0s on the board in those 2 games. All right, let's get you back to Ben and Chris on the call of the game.
Thank you very much, Julia. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is Dylan Tate. Right-hander making his 2nd appearance of the season. Gave up 2 runs in an inning in a 3rd in his debut against the Mariners a week ago. Comes on and faces a pinch hitter, Aaron Judge, out of the game. Pablo Reyes into it. The pitch. Called strike. First appearance of the series for Pablo Reyes, who didn't play a ton in the majors last year. When he did, he split it between 2 Yankee rivals, the Red Sox and the Mets. 0-1. Slider for a strike, 0-2. Reyes on the season 2 for 12 with a walk. No extra base hits, no RBIs, 3 strikeouts. 0-2. Outside with the breaking ball, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You don't think Yankees fans are thinking, wait, is this the same Pablo Reyes that was with the Red Sox and the Mets last year?
Now only with the Mets for 1 game. I'll give him a break. 1-2. Called strike 3. Backdoored him with a sinker. Tate strikes him out in 4 pitches and sends us to the 8th. 10-1 Yankees over the Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, do you ever wonder how life might look if you'd saved a little more? Well, April is Financial Literacy Month, and Planned to AT is here to help. We're a nonprofit helping young people improve their futures through financial wellness education. Our fun, simple workshops help students build healthy money habits and get them ready for the workforce. Text PTAT to 26989 to learn how you and your company can get involved. That's PTAT to 26989.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. Top of the 8th inning, I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Julia Croitz is our host today. Nick Blackmore, producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Stick with us after last pitch. It's going to be Julia Croitz and Blake Murphy with Jays Talk going up into Game 2. We'll find out the start time of Game 2 shortly after the conclusion of Game 1. Yeri De Los Santos back on the mound, misses down and into Alan Roden, batting in the place of George Springer. Roden hits for the first time in the game.
I take it back. The hardest job of any doubleheader, it's not the players, it's not the broadcasters, it's Julia Croitz and Blake Murphy that have to do the post-game show.
1-0 pitch, lined back to the mound, picked up on a bounce by De Los Santos, underhand flip to first, 1 out.
That's a nice play by De Los Santos. That was a rocket off the bat.
That was 106 miles an hour, a one-hopper to the mound. De Los Santos pitched last inning, gave up 2 hits, but stranded both runners in scoring position. Righty is the 27th man. His pitch to Alejandro Kirk, called a strike, 0-1. De Los Santos with a breath, kicks, offers, and just misses down low. Blue Jays use their 27th spot on Jonathan Clase. They can keep Clase if they want past today. They'd have to make just a traditional roster move. He doesn't have to go back to Buffalo, though. 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. Toronto going with Clase because their pitching's in a pretty good spot in terms of the health of their arms and how rested they are. 2 days off in the last 3 days. 2-1 pitch, called a strike, 2-2. And they've been carrying an extra reliever ever since they sent Easton Lucas down.
And they do have Chris Bassitt going next game, so they're hoping that he can go deep into this ball game. I know that's putting a ton of pressure, obviously, on Chris Bassitt, but he's been really good so far this year.
Two. Lined right field. On the run, it's down in the gap and cut off by the new right fielder, Reyes. Kirk will stop with a single. He's got a second hit today.
And Alejandro Kirk is now 2 for 4 in this ball game. 4 for his last 8. Another good swing going the other way. When he's going right, that's what he does. He kind of peppers the right center gap, and he's able to take those tough fastballs down and away and drive them the other way. But he's looking good.
Of his 4 hits in these 2 games so far in the series, 3 of them are to right field. 1 is to center. Pitch now to Andres Jimenez. Outside, ball 1. 10-1 Yankees. 1 out, top of the 8th. 1-0. Swing and a line drive right field again. Reyes coming in. Underhanded catch for the out. Circuitous route for Pablo Reyes. Started back into his right, came in into his left, and made the catch.
Well, that ball was hit really hard. It was a changeup. And I don't know if Andres Jimenez was out in front a little bit. Maybe hit that ball off the end of the bat. Pablo Reyes might have thought that ball was hit a little bit harder than it was. Nonetheless, he makes the play for the out.
So 2 down. The pitch to Ernie Clement is lifted to right. Another play for Reyes coming in near the line, makes a two-handed squeeze and ends the inning. No runs on an Alejandro Kirk hit. Kirk left on first, and at the middle of the 8th, it's still 10-1 New York. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
This is the greatest talent show in the world.
Tuesdays on City TV.
This is my favorite act of all time.
Canada's Got Talent is stacked with mind-blowing acts.
Whoa. You are exceptional.
Competing for the $1 million grand prize. Thanks to Rogers.
We are looking at the future of a lot of Canadian stars.
All new Canada's Got Talent. Tuesdays 8/7 Central on City TV or stream it on City TV Plus.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Bottom 8, Blue Jays down 10-1 to the New York Yankees. I'm Ben Schulman. To my left is Chris LaRue. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth again. Julia Croitz is our host. Nick Blackmore, producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Dylan Tate deals to Cody Bellinger, misses outside, ball 1. Blue Jays trying to get Tate into the swing of things here. He signed midway through spring training, so he had a delayed start to the season, but they signed him on a major league deal. 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Tate spent some time with Buffalo to begin his season. 5 appearances, gave up 1 run in 6 innings, striking out 6 and walking 1. 2-0. Hit hard on the ground, past the dive of the first baseman Wagner, down the right field line into the corner. Bellinger around first, headed for second, and he's going to stop there with a stand-up double.
Well, Bellinger did a good job keeping that ball fair. It was a sinker on the outside part of the plate, and Cody Bellinger has very long arms. He was able to get to that baseball and rip it around that first base bag.
5th double today for the powerful Yankees lineup that also has a home run and 10 runs total on 11 hits.
Kind of an awkward attempt at first base by Will Wagner. I'm not sure, but I can imagine that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. would have been able to come up with that baseball.
Here's one of the best defensive first basemen in the last while, Paul Goldschmidt. First pitch to him outside, ball 1. Go back to his days in Arizona. Paul Goldschmidt, a 4-time Gold Glover. 1-0. Lined up the middle, a base hit into center. Bellinger to third base. Puts on the brakes. Goldschmidt stops at first. Straw got it back in quick. It's runners on the corners, no outs.
Cody Bellinger had to wait to see if Andres Jimenez would have come up with that line drive, so he had to kind of pause a little bit at second base, and he only ends up at third base.
So some trouble here for Tate. I mentioned earlier, they're trying to get him into it. I don't think they signed Dylan Tate and looked at him as a guy pushing their big three, but at his best, he was a high leverage guy with the Orioles, and he'd be a nice handoff to the big guy's reliever if they can get him going. First pitch misses inside to Jazz Chisholm. Ball 1. Runners on the corners, no outs, 10-1 New York. Bottom 8. The 1-0. Line foul to the left, 1-1. Dylan Tate spent a little time in the Yankees organization in his career. He was drafted 4th overall by Texas in 2015, but traded with Eric Swanson and one other in 2016 as a minor leaguer to the Yankees. 1-1. In the dirt, 2-1. Carlos Beltran went the other way. But then before he reached the majors, the Yankees used him as a main piece in another prospects for big star trade at the 18 deadline. Tate was traded to the Orioles. Zach Britton went to the Yankees. Tate's 2-1. Hit on the ground to first base. Wagner spins, throws to second, and it's dropped at second by Clement. Goldschmidt is safe. Bellinger comes in to score. Safe at first base is Chisholm. It's 11-1.
I know you want to get the lead guy, and that's the goal of every play. But in a 10-1 ball game, you have nobody out in the inning. Why make that throw? That's a tough throw. Turning across the diamond almost to second base. I mean, although that's a catchable baseball, Ernie Clement should have caught that baseball. Just take the out at first base.
Oswald Peraza to hit for the first time. He took over at short in the top half of the inning, and it's called a strike. 0-1. Should be a fielder's choice for Chisholm and an error keeping Goldschmidt alive. The error given to Ernie Clement. 0-1 to the right-handed hitting Peraza. Hit on the ground, foul, 0-2.
I'm sure Dylan Tate is thinking, just take the out. Just take the out at first base. Let's get out of this inning.
1 run in for the Yankees. First and second, nobody out. Tate sets and offers. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got Peraza to chase. 1 out. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. 1 out, Austin Wells up. 2 doubles today for Wells. The pitch. Called strike. Wells doubled in 3 in the third, then doubled and scored in the 5th. 2 for 4. 0-1. Outside. Eye black on. Thick mustache bordering on handlebar for Austin Wells. 1-1. Lifted to left center. Coming in, the left fielder Clase, and he'll make a running catch. 2 down.
Austin Wells looks like he should have been playing for the Yankees in the 80s.
Yeah.
Doesn't he?
He's got a Mattingly-ish look to him in some ways.
I wonder if they've had a conversation about it. Don Mattingly just saying, hey, man, I like your look. Pretty good.
Wells flies out, though, so 2 down. Jason Dominguez will hit again. 2 walks, a run scored today. 0 for 2 is the left fielder. He swings at the first pitch, lines it out to right field, and Rodin makes a running catch head high to end the inning. A run for the Yankees on 2 hits. 1 error by the Blue Jays. 2 left on base. We go to the 9th. 11-1 New York. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rush Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
Significant NBA playoff games today. Sirius XM NBA Radio with the play-by-play of all 4 contests, starting with the Detroit Pistons hosting the New York Knicks through tonight's Indiana Pacers at Milwaukee Bucks match. Your playoff home, NBA Radio, Sirius XM Channel 86, and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app. From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 9th in New York. Yankees leading the Blue Jays 11-1 in Game 1 of this doubleheader, and a pitching change for Aaron Boone's club. This pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Making his Yankee debut, left-hander Tyler Matzik is into the game to pitch the 9th inning against 8-9-1 for the Blue Jays. Clase, Straw, Barger. Ben Rice is going to slot in as the catcher, the DH moving into the field. And the pitch from Matzik to Clase is high, ball 1. Clase 0 for 3 today, all 3 groundouts. 1-0. Called strike. It's been a real interesting career for Tyler Matzik. 11th overall pick by the Rockies in 2009. Starter for them in the mid-2010s in parts of 2 seasons. 1-1. Called strike, 1-2. Then let go. Bounced around a couple minor league systems. Played some indie ball before returning to the majors with the Braves as a reliever, and then becoming a huge part of the Braves' pen in 21 and 22. 1-2 pitch. Fouled off. Matzik pitched in the clinching Game 6 win for the Braves in the 2021 World Series before Tommy John got him late in 2022. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Clase went around on a back foot breaking ball, and Matzik with a strikeout.
You can see he still has very good stuff. A couple of good fastballs in that at-bat. Then that back foot slider to Clase had him looking foolish. 34 years old. Good mustache, too.
Very good mustache. He came back with the Braves briefly last year after the injury. Had a 9.90 ERA in 11 appearances. So he signed a minor league deal with New York before this season, and it's worked out. He's in the big leagues. Pitch to Miles Straw is hammered left field, racing back to Dominguez, and it's off his glove and down on the track. Straw headed into second. He comes up with a double for his 3rd hit today.
Well, it looked like Dominguez had a beat on it just for a split second. Thought he had it in his glove, but must have been just off the top of it. But a good swing from Miles Straw for a double here with 1 out late in this ball game.
Left, still a little bit of a new position for Jason Dominguez, who was primarily a center fielder in the minors. It would have been a really nice play had he made it, but he did come pretty close to catching that ball without getting it. Left on left now, the pitch to Barger. Outside, ball 1.
95 miles an hour from Matzik. You can see why the Yankees like him.
He's a fastball slider guy, very occasional cutter. Through 4 2/3 for Scranton Wilkes-Barre and gave up 1 earned run before the call up on the 22nd. 1-0. Called strike.
You can also see why he was the 11th overall pick in 2009. Left-handed, 6'3", throwing mid-90s.
The 1-1. Swing and a liner, center field, curling back, a leap from Bellinger. It's over his head. Straw around third. He'll score. Barger into second base, and off the bench, 2 hits for Barger today, including that RBI double.
Well, that's a tough AB for Addison Barger, left on left, especially against a lefty throwing 95 miles an hour. But that was a very good swing. You could see he didn't try to pull that baseball. It was a fastball down and away, and he just hammered it to center field over the outstretched glove of Cody Bellinger.
Back-to-back doubles for the Blue Jays. They score for the first time since the top of the first. It's 11-2. Batsick to Will Wagner. High, ball 1. Wagner grounded out to second base in the 7th inning, his only plate appearance today. 1-0. High, 2-0. Barger leading off second base. Infielders not paying too much attention to him with the 11-2 lead. Matzek looks back, kicks and offers. Inside, ball 3. Southpaw's 3-0. High, ball 4. Will Wagner will take a 4-pitch walk.
Matzek was really nowhere near the strike zone in that at-bat. 4 straight balls to Will Wagner.
Lefty trying to settle down. Blue Jays trying to make some noise, and if nothing else, maybe force Aaron Boone to use another reliever this inning. Last 3 batters, double walk, and now Anthony Santander hitting from the right side. The pitch. Called strike.
There have been times in his career that Matzek struggles to throw strikes. Even in 2022, when Matzek was good with the Braves, he walked 29 guys in 43 innings. It's a high walk rate.
Lefty's 0-1. Swing and a fly ball. Hit very high. Fairly deep left field, but Dominguez under it. Jogs into it to make the catch. Barger tags from second. He'll advance to third. It's now runners on the corners, and the Yankees 1 out away from winning this game. Last chance for the Blue Jays rests on Alan Roden. Although a little unfair to him probably. It's 11-2 for New York. First and third, 2 outs, top of the 9th. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. In between third and the mound, Oswaldo Cabrera makes the catch and ends the game. Control burns the Blue Jays in the third. The Yankees scored 6 that inning and never looked back, beating Toronto 11-2 in game 1 of this doubleheader.
Yeah, Max Fried wasn't great, but he was good enough. And obviously Kevin Gausman struggled in that third inning. You ended up walking 5 guys in the ball game, gave up 6 earned runs, was very good through 2 innings, but then hit a wall in that third inning, and it was all downhill from there for the Toronto Blue Jays.
We're going to take a quick step aside after the 11-2 win for the Yankees. We'll come back and then send it over to Julia and Blake as they'll get going in between games. 11-2, again, the final score for the Yankees over the Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobble arm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball cracked to center field, to the wall, to the track. It's gone.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
11-2, the final score for the Yankees over the Blue Jays in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Appreciate you joining us today. I'm Ben Schulman, alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. We got into it a little bit, Chris, but Kevin Gausman today, great through the first 2 innings and just lost the zone entirely in the third.
Yeah, he was actually very good. And in those first 2 innings, we were talking a lot about his low pitch count, and then all of a sudden, through 54 pitches in the third inning, we talked about this a little bit in the broadcast, but I can't remember seeing a pitcher throw that many pitches in 1 inning. And I don't know if you've looked it up since then, but it was a pretty not impressive. It was just the fact that he was able to get through that inning and not give the Jays a chance, because it felt like the game was over when Kevin Gausman exited that game. But it's incredible to see a guy throw that many pitches without getting a break in between innings.
By the way, Shai Davidi of Sportsnet putting out on Twitter that pitch tracking goes back to 1988 in terms of exact pitch counting, and that Kevin Gausman's 53-pitch inning today matched a Blue Jays record. Woody Williams threw 53 in a game in July in 1998. And our own producer, Nick Blackmore, providing us with the Major League record being 62 by Russ Ortiz in 1999. Gausman ended up with 2 2/3, 3 hits, 6 earned runs, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts today, and the game kind of just slogged on from there as the Blue Jays ended up falling in it 11-2. Toronto with 2 runs on 11 hits, 1 error, 11 left. The Yankees, 11 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, 9 left. Max Fried's win in 6 innings, a 1-run ball, pushes him to 5-0. Kevin Gausman takes the loss. He's 2-3. The game took 3 hours and 1 minute, and we will look for and try and let you or Juliet and Blake know the timing of first pitch of the next game as soon as it comes out. But the Blue Jays lose the opener of the doubleheader 11-2. Chris Bassitt against Clark Schmidt coming up in Game 2. But for now, stick around. This is the first of 2 on a Blue Jays Talk doubleheader. Blue Jays Talk with Blake Murphy and Julia Croitz starts right now.
Well, that was a baseball game. Welcome back to Baseball Control. I'm Julia Croitz here with Blake Murphy for this first edition of Jays Talk. Blake, not a ton going the Blue Jays' way. They lose their starting pitcher in the 3rd inning, and he eventually gets tossed. The manager goes a couple of innings after that, and it was pretty much all downhill from there. Offense quiet once again, but you have to agree with me here that the real story was just Kevin Gausman's inability to get out of that third.
Yeah, absolutely. 18 pitches through the first 2 innings. Looked like it was going to be one of those days where he had pinpoint control with the fastball around the bottom of the zone. And then in the third inning, you mentioned the ejection. He didn't like some of the calls he was getting around the fringes of the bottom of the zone, trying to spot that fastball, trying to sneak the splitter in for a strike here and there. And that seemed to snowball on him. He lost the control. I imagine he didn't have the feel for the slider today because he just didn't really throw it. And then as that inning wore on and he gets to a personal record and a franchise record for pitches in an inning, we saw the fastball command, which is the one thing throughout the course of this season so far has been really special for him, really pinpoint for him. Even that started to go a little difficulty putting it on the inner part of the plate and missing inside. And then the walks just kind of snowball from there. 53 pitches in that inning. There's not really a good way to spin that one. We talked about it before the game. You asked me, what do you want to see from Kevin Gausman? And I kind of said the first game of a doubleheader, you just treat it like a regular game. If you can go 6, which he's averaged a little over 6 prior to this start, you're feeling pretty good about things. Instead, 2 2/3 and a lot of frustration from Gausman in that third inning.
It was really fascinating to see, Blake, the way that the first couple of innings went and just how good that fastball was. We saw a little bit of a range when it comes to velocity, but he touched 96 with it. He seemed to be very much in control of this game, especially with the top of the order, just retiring them fairly easy. There are a couple of strikeouts in the first inning, and then for whatever reason, just got away from him. I know that we've talked throughout the season a little bit about the splitter and the fact that Gausman doesn't seem to feel like that is in the best place that it could possibly be in terms of shape, in terms of his command. We certainly saw a little bit of that too in that third inning, just an inability to place that splitter where he wanted it, and things start to get out of hand. I would agree with Gausman that there was maybe one bad call or really bad call in that inning, but really the umpire was not responsible for the way that things went right there.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously the box that we see on the television screen isn't set to each player. It's imperfect. It's at a slight angle. We look on game day where we see the digital box, and you could probably say 4 low balls in that inning were caught enough of the bottom of the zone to be strikes. And then extra frustrating for John Schneider, and this is why John Schneider was tossed in the subsequent half inning, is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. struck out on 3 called strikes in that exact same spot where Gausman wasn't getting the call. But I agree with your general sentiment that they were all borderline enough that, you can't point to, hey, I got hosed once or twice as the reason for this. The command went away from him, kind of as that inning snowballed on him.
It's so a lot of people texting in right now and making sort of the same point here. Jason in Thornhill, Mike in Alberta, Paul from Brampton. The sentiment is kind of all the same about that third inning there. Why didn't John Schneider pull Kevin Gausman before things got out of hand? When you see that things are not going well, he is clearly struggling with command. I understand that, this is a doubleheader and you chose to bring up Jonathan Clase as your 27th man. So you still have the same number of pitches on your roster as you would on any given day. And you would need something more from your starter, ideally, in that situation. It didn't work out that way, Blake. And, a lot of people are left asking that question. If Schneider had acted a little bit more promptly there, could this game have turned out in a different way, perhaps?
Yeah, and, it's tough to work through in a doubleheader. And I'd imagine Schneider's logic was this. This is not to justify it, but I would imagine he was sitting there and he was thinking, look, this is inning 3 of a doubleheader. If you take Kevin Gausman out here, then you're turning it over to 6 innings from your bullpen on the first leg of a doubleheader, and you're probably using your less effective arms because your low leverage guys are your multi-inning guys, your Paxton Schultz, your Josh Walker, Dylan Tate. And if Kevin Gausman could have gotten one out there, if one strike comes across to Jazz Chisholm or Anthony Volpe, then Gausman gets a chance to reset, and you maybe get a couple more innings out of Gausman once he's had the chance to settle down and take a breather. So my guess is their thinking was it was worth the risk of Kevin Gausman's our guy. Let's try to see if you can get one more guy out, and then maybe it's a 4-out thing or a 7-out thing versus using the bullpen early. And at that point in time, before the Jets Chisholm walk, it's only a 1-1 game. So at that point, it's not, if it had already been like 6-1 or something like that, I think you wave the white flag. You and I were talking about it, and I believe Chris LaRue was talking about it with Ben Schulman on the radio broadcast as well, though. Once that Jazz Chisholm walk came, then a run scored, the bases are still loaded. You are already 35, almost 40 pitches into that inning. That's probably when you really should have taken a look at it. We saw one mound visit in that inning, and I forget exactly when it came, but things got dicey. John Schneider, signals to Alejandro Kirk, go over there, talk to Kevin Gausman. Andres Jimenez got in on it as well, kind of gave him a breather, but it also begs the question of was there a time in there before things snowballed that Pete Walker could have come in and maybe given a little bit of a talk to Kevin Gausman. There's a text about that. There's no name in that one, but person basically saying Gausman visibly out of sync, looking tired from all the pitches thrown. I thought the situation was screaming for a mound visit to refocus Gausman, at the very least, give him a breather. I understand Kirk doesn't do that, but why didn't Pete Walker come out there and settle him down? They did use 2 mound visits in that inning, though, before they took Gausman. Pete Walker came out once, and then Kirk did another one. And the Kirk one seemed more like, hey, we need to buy some time for the bullpen and get them ready, and to give Gausman a visit. But they used 2 in that inning. I don't, you get 5 for the game. I guess you could have. That's something else, right? You need to be strategic. You still have the rest of the game here to. Yeah, and if, there's the old one too, where what was it? I think it was Manoah when Schneider went out 2 times, and like your catcher can mound visit, but yeah, Schneider goes out and then they have to take him out because they've used 2 coach mound visits. So I'd imagine they were trying to be delicate with that, but yeah, they did use 2 in the inning. So I don't know, at that point, if you're thinking about using a 3rd one, just get him out of there. It's time to get him out of there. Yeah, as soon as Paxton Schultz is ready, and he seemed ready before even more runs scored in that situation. But Blake, just looking maybe a little bit a wider picture on what we've seen from Kevin Gausman so far this season. That last start in Houston, it was really one bad inning, right? Mm-hmm. That kind of things got out of hand, and the offense never really could do anything on the other side to help him out. But he has been very, very good this season, and that is in large part because of that fastball. Mm-hmm. I don't know, when you look at the troubles maybe commanding the splitter, and Gausman himself has spoken about this, about the fact that the splitter is not where he wants it to be. He wants it to maybe carry a little bit more of the zone and then just get buried when he needs it to. Not a ton of success, or at least consistent success, working that into his game plan so far. We've seen the splitter make a little bit of a comeback before this start. The last 2, it was a little bit more prominent. He was getting a bit more swing and miss out of it. Kind of disappeared on him again. And you have to wonder, is this just a matter of teams picking up a little bit more on that? Is it something mechanical? He has also spoken about tweaking the splitter, especially before this season. You start to wonder if the pitch that has given Kevin Gausman, his career pretty much and his success in the major leagues, if it's just not there anymore. And yeah, it's interesting because it definitely took a downturn last year where it didn't have that same depth. You used the term bury it. He wasn't able to do that as effectively, and that's why he struggled at times last year. Early this year, like you kind of alluded to, the fastball has been his primary weapon. The results on it, if you look at the pitch design metrics like Stuff Plus, it's like, wow, Kevin Gausman has a really good four-seam fastball now, even though it's 94, sometimes 95. But the splitter hasn't really bounced back. It's been about an average pitch when you look at those things. You look at today, didn't sneak one over for a called strike. He got 3 swing and miss on it, but that's pretty standard for him, the amount that they swung. And it was weak contact, so the results were still fine, but it's tough. So when you ask about, our teams on it or something like that inning, the Yankees seem to have a good sense that Gausman was leaning on his fastball a lot more. Now, that might have been more informed by his pitch use. His first 10 pitches in the game were a fastball, including all 6 in that first plate appearance to Aaron Judge. So maybe it was more just, hey, when you have a 50-50 guess and the guy's leaning more 70-30, you just stay on the fastball. More so than the worry about do teams have something on it, though, is if by Gausman's own admission, the pitch isn't there yet, it's not getting that depth, it's not carrying the zone, it probably means it is a little easier to decipher between that and the fastball if the shape's just not as good on it.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. This is the first of 2 editions of Jays Talk today. The Blue Jays taking a pretty lopsided 11-2 loss to the Yankees at Yankee Stadium that evened the series 590-590. Text in with your opinions on that game. Don't forget to leave your name and location. I have a good one here, Blake, before we take a break. Ken from Kincardine texting in. I'm searching here, but a game positive. Miles Straw with 3 hits. Let's shake this off and go for the series win. Miles Straw has been very consistently putting up good at-bats. And you look at what he did today, maybe he did it against lesser relievers, and there is all of that. But it is, it is pretty significant, I guess, Blake, that he has continually provided the Blue Jays with, that bottom of the lineup action, that bench success, the guy that comes in and, in some way, shape, or form helps the team out on either end of the ball.
Yeah, it's also noticeable when Dalton Varsho is about to come back probably Tuesday, right? There's going to be a roster crunch. Someone's going to go down after today. Someone else will go down on Tuesday. And, it would probably look like Nathan Lucas and Jonathan Clase, maybe one of Barger or Roden or Wagner given playing time crunch and things like that. But Straw's pretty safely established himself as, I'm a righty off the bench and I don't have the best stick in the world, but I will give you some quality at bats. The defense and base running obviously speak for themselves. So yeah, he's done a good job. He was in a mini skid before this one. I think he had been 0 for his last 10. So nice to see that bounce back, because when you don't play every day, I'd imagine an 0 for 10 stings a little extra because you're not getting the opportunities. Like that 0 for 10's over a week. You're not getting as many opportunities to get in there. So I like that. I like that he was able to chip in like that. Barger also contributed a couple hits against opposing relievers once he came into the game in the 7th inning there. So those are tiny silver linings, but when you are looking at 2 guys who playing time is sparse for, and in Barger's case might start the second game, we'll see when the lineup comes out, a little something to build on individually at least.
Yeah, and it does, you mentioned the potential roster crunch that will happen once Dalton Varsho comes back. You look at Addison Barger coming in off the bench, 2 hits, including that RBI double. Miles Straw keeps doing what he's doing. It will be interesting, Blake, to see what the Blue Jays do there and how they manage this roster situation. I'm still a firm believer that Nathan Lucas is probably the guy that is going to be sent down. But wondering if you see anything else, and if a game like this helps Addison Barger's case a little bit to stick around and see what else that he can do.
Yeah, I think Barger's such an upside play out of that bench group. Now, ideally, Barger's getting regular playing time, right? And that's why I said, on merit, it's probably Lucas. There's not a clear role for him with how lefty heavy they are, and Straw establishing himself as a decent, 13th guy or 12th guy there. You probably want Roden, Wagner, and Barger playing fairly regularly. That's also true of Class A, though. So at least one of those guys, one of that foursome is probably going to go down as the extra body. The question then becomes, Barger has a little bit more positional utility in that you can play him at third base, whereas a Class A or Lucas, those are outfield only types, and they have a pretty crowded outfield as it is. So I just like Barger in the bench mix because, Roden, solid ball player, good approach. Wagner, he's probably done the best job of on the team of extending at bats and having longer plate appearances, seeing more pitches, things like that. But Barger is the one guy of their young bench/platoon guys who has an upside of he hits the ball so hard. If he starts to find it, that's an element of, if not even home run power, extra base power that they really don't have in that group of kind of 7, 8, 9 hitters. So I'd lean toward keeping him in the mix and trying to find some at bats for him.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. We're going to take a quick break before we come back. We have a few more minutes before Game 2. Game 2 is officially set. First pitch for 5:25. That comes from the Blue Jays themselves, literally them, the Blue Jays, tweeting out that the game starts at 5:25. That is Game 2. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get more of your texts and break down more of this Game 1. Stick around. This is Jays Talk. I'm Julia Croitz, and that's Blake Murphy.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here, and they're only on Sportsnet and Sportsnet Plus.
The stage is set.
Round 1, new rivalries emerge.
Not going to take long to heat up here.
And old ones intensify.
You got to love playoff hockey, don't you?
16 teams, one champion. Will this be the year Stanley comes back to Canada?
Strap yourselves in for the best ride in sports. You can feel the intensity.
Watch every game only on Sportsnet.
It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here for the Cup.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000-plus home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Roddy rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back to back to back.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yeah, I mean, if he wasn't that efficient the first two, it would have been way earlier, obviously. But yeah, that played into it. Doubleheader played into it. Off day tomorrow kind of all played into it. You know, kind of where our pitching is. Again, I think in the third, it's way different when you get to fourth, fifth, sixth inning. You know, he's still relatively fresh and had a really low pitch count. So a lot of weird factors that led to that number of pitches in the inning, but wanted Kev to kind of keep the game right there.
That was manager John Schneider talking about the decision to keep Kevin Gausman in the game in that third inning in which he tossed 53 pitches before allowing a bases-clearing double that got him out of the game with 2 outs. Welcome back to Jays Talk. I'm Julia Croitz alongside Blake Murphy. Let's take a quick look then at the Bet365 standings update after that game. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. With that win over the Blue Jays, the Yankees are now 16-11. They lead the AL East. The Red Sox are right behind them with 16 wins and 14 losses, a game and a half back. They've won 2 in a row now. The Rays have won 4 in a row. Right now, they are playing the Padres, but they are at 13-14, as are the Blue Jays after the loss to the Yankees, 3 games back of the division lead. And the Orioles, who were shut out again today, that's the second shutout in 5 days for the Baltimore Orioles. They are 10-17, and who would have predicted that this is how this division would look on April 27th? Just a weird one, Blake. You know, from the Rays winning 4 in a row and now being tied with the Blue Jays to the Orioles, getting shut out twice in 5 days, to be 10-17 on the season. It's just such a weird time for this American League East.
I certainly didn't pick the Orioles to win the division. There's no audio of me doing that and thinking their young hitters would figure it out. We kind of figured the Orioles would not have the sharpest of starting pitching, given what their rotation normally looks like and the number of injuries. But the inability to just kind of get off the ground floor offensively for them too has been pretty surprising. And it feels a little familiar. We're almost at 2 weeks, by the way, since the last time the Jays scored 4 runs in a game.
Oh, man. Yeah, and listen, they have another chance today. Game 2 will go in 20 minutes or so, and we're here with you on JSOC on the Sportsnet Radio Network for another 15 minutes or so. But we do have lineups for Game 2. I'm going to read them really quickly, Blake, and then we can maybe look ahead on what to expect as the Blue Jays try to go for a series win still at Yankee Stadium. This is how the Blue Jays are going for Game 2 this Sunday. It's Bo Bichette leading off again. He is at shortstop. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting second at first base. Anthony Santander is in right field for this one. He's batting third. George Springer's in the cleanup spot. He is DHing in the second game. Andres Jimenez right behind him at second base. Will Wagner will play third this time and bat sixth. Tyler Heineman batting seventh. He is at catcher. Nathan Lucas right behind him at center field. And Alan Roden will bat ninth. He's in left field. Chris Bassitt on the mound for the Jays in Game 2. For the Yankees, Trent Grisham batting leadoff. He is at center field. Ben Rice slides to the second spot in the lineup. He's playing first base. Aaron Judge batting third. He is DHing. Cody Bellinger will bat cleanup. He is in right field. Jazz Chisholm Jr. in second base. He's batting fifth. Anthony Volpe, the shortstop, batting sixth. Jason Dominguez in left field. He is batting seventh. What is the first name of this catcher? JC Escara. JC Escara is catching and batting eighth, and Oswaldo Cabrera at third base again, batting ninth. Clark Schmidt to the mound for the Yankees. Blake, we have spoken a little bit about Clark Schmidt in our show, JSOC Plus. Not necessarily the start that the Yankees would have wanted from him out of the IL, running into some trouble in his first couple of starts, and it seems, again, like a pretty prime chance for the Blue Jays to get back to 500 and gain a little bit of ground against a division opponent here.
Yeah, possibly, Clark Schmidt rushed back a little bit. He only had 2 minor league rehab appearances, only covering 7 innings of both those. Now, they were very good. He didn't allow any runs, but the Yankees' rotation so banged up, missing so many bodies. You do wonder if he could have used one more down there, because both of his first starts so far have been rough. This is a player, though, who had a 2.85 ERA last year, and both of the last 2 seasons, his underlying metrics have said, this is about a 4 ERA guy. So not a pushover. You hope to find him a little bit more like what he's looked like in these last 2 starts, rather than what he looked like in 2024. The Jays have also had some real success against him. 76 plate appearances as a team, hitting .319 with 4 home runs. Springer, Bo Bichette, Anthony Santander, all pretty good career numbers against Clark Schmidt. And Anthony Santander could use a good matchup.
Man, oh man, could he ever? He was one of the guys who stayed even after all of the substitutions for the Blue Jays when the game got out of hand in the late innings, and still couldn't get anything done against the lower leverage relievers that the Yankees rolled out for the final innings of this game. And we see now the Blue Jays were not wearing their baby blues for Game 1, were they? I believe they were wearing their traditional blues. We're seeing Chris Bassitt in the feed here, warming up in the bullpen, and the Blue Jays are going with their baby blues for Game 2. Maybe mixing that up will help, because you look at Clark Schmidt, Blake, and the success that the Blue Jays have had against him. On paper, that's very good news. But Max Fried in Game 1, he wasn't perfect by any means. He was not no-hitter material by any means. The Blue Jays had the bases loaded in the first inning. They couldn't really get anything done other than a ground out for an RBI for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Again, some well-known issues for this offense, and we're again talking about this. We certainly saw a little bit of a pickup in the Blue Jays had a hit in each of the first 4 innings, I believe, and then Max Fried got a 1-2-3 inning in the 5th. But you see again just the inability of cashing in those runs in the big moments, even when a good pitcher like him is scuffling a little bit.
Not only the inability to cash in the runs, because you're right, he gave you a free one, or the Yankees rather, not Max Fried himself, but a tough infield single for Bo Bichette that resulted with him on third base after throwing error on a wild pitch. That was the only run you got off of Max Fried over the first 6 innings. You had his pitch count up pretty high, pretty quickly. He threw 27 pitches in that first inning. He had to work in the second inning as well. So at a minimum, you'd hope to get him out of there pretty quickly, get into the Yankees bullpen, which is pretty well rested and pretty deep on the first leg of the doubleheader. And instead, because you couldn't build on any of that, you couldn't cash in any of those runs, the Yankees now get to head into the second game, having only used their 2 lowest leverage relievers. So there is, in any series, but especially in a doubleheader, kind of a cascading effect when you are not able to get to a starting pitcher, get that pitch count up. And it's pretty disappointing because we've seen this a couple times. Ronel Blanco didn't look that great early on in that start against the Astros, a guy who had come into that game really scuffling so far this year. The Jays missed a couple opportunities early on, and then suddenly he settles down and he looks like 2024 Ronel Blanco. Max Fried did not come into this one scuffling, but didn't really look like Max Fried in those first 2 innings. And then he found it, and then it's, okay, everything's moving really, really quickly. This looks like a guy who has, at times over the last 5-6 years been unhittable. So missed opportunity on the scoreboard, missed opportunity in terms of how it affects game 2, and missed opportunity. You don't get Max Fried not looking like Max Fried over 2 whole innings very often.
It's, you look back at that second inning as well, Blake, at the top of the second, it starts with Jonathan Clase grounding out. Miles Straw works up a single. He takes second base on a wild pitch. Bo Bichette follows that up on a single. And then Miles Straw is just caught in between, trying to steal third before Max Fried even goes to the plate. They catch him on a run down, and now you have 2 outs and 1 runner on. Bo Bichette advances to second there. That also felt a little bit like a defining moment in that game where things could have gone so differently for the Blue Jays. And, for all the raving that we have done about Miles Straw and the way that he has played, and he has been extremely valuable for this team, that's the type of play that just can't happen, right?
Yeah, I neglected to mention that one when I was saying Straw's done a nice job with the defense and the base running and making the most of his opportunities against left-handed pitching. That, you're right, that can't happen. We've seen it from Nathan Lucas a little bit as well early on this year, which is probably why Straw has kind of jumped him if we're figuring out who might go down for Dalton Varsho. So that can't happen. I get it. You want to make something happen. It's Max Fried. You've got 2 on. It looked like the double steal signal was on because the runner behind him had also gone. But you just can't do that, especially, you can make the argument that it's Max Fried. You got to make something happen. You don't get these opportunities that often. By the same token, you can't make an out on the base pass when you have runners in scoring position against Max Fried because, as it turns out, you probably won't get another chance to hit with runners in scoring position the rest of the game, other than I think Springer had a double in the third. And otherwise, yeah, you're not getting a runner past first base the rest of the way.
That is Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. This is Jays Talk, first edition on this Sunday after the Blue Jays took an 11-2 loss at the hands of the Yankees, thanks to a cumbersome third inning in which Kevin Gausman threw 53 pitches and couldn't get out of it. So he left at 2 2/3 with the game at 6-1 at that point. Just extremely uncharacteristic stuff for Kevin Gausman. But we are going to see, Blake, in this second game, Chris Bassitt, who was slated to start game 2 because he is, quote, good at weird. That was the quote that we got from John Schneider on why the Blue Jays sort of coordinated game 1 and game 2 this way, with Kevin Gausman starting the first game and Chris Bassitt starting the second game, basically saying, listen, if we need someone to put out a fire, if we need someone to go a little bit longer when things get weird, we want that guy to be Chris Bassitt. And listen, we're getting a lot of texts here, 590. Don't forget to leave your name and location. We're getting a lot of texts talking about the management of this game 1 when it comes to Kevin Gausman and the bullpen and everything that transpired. But you have to agree that it's looking like a very, very good decision to have Chris Bassitt start game 2.
It is. And the one thing that is, I guess, in your favor, if you're going to lose the first side of a doubleheader, if we lock that in that it's a loss, better to lose significantly where you only use your lowest leverage guys, where the Jays have the top 6 arms in their bullpen available for this one. No game yesterday, no game tomorrow. So Chris Bassitt, who is probably your steadiest, most reliable guy, and then all hands on deck in terms of the leverage arms behind that. You still... Look, that was an awful, awful game. I didn't like sitting through 3 hours of 11-2 beatdown. But if you're thinking about how do you take a series, how do you get back to Toronto, having taken 2 of 3 at Yankee Stadium, you are still in an okay spot here with Chris Bassitt and all your top leverage arms. So I understand the complaints about the Kevin Gausman management, and Kevin Gausman commented a little bit after. We can get into those maybe in the second leg of Jay's Talk after the second game when there's audio of it available. We can nitpick that one. I think once they got down, though, I don't really have a problem with you went to Schultz, Walker, and Tate. The offense has not shown you they're going to be capable of coming back from 6 or 7 runs. So use the lower leverage guys, as you need to, and kind of keep your powder dry in terms of bullpen arms for this one.
And let's be honest, game 1 was always going to be the tougher game to win because Max Fried has looked like an ace, and he was not as dominant today as we have seen, when he was when he carried a no-hit bid into the 8th or whatever against the Rays and then lost it, and then all the weird stuff that transpired there. But this was always going to be, game 1 was always going to be the tougher game of these two, of this doubleheader. And so when you look at the Blue Jays' really ability to keep those high leverage arms fresh and ready to go, and with the way that Chris Bassitt is pitching right now, again, a tough one inning for him last time, but overall he has looked pretty incredible. So you really don't mind too much the fact that the Blue Jays have him on the mound and their high leverage bullpen arms. We do have audio, Blake, from Kevin Gausman after that outing that didn't necessarily go his way here. Let's hear a little bit from Kevin Gausman on that 53 pitch third inning that he had to throw today.
Yeah, honestly, I just wasn't throwing enough strikes. I just felt like to throw another pitch out of the zone, wasn't, I didn't want to walk 6 guys. And so, I just felt like I kind of had to go with my fastball. I felt like there were certain at-bats where they were kind of sitting soft. So we just kind of went heater. But obviously my command wasn't what it normally is.
That was Kevin Gausman, starting pitcher for the Toronto Blue Jays, who didn't get out of the third inning today. Very tough, very uncharacteristic outing for Gausman. And you hear him talk post-game. He's back to his even keel. He was eventually ejected as he walked off the mound there. Just a lot of complaints for the home plate umpire. I would, again, say that this isn't necessarily on the ump. It was a pretty questionable strike zone, Blake, but that's not really what causes you to lose games here. And there's some texts on the text line about that as well. It's just, you're down with the way that you are and the way that the offense has gone. You kind of know that this is fait accompli and just let's move on to game 2, right? You
don't have a choice here. It's going to be a different home plate umpire for this game as well. You can't go out there and start this game by complaining about what happened in the third inning of last game. It's a complete, you have to flush it. New starting pitcher, new bullpen, lineup shifted, new starter on the other side as well. You can't go into this one with bad in your head whatsoever.
Yeah, it's, obviously these guys have done this before, and with the way that things went, it may get a little bit more difficult, I guess, to shake it off. But if anything, you come into Yankee Stadium, if you feel like there was some injustice there, if there was some issues, maybe use that to your favor. Come back swinging for the fences. It would be awesome to see these guys kind of pick back Gausman in a different way here and get away with this game 2 out of a Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I don't even know if you need to go swinging for the fence. I'll take a couple hits strung together after the week that they've had. Certainly take a couple home runs in that short porch in Yankee Stadium as well. Yeah, like I said, they've had some success against Clark Schmidt individually, so you hope that's a spot. Yeah, comes in with a 7.45 ERA. He's a much better pitcher than that, but you hope you catch him before he finds it in 2025.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. This was edition 1 of Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Donnacona and St. Pierre, Orleans, Quebec. Crown is proud to be Canadian owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Thank you very much. This was Jay's Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Stick around. Game 2 starting in a bit.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
He's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobble arm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
I'm Mark Carney. I know people are anxious right now. President Trump has created a crisis. Well, I've led people through crises my entire career. I've worked with prime ministers from both parties to solve big problems for Canadians. And right now, we're facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. And we need serious leadership and a real plan. That's what you'll get if you vote Liberal.
Authorized by the registered agent for the Liberal Party of Canada.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on SiriusXM.
He's going to fire up a three for the win!
Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA Finals.
Tatum has to force a three at the buzzer, and he got it!
And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
There are certain guys that you need to be a part of your roster to win NBA championships.
Listen to home and away broadcasts of every NBA playoff game on your radio and the SiriusXM app.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Game 2 about to get underway. The Blue Jays and the Yankees doubleheader continues, and we appreciate you continuing to tune in with us on the Sportsnet Radio Network. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue, Julia Croitz, our host, Nick Blackmore, our producer, Tom Young, our technical director. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Donnacona and Saint-Pierre-Orleans, Quebec. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center. Visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. As we look ahead to Game 2, Chris, what are the lineups looking like for the Blue Jays and Yankees?
Well, leading off for the Toronto Blue Jays, Bo Bichette. He'll be at shortstop. Batting second is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's at first base. Hitting third is Anthony Santander. He's in right field this afternoon. In the cleanup spot is George Springer. He's DHing. At second base is Andres Jimenez. He's hitting fifth. Batting sixth is Will Wagner. He's at third base. Behind the dish is Tyler Heineman. He's hitting seventh. Hitting eighth is Nathan Lucas. He's in center field. And hitting ninth is Alan Roden. He's in left field. On the mound is righty Chris Bassitt. For the New York Yankees, leading off is Trent Grisham. In center field he's in center field. Batting second is Ben Rice. He'll be at first base. Hitting third is Aaron Judge. He's DHing. In the cleanup spot is Cody Bellinger. He'll play right field. Batting fifth is Jazz Chisholm. He's at second base. Hitting sixth is Anthony Volpe. He's playing shortstop. In left field, batting seventh is Jason Dominguez. Behind the dish is J.C. Escarra. He's hitting eighth. And batting ninth is Oswaldo Cabrera. He's playing third base. On the mound is Clark Schmidt.
We will get to Schmidt in a sec, but the Yankees still getting out on the field, so we'll take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19-plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. After a couple results in the AL East already today, the Yankees 16-11 leading the division, a game and a half back. The Red Sox 16-14. Blue Jays and Rays in a tie for third. They're both 13-14. And then the Baltimore Orioles, with a loss already today, go to 10-17. Clark Schmidt on the hill getting his warm-up pitches in. 29-year-old from Ackworth, Georgia. 16th overall pick by the Yankees out of South Carolina in 2017. A guy who's been good, but has dealt with some health issues in his career. Only made 16 starts last season. They were a really good 16, a 2.85 ERA. But again, 2 different ailments slowed him in spring. This is just his 3rd start this year, and so far he's 0-1 with a 7.45 ERA. He's given up 8 earned runs in 9 2/3 innings.
Yeah, it hasn't been great for the New York Yankees, but just 2 starts. His last start in Cleveland, he gave up 5 earned runs in 4 innings and walked 3. So the Blue Jays need to come to the plate expecting him to try to pound the strike zone and jump on him early, especially after last game.
Blue Jays got out to a 1-0 lead. If you weren't with us last game, quickly went away, lost the game 11-2. Schmidt wrapping up his warm-up. Blue Jays have switched jerseys, no longer in their royal blues with gray pants. They're in the powder blues. Yankees remain in the pinstripes. Clark Schmidt still tossing. The right-hander features a cutter, curveball, sweeper, and sinker. He's seen the Blue Jays 6 times, 3 times as a starter. Has a career 3.06 ERA against Toronto in 7 2/3 innings pitched. This first inning brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Bo Bichette to the plate, the 6'1", 200-pound right-hander Clark Schmidt on the hill. Twists, winds, delivers, and a first pitch heater for strike 1. Time of this first pitch, 5:26 Eastern. It's now 15 degrees, a little bit sunnier in New York than it was for first pitch of game 1. 0-1. Outside and high. Right-hander Schmidt has the glove to his chest. Turns, 1-1. This is low, 2-1. Real interesting windup for Clark Schmidt, who turns and then looks like he ends up lifting both of his feet off the ground at different points before he starts the motion to the plate. Right on right is 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Well, you could tell what Bo was trying to do there. Pretty sure he was swinging no matter what. If anything was in the strike zone, that was a good fastball from Clark Schmidt. 95 miles an hour. The velo's ticked up a little bit. He's averaging 94 with that sinker.
His 2-2. Spiked a breaking ball in front of the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bichette was 2 for 3 in the first game of this doubleheader. Infield single in the first, single to center in the second, lined out to right in the fourth. Came out a little early with the game so lopsided. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a fly out to center field. Grisham over to right center makes the catch. 1 out.
That sun is right in his face. I don't know how difficult that catch was, but he's staring right up at that sun, making that catch. So I can't say it was an easy catch in center field.
All black sunglasses on for the center fielder, Trent Grisham. Different patches of sun and shade throughout the ballpark. A little bit of sun right in front of the mound, mostly shade on the infield. First pitch to Vlad Guerrero. High, ball 1.
Clark Schmidt's sporting that light beard. What do you think about that?
They're allowed to do it.
I know, but what do you think? Do you like that rule?
I didn't really care about it.
That's true.
1-0. High, 2-0.
Some people are just passionate about that old Yankees rule.
You see a mix. You still see a lot of mustaches with the Yankees, but a handful of beards. Schmidt's 2-0. Guerrero takes it for a strike. Looked outside. It's 2-1.
A little bit outside. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. shaking his head right now in disbelief.
Brennan Miller is the home plate umpire in this game. 2-1. Outside, 3-1. It's Jeremy Rehack at first, John Tumpane at second, Jacob Metz at third. Chris Conroy was the home plate umpire in game 1. With the extra ump due to the doubleheader, he is off for game 2. The 3-1. High, ball 4, and Vladdy takes a 5-pitch walk.
I wonder if that's just a coincidence or that's pre-planned before the doubleheader even starts.
I believe it's pre-planned that whoever takes the plate for game one is off, and then whoever is off for game one takes the plate for game two.
Okay.
Because the plate's a little more taxing than the other spots. One out, runner on first. Anthony Santander is the hitter. And the pitch. High, ball one. Santander played in all of the opener, walked and went 0 for 4, struck out 3 times. Schmidt's 1-0. Inside by a lot. Santander started to swing and then jumped back out of the way so it didn't hit his hands. 2-0.
Yeah, that was nowhere near the zone. It was a cutter that they tried to get on the inner third, but ended up around the neck of Anthony Santander. Swing and a miss. 2-1. You mentioned the command issues for Schmidt in his last game. Walked 3 in 4 innings for 55 strikes and 80 pitches. Coming into today, he had 5 walks total in 9 2/3. Slow spring was contributed by 2 different ailments for Schmidt. Didn't get started on time because his back was, quote, cranky at the beginning of spring. And then once he did get going, he ended up with a sore shoulder. The 2-1. High, ball 3. There's actually a start in Dunedin against the Blue Jays that Schmidt was supposed to make for the Yankees, only about 30 minutes away from Tampa Bay. So you get a lot of regulars from the Yankees in those spring games, but Schmidt was scratched the day before due to the sore shoulder. 3-1. Swing and a fly ball, right field, pretty deep, but foul. 3-2. Santander was all over that inside pitch. It was a cutter on the inside part, and Santander, really the only thing he could do with that pitch was hit it foul, but he barreled it up pretty well.
Runner on first, 1 out, no score, and a 3-2 pitch to Santander. High, ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Schmidt.
Nice take right there. That was a fastball just above the strike zone. Pretty good velo from Schmidt, 97 miles an hour with that sinker.
He's going to receive an early visit from Matt Blake. We saw this in the first inning of game 1. Max Fried had a visit from the pitching coach as well.
And if you're George Springer, you have to expect that Clark Schmidt is going to try to pound the strike zone during this at-bat. Obviously, that's what he's saying. He's saying, slow the game down. Let's throw some strikes. You have 1 out in this inning. George Springer has to expect something. I don't know what pitch he's going to get, but he has to expect something at least in the strike zone.
Matt Blake with a tap on the back of number 36, Clark Schmidt. And now the right-hander is starting to get going. George Springer to hit. First and second, 1 out. No score. Top of the first of game 2. Springer had a pretty nice game 1. Ended up with a double in 3 at-bats. Guerrero on second. Santander on first. Clark Schmidt looks back, now deals. Down and away, ball 1. Three of the 4 pitches for Schmidt moved to the glove side. So as a righty, not a lot is going to come into you, only the sinker. One-0. Swing and a miss.
Big swing from George Springer on that sweeper. Sorry, that was a knuckle curve. You could see that front shoulder really flying open.
2 home runs this season for George Springer. The 1-1. Another curveball for his strike. 1-2.
A little bit of a hanger there on that sweeper from Clark Schmidt right down the middle.
After 2 walks, Schmidt ahead of Springer 1-2 with 1 out. Righty from the stretch, the pitch. Check swing, pitch down and away. Peeled down to first, and he is called out. Springer had already started walking back to the dugout. Made that one easy on the umpires. 2 down.
Clark Schmidt does have a pretty good curveball. That one right there had a ton of break, tight spin. It was a ball out of the hands, so you know that George Springer probably thinks that he shouldn't have swung at that or offered it that, but it's still a really tight breaking ball, tough pitch to swing it or to barrel up.
So 2 outs, 2 on for the Blue Jays. And the first pitch down the middle called a strike against Andres Jimenez, 0-1. Jimenez had a walk. He was 0 for 3 in game 1. The pitch. Check swing. Pitch was high. Peel down to third base. He did not go. 1 ball, 1 strike. As opposed to last game where Jimenez was the only guy batting left against the starter Max Fried. A lot of left-handed hitting for the Blue Jays. Jimenez starts a run of 5 in a row that will bat left-handed against Schmidt. 1-1. Swing and a grounder hit sharply foul off the front of the camera well beyond the third base dugout. 1-2. Fans still kind of filing in, getting off the concourse after the break in between games. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs, and first and second for the Blue Jays. The pitch to Andres Jimenez. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the curve. Back-to-back punch-outs for Clark Schmidt to end a scoreless top of the first. No runs, no hits, 2 left. No score, middle of 1. Chris Bassitt on the hill next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Breaking news. Bet365 must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Coming in is Rodin. He dives and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the first inning, no score. Blue Jays and Yankees. Chris Bassitt deals to Trent Grisham and gets ahead of him with a fastball. 0-1. Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 0-1. Outside and low. Second start of the series for Trent Grisham. He had day 1 of this doubleheader off, started in center and led off in the opener on Friday like he's doing right now. 1-1. Hits it high and deep, right field. Going back to the wall, Santander. It's out of here. Leadoff home run, Trent Grisham, 1-0 Yankees.
Well, that was a cutter that Chris Bassitt tried to get to the top of the strike zone, above that strike zone like he's been so good at this season. But he left it in the strike zone, probably at the top. Trent Grisham just gets the barrel to it and hammers that thing out to left center.
7th home run of the season already for Trent Grisham, who's getting more playing time, and he's earning it as he continues to hit balls out of the yard for New York.
Man, he was all over that pitch from Chris Bassitt. Barreled that thing up perfectly.
Next pitch to Ben Rice, hit foul, 0-1. A lot of left-handed hitters for Chris Bassitt to contend with, including 4 of the first 5 in the lineup. Right on left, the pitch to Rice, inside, 1-1.
And last year he struggled throwing that sinker into lefties, really left a bunch of pitches out over the middle of the plate. But this year he's been better of getting it in, starting it at the front hip, and then having it work its way over the middle.
Swing and a miss at a 1-1 curve, 1-2. Coming into this start, Bassitt 2-1 with a 1.88 ERA in 5 starts, just under 29 innings. He had struck out 34 and walked 6. The 1-2. Rice hits it on the ground, foul past the first base bag.
His command's been good. That's why the numbers are so good, because he's just been commanding that fastball, that cutter, and I really like the split finger that he's really starting to incorporate a lot more this season.
His 1-2. Outside with the breaking ball, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a ton of sinkers to righty, mixing in his full arsenal otherwise. To lefties, it gets a little more diverse. It's a lot of sinker, cutter, curve, and splitter. 2-2. Hit foul. His last start, his toughest so far this year, 4 earned runs and 5 1/3 against the Astros. 2-2. Down and in with the splitter, ball 3. But it really got hurt by a wonky first inning. 3 runs were scored on things like infield hits, a flare off the handle from Yordan Alvarez, a ground ball that hit the second base bag. 3-2. Called strike 3. Rort Vet knew it. Sinker right in there, top of the zone, and that's 1 out.
Yeah, you mentioned his last start against the Houston Astros. He made a lot of good pitches in that start. It was just that weak contact. The Astros were able to find holes in that first inning. He pitched well in that ball game, I think. If you look at the box score, you're probably not overly impressed, but if you were actually watching the ball game and watching his pitches, you probably were impressed.
His first pitch to Aaron Judge is inside with a curveball. Ball 1. Bassitt winds, 1-0. Hit on the ground to third base. No, it's going to leak through to short. Bo Bichette clutches, throws, and it bounces past Guerrero and into the fence in front of the Yankees dugout. Well, it looked for a second like Will Wagner was going to get that ball. It went through him to Bo Bichette. And Bo, I don't know if his grip wasn't right. He just kind of hesitated for a sec before he threw.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of double clutched it a little bit. Maybe he didn't have a good enough grip on that throw or on that ball before he threw it, but that throw has to be made. I mean, you have to throw that ball to the chest of the first baseman, and he just didn't.
Be an error on Bichette, not a base hit for Judge. He's on first, 1 out. The pitch to Cody Bellinger. Called a strike. 1-0 Yankees. A leadoff home run by Trent Grisham. Still in the bottom of the first inning. Bassitt offers. Downstairs with the curve. Blocked off the chest by Heineman. Bassitt has pitched plenty in New York from his time as a visitor in the AL. 1-1 pitch popped up foul. Third base side. Wagner racing onto the side warning track. Makes the catch. 2 outs.
Well, Will Wagner had to deal with that tarp over there. You could see him kind of looking down, looking up, looking down. Nice little play over there for out number 2.
I was going to mention, though, Bassitt, obviously a visitor to the Yankees a lot when he was with Oakland or even with the New York Mets, and then again with the Blue Jays, and he pitched all that time in New York as a Met. He's got good numbers against the Yankees. His pitch to Jazz Chisholm, called a strike. Should correct. He actually missed the Yankees as a Met, so never pitched there in that time, but he's made 5 career starts against New York. 3-0 with a 0.82 ERA in 33 innings pitched. 0-1. Downstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike. That includes 4 starts for the Blue Jays, where he's gone 27 innings and allowed 1 earned run against New York. 1-1, lifted to left. Coming in towards the line is Rodin. That one's going to drop foul. 1-2.
Well, he looks good so far today. Although he gave up that home run to Trent Grisham kind of just hit that backdoor cutter that didn't really cut very much. But other than that, he's looked pretty good.
One, two. Swing and a miss, strike three. Got him on a cutter to end the inning. Yankees jump in front on the Grisham leadoff homer. It's 1-0 New York after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This is Trey Anastasio from Fish.
Fish is known for legendary live performances.
The thing that I like the most is that everybody says yes to every idea.
And on-stage improvisation.
When I walk on stage, I've trained myself to go completely blank.
Dive into their weird and wonderful world with exclusive commentary and shows hosted by band members.
There's a lot more preparation than might be seen, but there's also a lot more abandoned than might be believed.
Fish Radio, Channel 29, and at home with the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90. Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the second inning presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 1-0 Yankees. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And the pitch to Will Wagner. Called strike. Wagner got a little time in game one, substituting in for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He went 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out. 0-1. Check swing. Pitch called a ball. Peel down to third base, and he did go, which probably corrects a missed call there because it looked like it was in the zone anyway. So it's a strike, and it's 0-2. Clark Schmidt threw 25 pitches in the first inning. Walked a couple of batters, but got out of it. 0-2. Hit on the ground just over the mound to second. Running onto it, Chisholm throws back towards first and gets the out.
It's interesting to me that Clark Schmidt leads with that cutter. He throws that cutter 44% of the time because we've seen his sinker up to 97 miles an hour today, and it has good life to it. He only throws the sinker 9% of the time. If I had a 97-mile-an-hour sinker, I'd probably throw that a little bit more.
He's always kind of been a cutter or breaking ball first kind of guy from when he was a reliever. First pitch to Heineman. He shows bunt, pulls it back, takes a curve for a strike. 0-1. Tyler Heineman, switch hitter, batting left, making his first appearance of the series. The pitch high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Actually, should say second appearance. He came in as a pinch runner after the Kirk 2-run double in game 1 and ended up catching the bottom of the 9th inning. First time he hits, though, against the Yankees this year. The 1-1. Swing and a pop-up. In between first and the plate, Rice coming in, now turning into foul territory, makes the catch for the out.
That was a nice cutter from Clark Schmidt. Up around the hands of Tyler Heineman. Really the only thing he could do with that pitch is what he did. Just a little weak pop-up to first base.
Schmidt working quickly here in this second after the long first. Only 6 pitches so far. And with 2 outs and the bases empty, here's Nathan Lucas. Schmidt shakes off 2 signs. Now he has what he wants. Into the wind, he kicks and offers. Called strike. Nathan Lucas hitting .235 on the year, a double, a homer, 5 RBIs. 0-1. Called strike, 0-2. Hit that lone homer, his second home run of his major league career in the Houston series against Ronel Blanco. 0-2 pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Escara did a good job of framing that pitch, making everybody think that was a strike, but that was off the plate by about a half a ball.
They were trying to go up, but maybe an overthrow. He went outside instead. 1-2. In the dirt, bounced it in front of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Escara very demonstrative behind the plate. His first year in the big leagues, he was really lifting the glove up on the pitch prior, and then that one they were aiming low, patting the glove down a couple times as Schmidt was in the wind. Now he bounces to the outside part of the plate. Here's the 2-2. High, ball 3. He is the opposite to Alejandro Kirk, a guy that will not show or will even deke where he's going to set up before the pitch comes in. Full count, 2 outs, bases empty. In the top of the second, Schmidt winds and offers. Inside, ball 4. Well-earned walk there by Nathan Lucas. He's on with 2 outs.
Yeah, another good at-bat from Nathan Lucas. He's had a bunch of good at-bats this season. Takes that tough cutter on the inside part, just off the plate inside.
Now he's on first, and the number 9 hitter, Allen Roden, to the plate. Wind blowing the jersey of Schmidt as he kicks and offers, and it's called a strike. 0-1. Looks like the wind's coming in, maybe a little toward left field at this point. It was blowing out toward right a little bit earlier. We haven't seen the flags in a while. 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
There are some napkins blowing around the infield. I don't know if that'll tell you where the wind's going, but
there were a couple plastic bags, napkins, other pieces of trash on the field during last game. One. Broken bat line drive. 1 hops to shortstop. Volpe throws off the outfield grass to first to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left for the Blue Jays. 1-0 Yankees, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Of all the things that Timber Mart can lend a hand to build, community ranks among the most important. And with the Timber Mart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as Timber Mart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
10 Ks today for Kevin Gausman in 7 scoreless innings.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
1-0 Yankees, bottom of the second inning in the Bronx, game 2 of the doubleheader. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Chris Bassitt's pitch to Anthony Volpe called a strike. Blue Jays lost game 1 of the doubleheader, so this is the rubber match of the series after Toronto won 4-2 on Friday. 0-1. Popped up, shallow right center field, and that's going to fall in. Really couldn't have asked for a better spot to place it than Volpe did, just beyond Jimenez and just in front of Santander.
That was a good pitch from Chris Bassitt. It was a sinker that got in on the hands of Anthony Volpe, and he kind of just dumped it out in front of Santander in right field. It looked like Santander had a beat on it. He was sprinting in, and then he kind of laid up at the last second, didn't want that ball to get by him.
Pretty nice series so far from Volpe, though. Came in hitting below 200. He's got 4 hits. Been on a couple other times as well. Now Jason Dominguez swings at the first pitch and lifts it to shallow left. Rodin charging in. That one's down. And they got no play at second as wisely Volpe got up to the bag quickly. 2 blue hits. And there's 2 aboard with nobody out.
Well, I think that wind is really picking up now, and it's playing with those pop-ups. You can see the jerseys whipping around, the flags are whipping around, and Alan Rodin had a tough time picking that baseball up.
And by the time it landed, Rodin was not nearly the closest one to it. Actually, Lucas was, but he had cut over behind Rodin to back him up. And the wind, it looks like, just changing directions all the time in New York. Pitch now to J.C. Escarra, the catcher, picked on the backhand side by Heineman. It was in the dirt, ball 1.
Well, neither Nathan Lucas or Alan Rodin really broke in on that ball. They were both breaking towards each other in that left center gap, and then all of a sudden they stopped and sprinted in. So that tells you just how strong that wind is right now, or at least the gusts are.
1-0. Outside, 2-0. So Volpe and Dominguez both on bloop singles, both on base. First and second for the Yankees, no outs. Bottom of the second inning, 1-0 New York. Bassett's 2-0. Called strike. He'll try and calm down this inning against the rookie catcher, J.C. Escarra. 3 for 21, 2 doubles, an RBI, 3 walks to start his major league career. 2-1 pitch. Fouled back into the netting right behind home plate, 2-2. Escarra, one of those guys that beat the odds. Spent a ton of time in the minor leagues, and it really looked like he never would play in the majors before making the club out of camp this year. 2-2. Hit high, right field, hooking foul out of play.
And I'm sure the Yankees don't expect much offensively from him. They expect him to be a good defensive catcher whenever he's in those ball games. Just 21 ABs this year behind Austin Wells, obviously. But it's really difficult to be comfortable in that batter's box when you play, every 4 days or so?
2-2 in the dirt, ball 3. Escarra putting out the palm of his hand to both base runners, telling them not to go after Heineman got in the way of that bouncing curve.
Last year in the minor leagues, Escarra hit .261, 12 homers, 64 RBIs. So there's a little bit of juice in there.
3-2. Lifts it to shallow left center. Bo Bichette, the shortstop, backpedaling, makes the catch on the pop-up. It was an infield fly by the time he camped under it. 1 out, runners remain at first and second.
That's a big out for Chris Bassitt. You could see him screaming. I don't know who he was screaming at. Probably Bo Bichette or anybody that would listen, but that's how badly he wanted that out.
Love a ground ball here. First and second, 1 out. And the top of the order on deck. Right now it's the 9-hitter, Oswaldo Cabrera. The pitch. Bounced off of his own foot. That looked painful. Cabrera grimacing and backpedaling across the plate as he slammed it into the toes of his lead right foot and it rolled foul down the first baseline.
Cabrera does have a massive shin guard and kind of a top of the foot guard as well, but those toes are exposed. I don't know where it got him. Looks like it got him on one of the shin guards, but
seems to be all right. Switch hitter steps back into the lefty box. Open stance. He faces an 0-1. Good pick, sliding block to the right by Heineman, 1-1. Cabrera can run, and so can the two guys on base, so it might be tough to convert a double play here. Blue Jays hoping for something hit right at Bichette or Jimenez. 1-1. Lined right field. Santander makes the catch, shielding his eyes from the sun. He only had to move a little to his left. His glove was right in front of his face, both to catch the ball and to make sure the ball didn't hit him in the face as the sun got in his way.
Yeah, Santander doesn't wear sunglasses either. Again, one of those guys that doesn't like to wear sunglasses, but he does a good job shielding that sun with his glove like you're supposed to do.
So 2 outs, and you wouldn't have guessed this before the year. Scattered MVP chance for Trent Grisham coming up to the plate. He homered in the first. It's 1-0 Yankees. First pitch, called a ball, looked decent. It's 1-0.
Very scattered. It sounded like one guy. Hey, if you could have one guy,
then you would have guessed. Grisham, a part-time player last year, has been fantastic so far this year. 1-0. Backdoor curve, strike one.
Great slow breaking ball, 71 miles an hour. Just caught the black on the outside part.
Volpe on second, Dominguez on first, 2 outs. The 1-1. Just outside with a changeup, it appeared. Pitch he doesn't throw all that often anymore. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Chris Bassitt nodding his head, agreeing with home plate umpire Brennan Miller. That was a pretty good call.
Bassitt's trying to shake off the 2 bloop singles to start the inning. Here's 2-1. Just outside again with a sinker almost in the exact same spot. 3-1.
Again, a good pitch. Not a strike, but a good pitch. A sinker that had a lot of movement, was just off the plate outside.
Bassitt set. His 3-1. All 4 near misses on the last 3 pitches. Grisham with a walk, and the bases are loaded.
3 good pitches in that at-bat. All 3 of them balls. And that's why I say that Chris Bassitt is looking good right now. Although the bases are loaded, he's given up 2 bloop hits. He's walked a guy, barely walked a guy. And now he has to deal with Ben Rice with 2 outs in this inning.
Bases loaded, 2 down. 1-0 Yankees. Bottom of the second inning. Left on right. The pitch is hit in the air. Shallow right center field. Charging in Lucas, and he gets there in time to make the play and end the inning. Bassitt pitches around the bloops and the walk, strands 3. No runs for the Yankees in the bottom of the second. 1-0 New York. We're going to the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. 365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Hey, this is Chris Bassitt. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yankees 1, Blue Jays nothing. Top of the third inning at Yankee Stadium. Top of the order for the Blue Jays. Clark Schmidt-Wines steals to Bo Bichette. Called strike. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Clark Schmidt with a longer first and a quick second. Here's his 42nd pitch of the start. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Talked a little bit about the Schmidt spring injuries. Cranky back and then the sore shoulder. Started this year on the injured list with shoulder tendinitis in his throwing arm, of course. Right-handers 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Made 2 rehab starts with Double-A Somerset. Rest was dealt with at extended spring training, so we don't get any numbers on that. But allowed no earned runs in 7 1/3 with the Somerset Patriots. His 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. 3rd strikeout today for Schmidt. Got him on the sweeper. 1 out.
Wasn't messing around with Bo Bichette. A knuckle curve to start him off for a called strike. And then 3 straight sweepers. Pretty good pitch just off the plate outside.
1-0 Yankees. 1 out, top of the third. Schmidt to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Inside. This 3rd inning brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Donnacona and Saint-Pierre-Orleans, Quebec. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. So protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center. Visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Vladdy swings and fouls back the 1-0. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Schmidt winds, fires, and Guerrero all over that fastball. Hits it right back into the screen, 1-2.
Yeah, he just missed that pitch. 93 with the cutter at the top of the strike zone, and it was just high enough to miss the barrel of Vlad. He was all over it.
Blue Jay first baseman looking for his first hit of the day. The 1-2. Down and away. Vladdy went 0 for 3 in game 1. He did have the RBI ground out in the first inning, and then he's got a walk today that he earned back in the first. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Went right back to that breaking ball outside, got him to chase. Back-to-back strikeouts for Schmidt.
That's one of his bread and butters. He has the knuckle curve that he throws 24% of the time, and then that sweeper. I like the sweeper more. That thing has tight bite. Doesn't have the depth that the curveball has, but it has really tight spin.
Bit of discussion right now. I think Santander stepping up. Felt like Schmidt was already on the mound, alert to the plate, before Santander really even had a chance to step in, something that they seem to have been drilling down on a little bit more to start this season. Now Santander in there, and the pitch. Way high and outside, ball 1.
Well, Santander also has that elongated entrance into the batter's box where he steps in, he digs around, kind of rotates that foot. Two out, space is empty.
Here's the 1-0. Swing and a high fly ball. Right field. Looking up, Bellinger. See you later. Second deck shot for Anthony Santander. And we're tied at 1. Fist pumping out to the Blue Jays bullpen is Santander, who's tied for the team lead with his 3rd homer of the year.
Well, that was a sinker from Clark Schmidt that was right down the middle. And Anthony Santander has been missing a lot of hittable fastballs recently, but he wasn't behind on that one. He hammered that thing to right field. Good swing from him as he puts on that home run jacket.
401 feet out to right. He's kind of wearing the home run jacket. It's kind of fallen off of him at the same time. Pitch now to George Springer. Called to strike 0-1.
Couldn't get his arm through the sleeve.
No, usually it's Vladdy there presenting for you. He was just called out, so Kirk was stepping in. One game, 2 outs, top of the 3rd. The pitch to Springer is hit well center field. On the run, Grisham makes the catch on the liner to end the inning. The Blue Jays leave the ballpark thanks to Anthony Santander. It's a 1-1 game on his solo shot. Middle of the 3rd inning, you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell joined us at the 2025 NFL Draft.
The game evolves, so let's just start with the kickoff.
What we achieved last year, I think, was obviously a different structure. Moving it out to the 35 on a touchback, when you look at the analytics and coaches, and Andy Reid told me this, if it was at 35, I would be kicking it into the kicking zone. And that's what I think is going to happen. We believe it'll go up significantly.
Sirius XM NFL.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is TSI Mike, and now that we've got your attention, we're bringing you every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto through our Playoff Pulse campaign. Let's grow our global community. Hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell, and join the action.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Playoff Pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to SickKids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders to boost our impact. So subscribe now and be a part of this incredible movement. Holy Mackinac! Let's show SickKids Hospital we're here for them. Join us today.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for SickKids together. See you in the chat.
Have all your bases covered. Timbermart, Canada's Building Center. Bottom of the 3rd starts with Aaron Judge hitting it on the ground to Will Wagner. He throws over to first, and it's 1 pitch, 1 out for Chris Bassitt.
Pretty good sinker right there. If there's one guy that's not afraid to come inside to a big hitter like Aaron Judge, it's probably Chris Bassitt. It was a good sinker in right on the black on the inside part, and Aaron Judge hits a ground ball to Will Wagner.
1-1, bottom of the 3rd. Pitch to Cody Bellinger. Call to strike. In the Timbermart broadcast booth, I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Julia Croitz, our host. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Bassett's 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Just like they did after game 1. Julia and Blake Murphy will have Jays Talk coming up after game 2. You can text them throughout the game at 590-590. 1-1. Called strike, cutter on the inside edge.
What a day for them. It's a long day.
It's double duty for everyone today. One, 2. Curve outside. He's had a couple of those breaking balls slip out of his hand to the arm side early on. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has the release point yet. He's nodding his head. He got the pitch.
His 2-2 to Bellinger. High cutter fouled back.
I'd throw that pitch again. That's a good pitch. It looked like Cody Bellinger was a little bit uncomfortable with that elevated cutter. Why not throw it again?
Another 2-2. Called strike 3. Sinker on the inside edge. Bellinger doesn't like it. The strike box does. 2 down.
You could actually hear Cody Bellinger saying no as that ball was crossing home plate. That's about as good as it gets for a sinker on the inside part, right on the black. Tyler Heineman doing a good job catching that baseball and framing it just a little bit.
Third strikeout for Chris Bassitt. 2 down, bases empty. First pitch to Jazz Chisholm is golfed to shallow right. Andres Jimenez, the second baseman, makes a running catch to end Chris Bassitt's first 1-2-3 inning of the game. We go to the fourth. 1-1 Blue Jays and Yankees. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Football season may be months away.
It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59.
But Sports Grid Radio is talking about the lines, odds, and futures for the NFL.
If you don't have a great quarterback in this league, you'll be lucky if you scrape 8.
Whether you're looking at team win totals, props, or the best odds to win next year's Super Bowl, the only place to get the winning edge over the sports books is Sports Grid Radio.
And I'm going to bet the Eagles to win the NFC before the year gets underway.
Channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app. From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
And Radio Network.
It's the fourth inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. 1-1 score. Clark Schmidt dealing to Andres Jimenez. Called strike. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Pair of solo shots in this game, providing the runs for both teams. 0-1. Hit on the ground right side, bouncing towards the second baseman Chisholm, who slings it on to first. 1 down. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian-owned and operated since 1992. Every Tuesday night, wings are just half price. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome. Get to the scores out of town in a moment. First, it's 1-1 Blue Jays and Yankees, and the pitch to Will Wagner, called a strike, 0-1. Well, on Tuesday, when your wings would be half price, the Blue Jays will host the Boston Red Sox for the first of 3. Boston beat up on Cleveland today, 13-3. 0-1. High and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. It's a solid day on the hill for Brian Bayo, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, and a good day for a lot of Red Sox. They scored 13 on 15 hits. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Other AL East final, Tigers blanked the Orioles 7-0. That one went on in Detroit, and then the Rays in progress right now against the Padres, up 3-2 on San Diego in the top of the 8th. 1-2 to Wagner. Down and in, almost hit his back foot. He's saying it did. And Brendan Miller is saying it didn't. We'll see if the Blue Jays want to challenge.
Well, the Blue Jays are probably looking at it right now in the dugout. There's 2 strikes on Will Wagner, so why not at least challenge? If Will Wagner thought that he was hit, they're still on the phone.
They're not going to challenge. Didn't look like it hit him on the replay we saw, but not 100% sure. 2-2 pitch. Fouled back. Wind still gusting. A napkin rolling along like a tumbleweed in an old Western past the mound.
I was actually surprised that Clark Schmidt pitched because that napkin was rolling right in front of him. Probably so locked in that he didn't notice it, though.
Righties 2-2. High, ball 3. One out, base is empty. 1-1, top of the 4th. Tyler Heineman's hitting after Will Wagner. Schmidt's 3-2 to Wagner. Down and in, ball 4. 4th free pass issued by Clark Schmidt today in 3 1/3 innings.
Well, we knew that coming in, that Clark Schmidt was a little bit erratic so far, at least early on this season, and the Blue Jays have done a good job of putting together good at-bats. Will Wagner right there saw 6 pitches during that at-bat. Now the Blue Jays have a runner at first with 1 out in this inning.
It'll be Tyler Heineman to hit. Switch hitting catcher bats left. Schmidt's pitch. High, ball 1.
JC Escarra is the type of catcher, not that I dislike because that's a strong word, but just a catcher who tries to frame too much. He catches the baseball that's obviously a strike and then really yanks it back into the strike zone.
1-0. Runner goes. Swing and a miss, strike 1, and there's no throw. Tyler Heineman fell down to the plate on that swing, and perhaps that impeded Escarra a little. But Heineman fell down in the batter's box. And I think the umpires are going to discuss this to see if there was any sort of obstruction there.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah.
He basically fell down in his lane.
He didn't even come close to touching Escarra. Umpires didn't do anything. Runner on second, so a stolen base for Wagner. 1 out in the 1-1. Swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. 1-2.
It's a pretty good knuckle curveball from Clark Schmidt there. You could actually see Tyler Heineman nodding his head.
By the way, for Wagner, that's his first stolen base of the year. Now a single likely scores him. Schmidt's 1-2. Curveball hit on the ground right side. Bounces right past first. Picked up by Ben Rice. He'll go to the bag for the out. Up to third base goes Will Wagner.
That's a big at-bat right here for Nathan Lucas. Let's see if maybe a wild pitch here on one of those tough knuckle curves. Those are tough pitches to block. So if Clark Schmidt can throw one in the dirt here, maybe the Blue Jays can score a run on a wild pitch or a pass ball.
Will Wagner on third, 2 outs. Nathan Lucas batting for the second time. He walked in the second inning. Right on left, the pitch from Schmidt. Fastball for a strike. Clark Schmidt approaching 70 pitches. We're in the top of the 4th. The Yankees have a well-rested pen. 0-1. Just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Third baseman Oswaldo Cabrera playing in. Everyone else is deep and playing to the pull side for the left-handed hitter. 1-1. Down and in, ball 2.
And again, if you're Will Wagner over there at third base, you have to be ready for anything that's in the dirt. You're following the path of that baseball out of Clark Schmidt's hands, and you're ready for anything over there.
Schmidt kicks and offers. High ball 3. Clark Schmidt had a great season last year. It was a lot of 5 and dive for Schmidt. So maybe the Yankees don't care too much that his pitch count is at 70 with 2 outs in the top of the 4th if they're only asking for 5 or a little bit more out of him. Now Schmidt's going to step off. 1-1 game, 2 outs, top of the 4th. Will Wagner leading off in foul territory off of third base. And the 3-1 to Nathan Lucas. Swing and a foul back. Bottom middle fastball. Scarra liked it. I bet Lucas did too, but he hit it away. Full count.
Put a pretty good swing on that pitch. That was middle, but the height of that pitch was pretty good. Down around the shins, almost near the bottom of that strike zone. I think that's why Scarra liked that pitch.
Schmidt's payoff pitch. Fouled away.
That's a good 3-2 pitch. A breaking ball right down the middle, but still with good depth. Good tight spin. Good fight off. Good foul ball by Nathan Lucas.
A 6-pitch at bat. Schmidt versus Lucas. And another 3-2. And another foul ball. Middle, maybe a little bit away fastball, but almost middle, hit off to the left.
I'm surprised that Clark Schmidt's just feeding him fastballs right down the middle right now. Big run standing out at third base for the Blue Jays.
It's Will Wagner on third. He walked, stole a base, and then was advanced on a ground ball. And now Schmidt's going to step off for the second time. If he did it one more time, Will Wagner would get home automatically. Unless he picked Will Wagner up. 3-2. Swing and a looping line out to center field. That's going to be caught by Grisham to end the inning. No runs, no hits. 1 left for the Blue Jays. 1-1 game, middle of the 4th in the Bronx. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Bet365 must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. 1-1 in the rubber match of this series between the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Bottom of the 4th inning starts with a pitch outside. No, it's called a strike. And Chris Bassitt gets ahead of Anthony Volpe, 0-1.
Anthony Volpe actually laughed when that call was made.
It's a good attitude. Yeah. 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Good pitch. Tyler Heineman pointing out at Chris Bassitt, letting him know that that was a good pitch.
Volpe was outside the box for a moment, steps in, taps the corners of the plate, and the 0-2. Hit on the ground, foul. That was pitch 50 for Chris Bassitt. He's allowed 1 run on 3 hits, the leadoff homer. 2 bloop of all bloop singles. Walked 1. Gave up a base runner on an error, that's all. Into the wind is 0-2. Just high. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's a good pitch right there. A cutter that just missed the top of that strike zone. You can see a little bit of frustration on Chris Bassitt's face, but that's a good 0-2 pitch.
Now is 1-2. Bounced it to the plate. Tried to throw the splitter there, but missed. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Light blue glove matches the jersey somewhat for Chris Bassitt. Into the wind is 2-2. Hit away, foul to the right.
Bassitt always uses that glove, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I like that color. I think back when I was playing, you weren't allowed to use vibrant colors like that. You could use tan, black. But I think that was about it.
2-2. Outside ball 3, and from nothing in 2, we've gone to a full count.
Really yanked that sinker. You could see he was trying to be perfect with it, didn't want to leave it over the middle of the plate, and he ended up just yanking that thing to the left-handed batter's box.
3-2 pitch. Fouled back. Cutter on the outer half, hit away into the signage behind home plate.
Volpe doing a good job of just being annoying up there. Chris Bassitt is probably saying, hey, man, just hit it fair.
Yankees have done that all day. They're not going down easily when they get to 2 strikes. 3-2 again. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tied him up with a sweeper on the inner half. 1 out.
I wouldn't say that was a good pitch. It was a little bit of a spinning breaking ball. The location wasn't where he wanted it, but Anthony Volpe was still way out in front of it.
It was a good result, and that's what matters for Chris Bassitt.
Hey, I'm just trying to paint the picture here.
No,
right?
You're good. You're good. You can get good results with bad pitches and bad results with good pitches all the time. Pitch to Jason Dominguez, swing and a miss at another big breaking ball, 0-1.
I think Chris Bassitt would have told you that after his last start.
It's true, yeah. He had a lot of good pitches that ended up in bad results, swinging bunts and seeing high ground balls. 0-1 to Dominguez. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike, and Bassitt upset there. Looked like the splitter, maybe the changeup. And it's just a pitch he has not had much command of today.
Yeah, it's a field pitch, and you could tell, just like you said, he really hasn't had any command of it, especially in the last at-bat. It's tough to throw a split finger or a changeup to righties, though.
1-1. Left-handed hitter Dominguez flies it out to left field. And that's hit right at Alan Roden. Barely moved a muscle to make the catch. 2 outs.
Chris Bassitt having a conversation with Tyler Heineman right now. I think he said something. I don't know if you could hear this, but I think he said, give me the high target. I don't know what that means, but Tyler Heineman's probably going to give him the high target here.
JC Escara is up. 2 outs. And the pitch.
I know exactly what he was saying. So, see, he just threw a changeup or a split finger. It was a changeup. And he said, give me the high target for that changeup so he can really try to throw it high, and then he can throw it for a strike.
He almost did. It just missed.
He almost did.
Just need a higher target. 1-0. Hit on the ground, left side, right at Will Wagner. Third baseman throws on to first in a pick by Guerrero to end the inning. Bassitt has retired the last 7. The Blue Jays and Yankees tied at 1 after 4 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
You're driving. They're honking. You're driving. They're screaming. You're driving. Change your mood with SiriusXM Comedy. They're honking. You're laughing. From the newest Netflix specials to the kings of Southern comedy, Jeff Foxworthy and Larry the Cable Guy. From uncensored Kevin Hart to clean comedy to quiet them kids. SiriusXM Comedy has it all. Channel 93 to 99 on your SiriusXM radio and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Jays fans, this is George Springer, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
George Springer airborne snatches it out of the sky.
Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Second game of the doubleheader. Rubber match of this series, and it's a tight one. 1-1 as we go to the fifth inning. Clark Schmidt on 74 pitches will face 9-1-2 in the Blue Jay order, starting with Alan Rodin. Left-handed hitter is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to shortstop in the second. The pitch. Called strike. Really unique stance for Alan Rodin. Stands straight up. Pretty wide open stance, and his hands way back right near his left ear. 0-1. Down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Schmidt turns into the wind. Is 1-1. Rodin hits the ball on the ground, foul, first base side. Might have snapped his bat, too. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and he did. He's going to go back and get a new bat from the dugout.
Well, good thing you're in the big leagues and you can get those for free.
I asked you this before, but it's like $150? Something like that?
I think so. Although
I guess you didn't have any bats.
Professional, minor league, major league, whatever, I think you get a deal, so you probably get like a 50% discount.
Okay.
So if a bat is $180, let's say you're paying $90, but still it's money. You're definitely paying for it in the minor leagues. Or your agent is paying for it.
Rodin getting some grip on that new bat. Now he steps back into the box. Bounces the bat off the plate. Looks out to Schmidt. Leading off the top of the fifth, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the curve, and for Schmidt, his 5th strikeout.
Another really good curveball from Clark Schmidt. He has a good feel for that thing today. A lot of break, a lot of tight spin. You really don't see that many breaking balls like that very often. The hard, downward angle breaking ball.
Of the 5 strikeouts today for Schmidt, 3 on the curve, 2 on the sweeper. His pitch to Bo Bichette. Hit foul off to the right. Even after the 0 for 2 start today, Bo Bichette hitting .297 on the season. The overall bigger picture numbers, though, not as high. They're not bad, but due to the lack of power so far, at least home run power. 0-1 low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And JC Escarra again taking that ball that's probably about 2 balls below the strike zone, catching it. It's an obvious ball and bringing it back up to the middle of the strike zone. If I'm an umpire, I'm tapping him on the shoulder and I'm saying, hey, enough of that.
1-1. Fouled off 1-2. Do you get into kind of a boy who cried wolf situation where all of a sudden all your frames look kind of bad if you're doing stuff like that?
Well, that, and I think the biggest thing is you're making the umpire look bad pitch after pitch after pitch, because a lot of people, the fans included, don't understand framing a pitch. So if a catcher catches that baseball and brings it back up to the middle of the plate, they think it's a good pitch.
1-2 is high, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And they think, hey, why isn't this guy calling this pitch a strike? I'm going to boo him relentlessly. So you're just making the umpire look bad.
Objects on the field. A napkin is being picked up by Brennan Miller right now.
Well, Clark Schmidt might not be annoyed by that, but Brendan Miller is.
Bit of applause. There's debris, not a ton of it, but on different parts of the field with the wind today. 2-2. Low ball 3. Blue Jays has stayed patient against Clark Schmidt. He's issued 4 walks already. Issue is they only have 1 hit, the solo homer from Santander. 1 out and the base is empty. 1-1 game, top of the 5th inning. Three-two pitch to Bichette. Called strike 3. That pitch looked outside. Bo Bichette frustrated. Doesn't say much, but shaking his head as he walks back to the dugout.
Yeah, that's not a good call. That's off the plate outside. Bo Bichette is back at the dugout, still shaking his head. That was a tough call right there. That should have been ball 4.
So 2 down, top of the 5th, base is empty. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Blue Jays had issues with the strike zone in game 1. John Schneider got tossed in the middle of that game. He's back though for game 2. Pitch to Vlad. High ball 1. .85 pitches for the righty Clark Schmidt, who kicks and offers. Downstairs, 2-0. See the stick of pine tar at the upper part of the handle for Vlad on his tan bat. 2-0. Down and away ball 3. Hasn't had to use that bat so far, as none of the pitches have been that close.
And I'm giving Vlad, and I know he always has the green light, but if he gets one here, I hope he takes a big, good cut at it.
.30 pitch. Called strike. Either was taking or just didn't like the sight of that cutter on the outside edge.
Yeah, that's a good take. It's not where he wants the pitch to be if he's going to drive the baseball. He's looking for something right down the middle or on the inner third. That one kind of was cutting away on the outer third.
Now the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Knuckle curve just off the plate, down and away, full count.
That's a good pitch. Like I said, it has very tight spin. It's really hard to pick up. You can see with that swing there from Vlad.
Full count, 2 outs, base is empty, 1-1, top of the 5th. Schmidt winds and deals. Swing and a ball bounced off the mound, rolling to second base. Chisholm picks it up and throws on to first to end the inning. A pair of strikeouts in a 1-2-3 frame for Clark Schmidt. Middle of the 5th, it's 1-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Jack Links 500
from Talladega Superspeedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90, in the car and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84. From dramatic walk-offs
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
to jaw-dropping web gems,
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
college softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
Say you will.
Chris Bassitt with a first pitch strike to Oswaldo Cabrera. We're underway in the bottom of the fifth inning. 1-1 game, Blue Jays and Yankees. 9-1-2 for the Yankees, starting with the switch hitter Cabrera, who bats left. Bassitt's 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. Blue Jays trying to get back to 500 after the loss earlier today. The 1-1. Hit on the ground to second base. Picked up there by Jimenez. Routine throw to first, 1 out.
Well, I guess he's found the release point for that split finger. That one right there was the best one of the day. Started in the strike zone and then just dipped below the strike zone. A pretty good pitch right there for out number 1.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. That's Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Top of the order now for a third time. Chris Bassitt will face Trent Grisham. It's the last batter to reach for the Yankees. He walked in the second. He homered in the first. The pitch. Hit foul back behind the plate, 0-1.
That's the same pitch that Trent Grisham hit out in the first inning of this ball game. It was a cutter that didn't really do much. It just spun on the outside third of the plate. Trent Grisham was all over it, just fouling it back.
0-1. Inside. The Yankees are ecstatic right now about what Trent Grisham has been doing for them. A little bit of found gold. They were not expecting Grisham to be this kind of offensive contributor. Left-handed hitter awaits a 1-1. It's just outside. Ball 2. Aaron Boone on April 20th said, quote, "He's been so good. Obviously love the way he's playing all around right now." And it's created maybe one of the good problems for the Yankees. How often do you play Grisham versus Jason Dominguez? 2-1. Called strike 2-2. Yankees have Cody Bellinger, who can play center and corners, so you're going to have him in all the time. Obviously, Aaron Judge is in the lineup all the time. Grisham, you would have thought, was your more defensive lineup. Dominguez, your more offensive. But with the way Grisham's hitting, all around, they've been a better team when he's in the lineup.
He's currently hitting .304, 7 homers, 14 RBIs. That guy has to be in the lineup.
Yeah. No batting gloves for Grisham. 2-2. Curveball hit on the ground to second. Picked up by Jimenez again. Another throw on to first. 2 outs.
Just another good pitch from Chris Bassitt. He is all over that strike zone right now. He's really only made one mistake today. Just that cutter that Trent Grisham hit out in the first inning, but another good curveball. Another well-executed pitch from Chris Bassitt.
As he rolls along, let's quickly look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Another final in the NBA playoffs. The Minnesota Timberwolves mounted a huge fourth-quarter comeback, outscoring the Lakers by 13 in the last quarter to win 116-113 in Game 4. Minnesota leads the series now 3-1. Ben Rice to the plate. 2 out, spaces empty. Bassitt offers in the dirt. Ball 1.
Is that a surprise? I know you're more of a basketball guy than me, but
I mean, the Lakers are the higher seed, but I think the T-Wolves are a dangerous team. The West in general.
It was really tight, right?
Yeah,
I remember that, yeah.
I don't think it maybe is as surprising as the seeds might suggest. 1-0. In the dirt, 2-0. But in that game, Luka Doncic had 38 for the Lakers. LeBron had 27, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. But it didn't matter because 43 from Anthony Edwards, double-double from Jaden McDaniels, some help from Julius Randle helped the Timberwolves to a win. 2-0 to Rice is hit on the ground. He fouled it off his own left hip. 2-1.
How about that? A 2-0 changeup. Sorry, that was a sinker. That had a ton of movement on it. Really nice pitch down in the strike zone.
Right on left, the 2-1. Called strike on the inside edge. Rice didn't like it. It was in there. It's 2-2.
Missed his spot by quite a bit, but a good miss, like Ben likes to say.
Two. Broken bat liner foul right side. Rice is going to go get a new bat. So we can keep going to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard while he does that. Crazy game today in Washington. Mets at one point led 7-1. Nationals made it close with a 5-run seventh and then scored 2 in the ninth to win the game. C.J. Abrams with the game tying single. Luis Garcia reached on a throwing error and Abrams scored to win it 8-7 for the Nationals over one of the best teams in baseball, the Mets. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3. That pitch looked definitely outside, but Bassitt gets a break. Rice is all sorts of angry, and we go to the 6th. 1-1 game. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet radio network.
Timber Mart. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The two men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Law and Order Thursday on City TV.
We're charging him with manslaughter.
3 Law and Orders on one epic night.
It was premeditated. It was planned.
Law and Order at 8.
He told me to is not a legal defense against murder.
SVU at 9.
Covering his ass, I'd start thinking about your own.
Followed by the new season of Law and Order Toronto Criminal Intent at 10.
Nothing justifies murder. How about we start with the truth?
Law and Order Thursday, all new, 8/7 Central on City TV.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike 3. Kevin Gausman strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 6th inning, brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. 1-1, Blue Jays and Yankees, top of the 6th inning. Pitching change for New York. Tim Hill, the lefty, is on the mound, turning around Anthony Santander to bat right. Very nice start to Santander's second game of the day. A walk and a solo homer. The pitch. Called strike. It's pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Hill having some pitch comm issues right now. It's the lefty's second appearance of the season, or pardon me, of the series. Came in the 6th inning on Friday and gave up a solo home run to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He did get Santander to ground out and had a couple more outs before he was lifted after an inning and a third. His 0-1. Swing and a miss.
We talked about this a little bit in his last outing, but he's really, really funky. He's one of those guys that throws almost low 3/4, if not sidearm, and then kind of has a little hop to his finish.
Misses up and in with the 0-2. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
He's always moving around. Looks like he's always fidgeting out there on the mound.
Mostly sinker 4-seamer, 1-2. Is bounced back to the mound. Coming in, Hill picks it up, spins, throws on to first for the out. By and large, it's sinker 4-seamer, and those pitches are going to sit around 88 to 90. He'll throw a slider and cutter as well.
If you told me, hey, this guy's going to be in the big leagues and having success, he throws only a sinker, only a four-seamer, and he throws 88 miles an hour.
First pitch inside to George Springer, ball one.
I would have said, you're crazy.
Yeah. They got two lefties in that kind of style. I mean, Ryan Yarbrough throws a lot more breaking balls. Next pitch lined up the middle and over the leap of Chisholm. Down in center, George Springer with his first hit of the day.
And that actually wasn't a bad pitch from Tim Hill. It was a fastball, obviously, down and away at 90 miles an hour, but George Springer just stays on it and hammers it up the middle.
A hot beginning to the season continues for Springer, his first hit of the day, and he's on first with Andres Gimenez up. Wouldn't be shocked if the Blue Jays get active on the base paths here in this 1-1 ball game. Next pitch, hit on the ground to shortstop. Volpe over to Chisholm for one. Back to first, double play. They didn't have time to get active because it was a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. No runs on a hit for the Blue Jays. 1-1 game, middle of the sixth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Shelley Roll, Dylan Scott, Dasha, Luke Combs, and more will light up the desert at Stagecoach 2025 all weekend.
SiriusXM takes you there with live performances and all the action backstage.
Stagecoach is phenomenal.
Music's fantastic. People are fantastic. This is America, baby.
Stagecoach 2025, now throughout the weekend.
Exclusively on the highway.
Channel 56.
And at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Chris Bassitt back on the hill. Bottom of the sixth inning, 1-1. Blue Jays and Yankees. Bassitt against Aaron Judge to start the inning. Here's the pitch. Hit well, right field, ranging back Santander, and that ball's out of here. 8th home run of the season for Aaron Judge, and the Yankees leap in front 2-1.
Well, Chris Bassitt's made two mistakes in this ball game. Both of them have ended up being home runs, and they've both been just spinning cutters over the middle of the plate. That one right there, kind of on the outer third, but Aaron Judge just so big, so long, and he just gets enough to get it out in right field. But that's a strong man standing in that batter's box.
Pass it now to Cody Bellinger on the inside edge, ball one, or pardon me, just off the inside edge. Judge had actually been in a mini homer drought. No one really cared because he was hitting .450. Next pitch outside, 2-0. But it was 1 in 19 games coming into the doubleheader today. 2-0. Lined right side, picked up on a hop by Gimenez. He stops and throws to first for the out.
How about that smooth play from Andres Gimenez? He made that play look easy. That was a rocket off the bat of Cody Bellinger. One hop. No problem over there for Gimenez.
One out, bottom of the sixth. Jazz Chisholm Jr. up. Longtime Marlin. Pitch. Outside, ball one. Speaking of, we'll go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard where the Rays game is over against the Padres. Rays won 4-2 to improve to 14-14 on the year. Half a game ahead of Toronto right now. 1-0. Check swing foul off behind the plate. 1-1. Strong bullpen performance for the Rays in that 4-2 win. Bullpen covered 4 scoreless innings after a 5-inning start from Zach Littell. And Chandler Simpson, big prospect for Tampa Bay, with 3 hits and 4 at-bats in that game. 1-1. Outside, 2-1.
That guy flies, by the way.
Really does. He stole a base in the game as well.
There you go.
The 2-1. Rolled over foul, 2-2. Chris Bassitt trying to chase a napkin on the field, missed stomping on it, and rolled away from the mound. One out, the 2-2 pitch. Lined back over the mound, up the middle, a base hit for Chisholm into center field. Yankees swing starting to look a little bit more comfortable here. It is third time through.
Yeah, Chris Bassitt again just missed his spot. You could see they were trying to come in with a fastball, and the fastball kind of just leaked over the middle of the plate. Actually ended up right down the middle of the plate, and Jazz Chisholm just hammered that thing right back up the middle.
Chisholm on first, 1 out, bottom of the 6th, 2-1, and the Yankees leading the Blue Jays. Mound meeting here before Anthony Volpe hits. So back to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Only 2 games going on in baseball right now. This one and then Sunday Night Baseball has begun from Wrigley Field. Cubs and the Philadelphia Phillies facing off. I believe I saw NBA reporter Shams Charania throw out the first pitch at that Wrigley Field game. I think that's the only pitch that's been thrown so far. Anthony Volpe up now. Runner on first, 1 out. Bassitt's pitch. Swing and a miss. Oliver Out-of-Town Scores brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Action in both bullpens. Brendan Little, the lefty for the Blue Jays. Mark Leiter Jr., the righty for the Yankees. 0-1. Hit back foul, 0-2.
2 good fastballs, 2 good sinkers from Chris Bassitt in on Anthony Volpe. They don't want him to get those arms extended like he did earlier on in the ballgame.
Volpe 1 for 2, a single and a strikeout. Bassitt sets, glove at his stomach, kicks and deals. Pitch ripped foul, left side, or pardon me, right side, still 0-2.
I like this sequence right here. Just pounded 3 strikeouts in on, 3 fastballs in.
Two-strike pitch. Hit hard foul the other way. This one pulled down the third baseline. Again on the inner half, this one was a breaking ball.
A little bit of a backup breaking ball. Obviously, that's not where you want it in an 0-2 count. You want that thing below the strike zone, but Chris Bassitt got away with one there.
Another 0-2. Rolled over to shortstop. Bichette goes on to first base and gets the out. That one hit softly, so they couldn't get Chisholm. Chisholm up to second, 2 outs.
That was a good job from Bo Bichette, not messing around at second base and just going for the sure out at first base.
Sets up the Yankees with a runner in scoring position as Jason Dominguez comes up, but 2 outs. Bassitt just has to worry about the left-handed hitter, or rather the switch hitter batting left. And Dominguez, late to the batter's box, I believe, is going to get a pitch clock violation. So the count will start. No balls and 1 strike. Bassitt comes set, looking back at Chisholm on second. And the 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Bassitt now at 90 pitches in the ball game. I would imagine with the count 2-0 now, they're probably going to be careful with him with that open base with J.C. Escarra in the on-deck circle.
The 1-1 popped up, right side foul into the seats. 1-2.
Sorry, it was 1-1, not 2-0. That was a strike on Jason Dominguez, not a ball on Chris Bassitt. Right, got it.
It's Dominguez late to the box to start this battle. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner on second, 2 outs in the pitch. Lined left field, down for a base hit in the left center field gap. Coming around third, Chisholm will score. Up to second base goes Dominguez. It's an RBI double, and the Yankees are up 3-1.
Spinning slider right over the middle of the plate. That was actually a pretty good swing from Jason Dominguez, just swinging at that pitch, going the other way with it, and hammering it in the gap in left center for an RBI, and a big run in this ball game, really.
2 runs this inning for the Yankees after it was locked at 1-1 for a couple innings. And that's going to end the day for Chris Bassitt. 5 2/3, he gives up 3 runs for now. Leaves a runner on second base. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Julia Croitz.
Thank you, Ben. Let's take a look then at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard as the Blue Jays make a pitching change here. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Capitals and the Canadiens are playing in Game 4 of their series. That is in the first period. No scoring yet on that one. The Capitals leading the series here 2-1. You can catch that action on Sportsnet. A little earlier in the day, the Jets beat the Blues, the Blues beat the Jets in Game 4 of their series. 5-1 that game was, and now that series is tied at 2 games apiece. The Hurricanes and the Devils, also that one is also in the books. The Hurricanes beating New Jersey 5-2 to take a 3-1 series lead over there against the Hurricanes. And so we have also today the Kings playing the Orioles in their Game 4. That game is on Sportsnet as well as Sportsnet 360. Puck drops at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time. The Kings leading that set 2-1. Over in the NBA playoffs, we also have a couple of games in the books. The Celtics and the Magic just starting out in the first quarter here, but earlier in the day, the Knicks beating the Pistons 94-93 in a pretty dramatic finish over there in Detroit. The Knicks are now up 3-1 in the series. The Lakers and the Timberwolves are also in the books. The Timberwolves beating the Lakers 116-113 to take a 3-1 lead in that series. A bit later today, we'll have the Pacers facing off against the Bucks in Game 4. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rest Protection. Let's get you back to the action with Ben and Chris.
Thank you, Julia. Left-hander Brendan Little about to make his 15th appearance of the season. 2 outs, runner on second. 3-1 Yankees, and the pitch to J.C. Escarra is lined to right. Down for a base hit. Coming around third base, Dominguez. Santander's throw cut off. It's an RBI single. It's now 4-1 for the Yankees over the Blue Jays. First pitch that Little throws is an RBI single for J.C. Escarra.
Yeah, I mean, J.C. Escarra was ready for that. I think Brendan Little was just trying to throw a little get-me-over fastball for a quick strike, and Escarra was all over it into the right field.
So that closes the day on Chris Bassitt, who allows 4 runs in the start. Now the pitch to Oswaldo Cabrera, switch hitter batting right, takes down and in, ball 1. Cabrera 0 for 2 today, 1-0. Bounced back over the mound, tough spot, middle of the diamond. Bichette picks it up, shortstop throws to first, offline, and it goes off the glove of Guerrero. Runners are advancing up to third is Escarra. It'll be Cabrera remaining at first, and we'll have to wait and see, but that might go down as a throwing error for Bichette.
I'm assuming they'll give that an error. Kind of one of those in-between plays. That's a tough play for Bo Bichette, ranging to his left, throwing across his body. That's a play he needs to make.
Here's what I will say. I think there'll be an error no matter what because Escarra moved up to third, and that wouldn't have happened if not for the throw off line. But I believe they've ruled, that it wasn't a hit. So
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Trent Grisham comes up, swings and misses at a first pitch curve. 0-1. Second error for the Blue Jays and second for Bassitt today. Next pitch, bounce to the plate. Nice stop off the left shoulder by Tyler Heineman. That saves a run. It's 1-1.
That curveball actually bounced in front of home plate, saving a run, like you said. That's a good block from Tyler Heineman.
First and third, 2 down, 1-1 count. Little to Grisham. Down and away, 2-1.
Yariel Rodriguez is warming up for the Jays down in that bullpen.
The 2-1. Bounced in a beautiful pick forehand side by Heineman. That pitch was way off to his left. His glove was the only thing that could have stopped it, and he snared it clean. It is ball 3, but again, he saves a run.
Yeah, that was a bit lucky. That was really all he could do there. It's so hard to block fastballs that are to the right or to the left just because you're not expecting it. It's incredibly hard in terms of velocity. Tyler Heineman with an incredible stop there, saving a run again.
3-1. Ball 4, miss low.
This inning continues to unravel for the Toronto Blue Jays.
So leadoff homer by Judge to make it 2-1. It was a 1-1 game when we entered this bottom of the 6th. Ground out, single, ground out. So it was 2 outs. It was a 1-run game with a runner on second, and then Jason Dominguez doubled off Chris Bassitt, knocking him out of the game. J.C. Escarra singled off Brendan Little. An error, and then a walk, and now the bases are loaded with the Yankees up 4-1. Tyler Heineman out to talk to Brendan Little.
I think they're trying to give Yariel Rodriguez just a little bit more time here.
This would probably be Little's last batter. It's his 4th already, and it's a left-handed hitter in Rice. After that, Aaron Judge comes up, and Little's not even going to get to face this batter because the Yankees have announced in a pinch hitter, Paul Goldschmidt. The Blue Jays will counter with a right-handed pitcher. Pitching change for Toronto, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Yariel Rodriguez coming in to face Paul Goldschmidt. Let's go back to today's host, Julia Croitz.
Thanks, guys. We'll take then another look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, and we'll go to Major League Baseball this time. Most of the action actually already done for this Sunday, other than Sunday Night Baseball between the Phillies and the Cubs, which is at the top of the first. No scoring yet on that one. But the Nationals coming back to beat the Mets 8-7 in a pretty dramatic finish over there. The Red Sox beat the Guardians earlier today 13-3, including a 5-run 5th inning and 15 hits for the Red Sox in that win. The Orioles, another loss for them, another shutout loss for them. The Tigers beating the Orioles 7-0 earlier this Sunday. The Twins also blanking the Angels 5-0, and the Astros beat the Royals 7-3. Elsewhere in the National League, the Brewers beat the Cardinals 7-1. The Reds defeated the Rockies 8-1 over there, and the Giants walked off the Rangers in one of the most awkward walk-offs you will ever see. An inside-the-park home run on a ball that never left the infield. Just a ton of errors by the Rangers allowed Elliot Ramos to basically travel around the bases and walk it off for the Giants in that game. The Athletics beat the White Sox in extra innings 3-2, and the Dodgers beating the Pirates 9-2 in their game over there. The Rays defeated the Padres 4-2 a little bit earlier, and the D-backs got a win over the Braves. Things continuing to unravel for the Braves as well. 6-4 was the final in that one. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to Ben and Chris.
Thank you, Julia. New pitcher for the Blue Jays is the right-hander Yariel Rodriguez. He is trying to finish off what's been a tough pitching and defensive inning for the Blue Jays. The Yankees have scored 3 times. There's been 4 hits and an error plus a walk. So New York has the bases loaded with 2 outs, up 4-1.
And don't look now, but Paul Goldschmidt is walking to the plate.
Goldschmidt, a pinch hitter for Ben Rice. Rodriguez deals. Fastball popped up behind the plate, out of play, 0-1. Pardon me, that was the splitter from Yariel Rodriguez at 93 miles an hour. The velocity up on everything for Yariel since going to the pen. He'll be in the high 90s with his fastball. Has a sinker a little slower than that. Splitter, slider, curve. 0-1. Breaking ball hit on the ground to third. Wagner has it. Steps on third base for the force out to end the inning. The Yankees pick up 3 runs on 4 hits, 1 error. They leave the bases loaded, but it's 4-1 New York as we go to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Centre. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
One of the best in the game at receiving the ball.
I mean, he's about as good of a strike zone controller as the Blue Jays have.
To a team of elite defenders, he is Captain Kirk, a game caller in unison with this pitcher.
Does he ever have a knowledge of the strike zone?
Framing pitches with precision and a steady hand.
Kirk's done it again.
Be one of the first 15,000 fans at the ballpark on Wednesday, April 30th to get your Alejandro Kirk bobble arm. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Lights up, let's go.
Timber Mart is Canada's Building Centre. Your home team advantage with the right materials and the right price. Project know-how that's brought together a wealth of plans and solid advice. Trust your team at your locally owned Timber Mart. Find your location at timbermart.ca.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Está escuchando a Toronto Blue Jays Baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
Yankees with a 3-run bottom of the 6th, and that's why we enter the 7th inning with New York leading 4-1 in the Bronx. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. This 7th inning has a new pitcher on the hill for New York. It's Mark Leiter Jr. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Leiter, a former Blue Jay and Cub, stands in. Also a new first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt. Leiter will deal to Will Wagner. Ball strike. Leiter kicks and offers and misses outside by a good margin. 1 ball, 1 strike. 13 appearances for Leiter this year across 11 1/3 innings. He's allowed 4 earned runs. It's a 3.18 ERA. Here's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Wicked moving sinker, 1-2. Leiter's a splitter first hurler with a sinker featuring a lot as well. Also a curve, occasional cutter, and sweeper. 1-2. Low with the splitter. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Pretty good take right there from Will Wagner. It was a tough splitter from Mark Leiter.
Leiter, part of a growing, maybe consuming trend in the Yankees bullpen. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the fastball. That trend, though, being righties who lead with off-speed pitches. You look at Devin Williams, who leads with a changeup. Luke Weaver, whose first pitch other than a fastball is a changeup. Leiter with the splitter and Fernando Cruz with the splitter. Of the regular right-handed pitchers in that Yankee pen, 4 of the 5 of them throw a ton of off-speed. It's just Ian Hamilton that doesn't.
And none of those guys have average velocity. They're all guys that throw 94 at least.
First pitch is 94 upstairs. Ball 1 to Tyler Heineman. 4-1 New York, trying to sweep the doubleheader and take the series here on Sunday. 1-0. Sinker for a strike at 95, 1-1.
That's a good pitch. A lot of movement on that sinker. J.C. Escarra, the catcher, actually shaking or nodding his head. Loving that pitch.
1-1. Bouncer foul behind home, 1-2. Leiter's dad pitching in the majors. His uncle Al, a former Blue Jay. Jack Leiter, currently of the Texas Rangers, his cousin. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the curveball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mark Leiter Jr.
I actually like what Mark Leiter throws up there. Even though he leads with that split finger, leads with the off-speed pitches, his fastball has a ton of late life. And then he mixes in that slow breaking ball right there to get Tyler Heineman.
Two outs, Nathan Lucas to hit the pitch. Fouled back.
The Blue Jays DFA'd him, didn't they?
Yeah, so he was a Phillies draft pick. So grew up close to Philadelphia in Toms River, New Jersey. Close-ish. A little bit closer to New York, actually, in New Jersey geography. 0-1 pitch line foul, 0-2. Blue Jays picked him up off waivers in 2018. He made 8 appearances with Toronto, and then he got Tommy John surgery, missed all of 2019, and was released. His 0-2. Outside with the splitter. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's been a solid, maybe never super high leverage reliever. Higher leverage in his time with the Cubs. 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yankees picked him up at the deadline last year. He had a so-so half season with New York. ZRA is almost 2 runs better to start this year. 2 outs, the 2-2. In the dirt, another splitter. Ball 3.
When do you start to believe in the numbers? When May rolls around? End of May?
For a reliever, I don't know. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah. 1 outing could blow up your numbers.
That's the thing. 3-2. Lined left side, and that is a foul ball, just missing the chalk down the left field line.
I would say when a reliever gets to 20 innings, that's probably when you can start believing in it, just because a bad outing where you give up 2 or 3 runs isn't going to absolutely wreck your season.
Leiter at 12 innings exactly right now after getting 2
I don't
outs.
believe in him yet.
Need to see a little bit more. Righty set at the belt. His payoff pitch. Foul tip, strike 3. He strikes out the side and sends us to the 7th inning stretch with New York leading 4-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware.
the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He delivers a 3-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Baseball Control here in downtown Toronto. I'm Julia Croitz. I'm your host today. 7th inning stretch in the Bronx. The Yankees leading 4-1 over the Blue Jays. Don't forget that Blake Murphy and I will have you covered for Jays Talk after this game, as we did for Game 1. We will break down Chris Bassitt's start, the Blue Jays offense, and whatever else you want to talk about. Text in at 590-590. Don't forget to leave your name and location. We will take some calls as well as the Blue Jays try to claw back and claim this series over the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. Not looking very good right now. The same old problems with the offense. Chris Bassitt running into a little bit of trouble in that 6th inning, but there's still time. So we will keep close watch and talk about whatever you want to talk about after the game. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to Ben and Chris.
Thank you very much, Julia. 7th inning brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Bottom of the 7th inning, Game 2 of the doubleheader. The Blue Jays are looking to keep it at this 4-1 deficit right now against the Yankees. It'll be a tough task, though. Aaron Judge is leading off the inning, and he homered last inning to give the Yankees the lead. Another inning of work for Yariel Rodriguez. He came in and got Paul Goldschmidt to end the 6th. Right-hander is set in the 7th. He kicks and offers. Called strike as he dropped the slider in on Judge to get ahead 0-1.
Well, that's a good start. That's a good start if you're Yariel Rodriguez.
Swing and a miss. MVP chance going again at Yankee Stadium. It's hard to disagree with them in the early stages. Aaron Judge has probably been the best or one of the 2 best hitters in all of baseball.
Well, it's either Aaron Judge or Trent Grisham.
Right. 0-2. Lifted right center field. Not very deep. 10 feet in front of the track. Santander makes the catch. Got a little deeper than expected, but stays within the yard. 1 out.
A couple of good misses during that at-bat. That one right there, they were trying to go away with the fastball. Rodriguez left it up, out of the strike zone, and luckily Aaron Judge hit a weak fly ball to right field.
1 out, nobody aboard. Rodriguez to Cody Bellinger. Called strike. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bellinger will ask for time. Julia Croitz, our host. Nick Blackmore, producer. Tom Young, our technical director. Julia and Blake Murphy have Jays Talk following this game. 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. Another appearance as a traditional reliever for Yariel Rodriguez, his 10th outing of the year. 1-1. Bounced foul. 1-2.
It's a pretty good split finger right there from Yariel Rodriguez. He's looked pretty good in this outing. Just throwing a lot of strikes. His fastball velo, 96, 97 miles an hour. And then, of course, that split finger that's been so good.
He had that first outing of the season. He gave up 3 runs in an inning to the Orioles. Since then, 2.89 ERA and 9 1/3 innings. Batters have hit .212 against Rodriguez. 1-2, fouled back. As always, though, you do have to keep an eye on a command, even in that good run of 9 1/3 innings. He's walked 4 and hit 2 batters in that time.
Well, I think, and I've said this a bunch this season, is the most important thing for Yariel is just throw strike 1. If you can throw strike 1, I think you can get a lot of guys out.
1-2. Poked on the ground to third base. Charging in Wagner. Throws on the run to first. Just beats Bellinger by half a step. 2 outs.
That pitch was way off the plate. A split finger that started almost right down the middle and then just took a right turn. Had all kinds of horizontal movement on it. That just tells you how good that split finger is. Cody Bellinger was way out in front of it and kind of reached out over the right-handed batter's box, even just to make contact with that pitch.
So 2 outs. Jazz Chisholm Jr. takes a pitch at the knees, strike 1. Like you were saying with throwing strike 1, there's a lot of evidence at this point, almost 100 innings of it in the majors, that if guys are swinging, Yariel Rodriguez is going to do well. Batters hit below 230 off him last year. The walks were an issue. 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now Chisholm will ask for time. Yariel steps off the rubber for a moment, rubs the back of his neck and then the right side of his pants. (4-1) Yankees, home half of the 7th. 2 outs and the base is empty. The 1-1. Bounced. It was a splitter that he got too far on top of. 2-1. After this game, the Blue Jays head back home. They got an off day, then 3 against the Red Sox and 3 against Cleveland. Yankees will head to Baltimore, where they'll take on the Orioles. 2-1. Outside 3-1. While things have not necessarily gone to plan all around for the Blue Jays so far, you think about how important of a series that's going to be for Baltimore, entering at 10-17 against the division leaders. 3-1. Chisholm breaks his bat on a pop-up, and his swing hits Heineman in the face. Ball is going to land foul and bounce into the Blue Jay dugout, but some concern for Heineman, who took a big chunk of that backswing right into the face.
Yeah, Brennan Miller, the home plate umpire, immediately grabbed Tyler Heineman and kind of held him up, but luckily that bat hit him right in the face mask, kind of saved him from any kind of damage, but that's still pretty scary.
At least it kind of got him in the chin. That's what he's pointing to, saying he's fine. He wears the 2-piece mask with the backwards hard helmet and then the traditional catcher's mask and straps going over it. Hitting the mask a lot better than getting the helmet portion of that in the side of the head. Heineman back in the crouch, sets up downstairs. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the slider. A 1-2-3 inning for Yariel Rodriguez, and we go to the 8th. Blue Jays looking for a rally, trailing 4-1. They'll have 9-1-2 hitting next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, do you ever wonder how life might look if you'd saved a little more? Well, April is Financial Literacy Month, and Planned to AT is here to help. We're a nonprofit helping young people improve their futures through financial wellness education. Our fun, simple workshops help students build healthy money habits and get them ready for the workforce. Text PTAT to 26989 to learn how you and your company can get involved. That's PTAT to 26989.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on Sirius XM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on Sirius XM or streaming anytime on the Sirius XM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
And it's gone!
Jays fans, this is John Schneider, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
There's the exclamation point for all assembled here at Rogers Center.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Top of the 8th inning. Blue Jays trailing the Yankees 4-1 in Game 2 of this doubleheader. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you sticking with us if you've been here since 1:38 Eastern for first pitch of Game 1. It's a new pitcher for the Yankees. Fernando Cruz gets ahead of Alan Roden with a fastball, 0-1. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 0-1. Hit on the ground, right side, right at the first baseman Goldschmidt. Flip back to Cruz, 1 out.
And there's that split finger from Cruz. We saw that last night, but 2 nights ago. That's the difference maker in his stuff, and that's the difference maker really in his career.
Puerto Rican right-hander, a 2007 draft pick by the Royals. Didn't make the majors until 2022 with the Reds. First year here with the Yankees after being traded over for Jose Trevino. His pitch to Bo Bichette. Inside with the splitter. Ball 1.
I know I could look this up, but that has to be some sort of record from time of draft, time of being drafted to the time you actually make the big leagues.
I don't believe he was the record holder, but it was close in terms of days. 1-0 in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, the record would probably be that. What's that Disney movie they made? The left-hander that was a teacher, and then all of a sudden he was throwing again. Oh, the Rookie.
Yeah, the Rookie.
That's got to be. I mean, he's got to be close to this guy.
You think? 2-0. Called strike, 2-1. Cruz, though, pitched in Friday's game through a scoreless inning. He was pitching in the 8th. He did get Bo Bichette to ground out to second. Is 2-1 to Bichette. Swing and a miss. So much downward action on the splitter. Bichette was over top of it, 2-2.
That thing is gross. Like you said, a lot of guys in that bullpen, in that Yankees bullpen, throw fastball split finger. Or fastball changeup, very similar.
2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Another splitter, 2 down. Let's quickly go over to the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app, find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. about to hit. 4-1 Yankees over Blue Jays. 2 outs, top of the 8th, the pitch. Outside. Leading the division, the Yankees at 16-11. The Red Sox right behind them, 16-14. Rays locked up a win today, so they're in third at 14-14. The Blue Jays are 13-14 in fourth, and the Orioles 10-17. 1-0. Inside, 2-0. So as it stands right now, 4 teams in the division separated by 3 games, and then you have the Orioles 6 games back. 2-0. Down and away, 3-0. One thing you do have for the Blue Jays is coming into today, they were 7-4 against the American League East. Now, they lost earlier. They're 7-5, and they're losing right now. But it's been a couple seasons since the Blue Jays were 500 or better against their own division. 3-0. Called strike. You even look back to the 2023 playoff team. They went 21-31 against their own division. 2022 was the last positive record against the division for the Blue Jays. Coincidentally, the last year you played your division rivals 18-19 times. Vladdy swings at the 3-1, lines it out to left. That's down in front of Dominguez. That'll be a single for Guerrero. His first hit today.
That was a tough pitch from Cruz. A guy that throws majority split fingers. Good job from Vlad getting to that fastball up and in. Was able to get the barrel to it and hit into Left field. Didn't get all of it, but got just enough of it.
Blue Jays looking to populate the base paths here. Down 4-1. Tying run is on deck as Anthony Santander steps up.
Yeah, this game's not over. The Blue Jays are only down by 3 runs with 2 innings to go.
First pitch is low to Santander, ball 1.
Sorry, an inning and a third to go.
They'd love to do something right now with the middle of the order prime to hit. If Santander can reach, George Springer would represent the tying run. Cruz is 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Santander back batting left. He walked and homered in the first and third hitting left, then batted right in the sixth and grounded out, hitting left once again in the eighth. Faces a 2-0. Outside again, ball 3. Can hear Cruz grunting through his pitches. 3 straight misses and the last 2 way off to the arm side.
George Springer standing on deck, representing the tying run in this ball game.
Might be a rare red light situation for Santander. 3-0, the pitch. Called a strike. That is tough. That pitch is well outside, and it should be ball 4, but we'll continue at 3-1.
Yeah, that's not a strike, and that's actually a big call in this ball game because that brings the tying run to the plate in George Springer.
Now the 3-1. Popped up, back of the plate, and Escara watches it go into the seats. It's 3-2. Runner on first, full count, 2 outs, top of the 8th. Yankees 4, Blue Jays 1. Santander trying to reach to bring the tying run to the plate. The 3-2. Hit foul off to the right. Vladdy was running on the pitch, being that it was full count, 2 outs. He'll jog back to first. Santander asks for time, adjusts his white batting gloves. Gets a handle for the bat, looks at the barrel and nods at it, and then steps back in. Cruz is set. Another 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. After benefiting, oh, no, they're not going to call it strike 3. Santander tipped that, and the home plate umpire, Brennan Miller, is saying that ball hit the ground before Escara caught it. And now Aaron Boone is out on the field, and Yankee Stadium is quite upset.
Yeah, we haven't seen a look at that yet. We'll get a slow motion replay and tell you exactly what's going on, but
although I think Miller might have just presented some pretty clear evidence. There's a full scuff on the baseball, and you don't really get that from hitting it with a bat. We're looking now. Santander tips it. Oh, yeah, that hit the ground.
Yeah.
It's a good call by Miller.
That was a great call, actually. Keeping this at bat alive for the Toronto Blue Jays.
I have to imagine that was a call made with his ears more than his eyes. Hearing a bounce maybe, because he couldn't have seen that ball in the glove, but Santander just barely remains alive. Another 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Santander strikes out, no runs on a hit for the Blue Jays. Middle of the 8th, 4-1 Yankees. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Barry, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at armstrongbirdfood.com.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The 2 men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
This is the greatest talent show in the world.
Tuesdays on City TV.
This is my favorite act of all time.
Canada's Got Talent is stacked with mind-blowing acts.
Whoa. You are exceptional.
Competing for the $1 million grand prize. Thanks to Rogers.
We are looking at the future of a lot of Canadian stars.
All new Canada's Got Talent. Tuesdays 8, 7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dives, and he made the catch. The catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Bottom of the 8th inning, 4-1. The Yankees leading the Blue Jays, and the former Yankee Chad Green is on the hill. Green trying to keep it at a 3-run deficit, faces off with Anthony Volpe. The pitch. Fastball in there, strike one. Green spent 2016 to 2022 with the Yankees after being traded over from the Tigers. 0-1, down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Worked as a setup man at times, even saved a handful of games as a Yankee. He was a big part of their bullpen for a while. Here's 1-1. Slider down and away, 2-1.
And he was good, too. He threw that upper 90s heater. A little bit less velo now that he's in Toronto, but basically the same guy, same leverage situations.
Delivers a fastball to the top of the zone. It's fouled back, 2-2.
When Chad Green was at his best, that fastball, that good rising four-seam fastball was probably 96 to 98 miles an hour. Got a lot of swings and misses at the top of the strike zone.
Green sets up on the first base side of the rubber. Pant legs hiked up, showing the socks. 2-2. Fastball fouled away. It's had a very nice start to his season. 11 innings, 3 earned runs. 10 strikeouts to 2 walks in that time. 2.45 ERA. 2-2. Slider poked away, foul. Got Volpe to offer to pitch well off the plate, but Volpe somehow covered it to remain at home.
Volpe's done a good job in both games today, just staying alive. Just fouling off tough pitches.
2-2. Line drive, right center field, base hit. Rolled into the glove of Nathan Lucas. Anthony Volpe has a multi-hit game again.
And that's what happens when you're able to foul off tough pitches. Eventually, you're going to get a mistake. That wasn't a mistake. That was a fastball at the top of the strike zone. But Volpe did a good job getting on top and hitting a good line drive into center field.
Big stolen base threat, Anthony Volpe. 28 last year, 24 the year before that. He's on first. Jason Dominguez is up. Green offers. Runner goes. Pitch is high, a ball. Started and stopped, so he remains at first. It's 1-0. Dominguez had a big RBI double in the 6th inning. Knocked Chris Bassitt out of the game. Made it 3-1 at the time. 1-0. High, 2-0. Dominguez would come around to score, and the Yankees would end up with 3 runs in that 6th. Which so far is looking like the decisive inning. It's 4-1 New York. Green's 2-0. Fastball for a strike.
Jason Dominguez didn't like that pitch. He kind of jumped out of the way, but that was a very hittable pitch. I'm sure if he had the green light, he would have been all over that thing.
No outs, runner on first. The 2-1. Runner goes, pitch high and outside of ball. Throw to second in time. Skipped into the glove of Bichette, who did a nice job picking it and applying the tag to the chest. And Volpe's not even going to ask the dugout to look at it. He's jogging back.
That was almost like a pitch out. It was a fastball up and away at 94 miles an hour from Chad Green. So a much easier pitch for Tyler Heineman to handle. He makes a great throw, and like Bichette makes a nice little pick at second base on that short hop for the out.
Yankees have attempted to steal 3 times in the series. They've been caught all 3 times. Next pitch hit on the ground to first. Vladdy has it. He'll jog over to the bag for the second out of the inning. The tandem of throwers from behind the plate in Tyler Heineman and Alejandro Kirk have been lethal so far this year.
Yeah, they've been, I don't want to say surprising, just because we know that Alejandro Kirk is great behind home plate, but I would say that I'm a little surprised by it, at how good they are. I said this in spring training, but Alejandro Kirk looks like a different guy back there in terms of arm velocity, arm strength, 4-seamers across the diamond right to second base.
First pitch to J.C. Escarra, down and in ball 1. Well, Kirk now 5 for 14, 35%, which is even a little bit up from last year, which was a really good throwing year for him. Heineman has now caught 5 of 10 potential base stealers. 1-0 popped up behind the plate. Heineman ditches the mask, runs toward the third base dugout, and it's a couple rows into the seats. So it'll be 1-1. Heineman entered today leading qualifiers with a 44% caught stealing rate that he's bumped up to 50. 50 is hard to sustain, but it's absolutely incredible. 1-1. Swing and a deep drive by Escarra. Right field, way back, and gone. The first major league home run for J.C. Escarra, and the Yankees extend their lead 5-1.
Well, J.C. Escarra didn't get cheated on that one. He got a hanging slider, a little spinner over the middle of the plate, and he got long and he got big and he hammered that ball to right field. He actually watched it in that batter's box for a split second, and like you said, that's his first big league homer. I'd watch it too.
He hit it 415 feet. Longest home run of the day. 4 homers in this ballgame, 3 for the Yankees and 1 for the Blue Jays. 5-1 now. 2 outs, bottom 8. The pitch to Oswaldo Cabrera is fouled back 0-1. What a moment that's got to be for J.C. Escarra, a guy who was out of baseball, picked up different jobs to pay the bills. 0-1 pitch inside. 1-1. He was Uber driving, substitute teaching, doing food delivery, contractor work, youth baseball coaching to get by, whether he was in indie ball or the minors or Mexico. 1-1 pitch fouled back 1-2, and I'm sure it feels like all that is paid off and then some, hitting that first major league home run.
And I tell you what, that was a pretty swing, kind of with the Ken Griffey Jr. finish. Looking over into the dugout, letting them know how excited he is. And he took that long trot around the bases.
1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. In the dirt, so Heineman will throw down to first on the fair side of the line and retire Cabrera to end the inning. A run on 2 hits for the Yankees. J.C. Escarra leaves a major league ballpark for the first time in his career. His solo shot has it at 5-1 New York as we go to the top of the 9th. 4 to tie it for the Blue Jays, or the Yankees will sweep this doubleheader. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Alert the press!
We are the press. Page 6 Radio, a brand new show, is on SiriusXM.
I'm Danny Murphy.
I'm Evan Reel. And I'm Ian Moore, editor at Page 6, the New York Post's iconic celebrity news column.
We're your backstage pass to the hottest pop culture and entertainment stories you won't find anywhere else.
We're breaking stories before you've even had your first mimosa.
It's iconic, legendary, everything. Page 6 Radio, weekdays at 8 a.m. East, only on SiriusXM Stars, Channel 109,
and on the SiriusXM app.
From dramatic walk-offs.
This ball is crushed into the trees. Grand slam.
To jaw-dropping web gems.
A diving catch over the shoulder by Johnson.
College softball and baseball are heating up, and you can catch the action on SiriusXM. Hear live play-by-play from the nation's top conferences and powerhouse programs all season long. Stay connected to the action on SiriusXM or streaming anytime on the SiriusXM app. For a complete schedule of games, go to SiriusXM.com/sports.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app. From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
That Radio Network.
Top of the ninth inning, pitching change for the Yankees, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Yankees up 5-1 over the Blue Jays, and the pitching changes to, I guess, the new closer. Luke Weaver is into the ball game. Aaron Judge said today, or not Aaron Judge, Aaron Boone said today that Devin Williams is removed from the closer role, quote, for right now. So Luke Weaver into the game, non-save situation. Weaver winds and is pitched to George Springer. Hit off the end of the bat, foul, 0-1. Well, when Williams was on the mound on Friday en route to a blown save and a loss in the game against the Blue Jays, we want Weaver chants. We're ringing out at Yankee Stadium, and they've got what they want now. Weaver's 0-1. Outside.
Technically, though, this isn't a closing situation.
No, but
up by 4 runs in the ninth inning.
I think it would have been Williams if not for the events.
Oh, no, he was warming up before J.C. Escara hit that home run, so it's his game.
Weaver's 1-1. Swing and a foul back, 1-2. Well, it's the second year in a row that Luke Weaver, at least for a little bit, is going to unseat a very notable closer. Last year, Clay Holmes had all those struggles, so they turned to Luke Weaver. He ended up closing in the playoffs, and really up until the World Series was really good for the Yankees in the postseason. 1-2. Swing and a fly ball, left field. Going back to Mingus. Turns in front of the track, makes the catch off to his left. 1 out.
George Springer actually hit that ball pretty hard. It was a changeup kind of at the bottom of the strike zone, and George Springer was all over it. Just didn't get under it quite enough.
So first out for Weaver. Andres Jimenez to hit now with Will Wagner on deck. Blue Jays have Barger, Kirk, Clement, Straw, and Clase on the bench. Righty Weaver into the wind and his pitch. Called strike. Luke Weaver, a first rounder by the Cardinals out of Florida State in 2014, was a starter for a lot of his career. Had some struggles and, more importantly, had a bunch of injuries. 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Debuted in 2016, only made 20 starts a couple times in his career. Once in 18, once in 23. And a lot of those seasons wasn't even that close to 20 starts. Had more like a dozen. Changed to the bullpen last year, and it's really worked out for him. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the nasty changeup, his signature off-speed pitch. 2 down.
And that changeup's really good. Again, it looks like a strike. It looks like a hittable pitch right down the middle and then just fades away. The arm speed is the most important thing, and Luke Weaver's fastball and changeup have the exact same arm speed.
Also with that circle change grip, it gets so much movement east to west as much as it goes down. 2 outs, he offers to Will Wagner. Fastball just low. Could have argued it was a strike. It's 1-0.
It's a good pitch. I'm sure Weaver would argue.
Hasn't allowed an earned run now in 13 2/3 innings. Bases empty, 2 outs. Yankees up 5-1, looking to sweep the doubleheader. 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Weaver steps to the left, kicks, offers. Foul tip on the 2-0. Just challenged him with a fastball down the middle. It's 2-1.
That was a big swing from Will Wagner on that pitch, but you're right. He just challenged him. 94 right down the middle.
2 balls and 1 strike. Escara puts the glove up. Weaver offers. That one hit in the air. center field. Grisham started back. Now he's jogging forward. He makes the catch, and the Yankees sweep the doubleheader to take the series in Game 2. The final score, 5-1.
Well, that was a tough couple of games for the Toronto Blue Jays. Obviously, coming up against Max Fried in the first game, you know it's going to be a struggle to get runs. But in this game here, you're coming up against Clark Schmidt, who has a 7.5 ERA coming into the ball game. You expect to see a little bit more offense, a little bit more of a threat, and the Blue Jays just really could never get anything going. Outside of Anthony Santander, this game was really sluggish on the offensive side.
Blue Jays fall in the series and doubleheader. We'll take a step aside, and when we come back, wrap it up and get you over to Blue Jays Talk. Again, 5-1 New York, your final score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The two men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Drywall, an essential part of many, many projects. It's important to get it right and start with quality materials. Essentials you'll always find competitively priced at Timber Mart, like CGC, a recognized giant in the drywall industry for over 100 years and leading Canadian manufacturer of gypsum drywall. Well established and reputable, building pros and contractors know CGC, and you get exactly what the best builders trust. That's as sexy as drywall gets. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here, and they're only on Sportsnet and Sportsnet Plus.
The stage is set.
Round 1, new rivalries emerge.
Not going to take long to heat up here.
And old ones intensify.
You gotta love playoff hockey, don't you?
16 teams, one champion. Will this be the year Stanley comes back to Canada?
Strap yourselves in for the best ride in sports. You can feel the intensity.
Watch every game only on Sportsnet.
It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here for the Cup.
Hi, this is Bowden Francis, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on Sportsnet Radio Network.
Pocahontas in the cranberry glades.
5-1 the final score. The Yankees win the game. They sweep the doubleheader, and they beat the Blue Jays in the series 2-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We will have you over at Blue Jays Talk in just a couple moments. But, Chris, you talked about the offense already. They had a very tough day overall, scoring 3 runs total in the doubleheader. But let's go over to the other side. Chris Bassitt makes the start today. What did you think of it overall?
Well, I thought he was great. He gave up those 3 runs in the 6th inning, but other than that, he was basically what he's been all season. He was commanding the fastball, commanding the cutter. He even mixed in that split finger, but it was just a tough game overall. For a starter to feel like they have to be perfect, especially against a guy like Clark Schmidt who's very hittable, I think that's a tough place to be, and eventually you're going to give up a run. You can't be perfect every single game, and I think the Blue Jays know that. The Blue Jays can't rely on their starting pitchers to give up 1 or 2 runs every single game. It'll get tough. It'll get tough if you expect your starters to be perfect every single time, and I think it's starting to show.
Yeah, the Blue Jays have certainly seen that over the last 3 series between Seattle, Houston, and now New York. Toronto gave up 3 runs in that 6th inning. They all got charged to Bassitt, although some of them came in after Bassitt was done. He went 5 2/3, 3 hits, 4 earned runs. Gave up a walk, more than 3 hits. Gave up 4 earned runs, a walk, 5 strikeouts. It was 6 hits allowed by Chris Bassitt. And the Blue Jays end up falling in the game 5-1. 1 run on 3 hits for Toronto, 2 errors, 5 left on base. The Yankees, 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors, 7 left on base. In relief, Tim Hill picked up the win as he entered in a tie ball game before Judge hit the homer to send the Yankees in front. Chris Bassitt with the loss. Hill's 3-0 with the win. Bassett's 2-2 with the loss. No save today. Weaver entered in a game that was 5-1 in the ninth. 2 hours and 32 minutes this one took. And overall on the day for the single admission doubleheader, 43,824 in attendance. The Blue Jays are now 13-15, and the Yankees are 17-11 as New York extends its lead over Toronto to 4 games in the American League East. And the Blue Jays, after being top 3 at least in the division for a while, fall into 4th place behind the Tampa Bay Rays. Off day tomorrow for Toronto. Then they're back on Tuesday at Rogers Center. They take on the Boston Red Sox in a series opener where Garrett Crochet will throw against Bowden Francis, 7:07 Eastern, first pitch. We hope to see you then. For anyone who tuned in at any point throughout or maybe stuck with us the whole way, thank you so much for tuning in to today's broadcasts of the 2 games of the doubleheader. For our technical director, Tom Young, producer Nick Blackmore, host Julia Croitz, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman, saying have a great rest of your night. Have a nice off day, and we'll see you on Tuesday when the Blue Jays take on the Red Sox. We're not done talking Blue Jays just yet, though, on the Sportsnet Radio Network, so stay with us. Blue Jays Talk with Julia Croitz and Blake Murphy starts right now.
Mr. Blake Murphy.
Yeah, get out of the Bronx, get off the road, get back to Toronto, use yet another off day more productively, hopefully. 1-7 in their last 8, 1-5 on that road trip. Almost 2 weeks since they last scored 4 runs in a game. Things are looking pretty bleak, considering like a week and a half ago, we were hearing Bowden Francis and company after that Friday win against the Mariners talk about how everything felt different, everything felt pretty good. No longer grooving.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. You are listening to Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. The Yankees beating the Blue Jays 5-1. 3 hits on the day for the Blue Jays, or on the game, rather, for the Blue Jays, Blake. And, you know, again, just more of the same issues. The only extra base hit that they got was Anthony Santander's home run. We will talk about that as well during this program. But it's starting to get a little repetitive here, Blake. You know, you have Chris Bassitt on the mound. He was pitching pretty well, and I understand that things got a little out of hand in the 6th inning. But you look at Clark Schmidt, the starter for the Yankees, coming in with all sorts of trouble in his first couple of starts of the season. He issues 4 walks, including 2 in the first inning to Bo Bichette, or rather to Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and to Santander. The Blue Jays come up empty. And listen, we spoke a little bit about the fact that the Blue Jays were facing a lot of elite pitchers early on, and that may have obviously contributed to the slow start to the offense. There was a little bit of weather involved. There was a lot of talk about process and about just finding your swing, making good swing decisions. When you're in a game like this, Blake, when you kind of have the starter in the ropes early on in the first inning, and you're trying to mount something, you're trying to get out of there with a win and with a series win, for the Blue Jays to come up empty again in those spots, it really begs the question of where does this team actually go from here, and how much more is there really to this lineup? Because if this isn't the team's identity, we're still waiting for them to figure that out. And now what we're seeing is not even the singles are coming by, not even those hard-fought at bats are necessarily coming by. You look at what Santander did today, very encouraging in that second game, but still, it's not at all where we expected this team to be at this point in the season.
And with Santander, it's 1 hit, right? I know he had a walk as well, and it's a beautiful looking lefty swing when he does get into one for a home run. But it kind of, as Ben Schulman announces that home run, it kind of puts everything into perspective where, hey, he's now tied for the team lead with 3 home runs. It's April 27th. They're in second to last in home runs. They are now in the bottom 5 in the league in runs per game, overall slugging percentage. So if you care about stacking singles and doubles and things like that, there's not a thing that they're doing particularly well offensively anymore. And I will push back on one thing that, you said it's a repetitive. We got today 2 games, and we got one of each variety of Blue Jay games so far this year. We got there are 11 hits and they can't string anything together, and they go, 1 for 13 or something like that with runners in scoring position. 2 for 13, sorry, with runners in scoring position. And then they have the game where they can't get any hits. So there's no problem with runners in scoring position because you're not putting anyone in scoring position. I think your point about getting to the starter is a good one. And we talked about it a little bit between the games because Max Fried did not look like Max Fried in the first 2 innings of that game, and they weren't able to do anything with it. He gave them a free run in the first. They loaded the bases. They weren't able to take advantage. Second inning, he's a little labored after, I think, a 27-pitch first inning. He doesn't look like Max Fried, not able to cobble anything together. And then he settles in and looks like himself. Ronel Blanco the other day, same thing we talked about. This one, Clark Schmidt, a scenario very similar to Ronel Blanco. Come in with rough numbers on the season so far. And yeah, Schmidt's just coming back from the IL and things like that. There is context to his poor start, but that's a guy you probably want to jump on pretty early. I'm sure the confidence is not 1,000% when you have 2 rough starts like that. And you are able to get some traffic early on. He doesn't have great command. And after he put Vlad and Santander on in the first inning, George Springer, who has been the Blue Jays' best hitter throughout the season, had a really rough plate appearance. Chased 2 really bad pitches in the same plate appearance, and not with his back against the wall. Pretty sweepers that didn't start on the plate, let alone finish on the plate. And then Andres Jimenez had a pretty bad one too, where he got something in a good part of the plate and just couldn't do anything with it. So to follow Schmidt being pretty mistake heavy in the first inning with, hey, I just watched 2 walks and now we're chasing outside the zone on breaking balls, and then a tough one for Jimenez, it kind of set the tone. And I don't know if you felt this way, but after that first inning, it did have an element of here we go again. And I don't know how you keep that out of the dugout right now when it's been 2 weeks of here we go again.
Yeah, that's pretty much the sentiment on the text line right now. Remember, you can text us at 590-590. Leave your name and location so that we can give you a proper shout out here. Brent from Halifax saying, it's infuriating to be back in a spot where it feels like every time the other team scores more than 1 run, the game is over. How are we here again? I would much rather watch a team that scores a ton but can't pitch than watch this, which is, obviously offensive baseball is more fun, no matter how you slice it. But, you can't take away from what the Blue Jays pitching has been doing. It's just they need some justice to be served here. They need to see a little bit of a pick me up from the offense as well, because it has been pretty remarkable that the Blue Jays have been able to stay in games as long as they have with the pitching doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, not the best of days for Kevin Gausman, certainly. Chris Bassitt probably would have liked the 1 inning back, but he's been so solid on the season. For Chris Bassitt to be 6 starts in with a 2.62 ERA, and I know we don't care a lot about pitcher wins anymore, but to be stuck on 2 wins after you pitch that well has got to be a little frustrating. And, we just went a whole turn through the rotation and twice for Gausman and Bassitt, where 1 bad inning is not even a tear it down, chase you from the game inning. So put Gausman's today aside, but last Bowden Francis start, last Kevin Gausman start before this one. The Barrios, of course, got the win on Friday, but his start before that one, Bassett's last 2 starts, you got to pitch pretty perfect baseball to feel like you're giving this team a chance to win right now. And there is, in addition to them running a 4-man rotation right now, there has to be a cumulative pressure that creates where, look, I'm sure Chris Bassitt would tell you, no, I want to go out and pitch my best every single time. I'm not saying it fundamentally changes how he pitches, but that's got to be something the pitching staff is very aware of, that if you give up a 4 spot, if you give up a 3 spot, you're putting this team in a situation, fairly or not to the pitchers, that they haven't really shown they're equipped to come back from.
And so it's only natural that, most of the texts that we're getting are along those lines. We will go to the phone as well. We have Ryan in Innisfil who wants to talk about exactly that, the hitting issues. Ryan, thanks for calling. What's on your mind? Hey, Ryan, are you there?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
It's Russ.
Oh, hi, Russ. How's it going? Sorry about that.
Good. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were going. I think you said it well. It was a difference of 2 games where, the score's 11-2 at the end of the first game, but you had a chance there in the first inning Fried's a great pitcher, and you had him, he was wild. He wasn't throwing strikes. And you never know how a game plays out if you get that big hit early. Okay? The second game, the same thing. You get first and second. And I'm not going to get on Springer because, like you said, Springer's been the best hitter. He's been a patient hitter at the plate. He's got the count, he's got the count in his favor a lot of times. He fouls off a lot of pitches. So he's been pretty good. But I look at the bottom of the lineup, and of course, Guerrero's not, 2 home runs, and Santander's been terrible. But even if those guys come around, I look at the bottom of the lineup like, what do I have here? What do I have? How am I going to score runs? And it must be very, very frustrating to pitch for this team because, like you guys said, if you go out there and you give up a 3 spot, you think you'll lose the game. So it's just right now it's very, very hard to watch. And, you hope things can change around. It's only, 28 games into the season. But I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. I really, really don't. I just don't see it. I don't, see at the bottom of the lineup. I don't see Alejandro Kirk or guys like that in the lineup that are going to get it together, to make this a good offensive team. And, thank God nobody's run away with it in the American League East so far. No one's played tremendous. But this team better get their offense in order quickly or the season's going to come to an end in July like last year. So that's my comments for today.
Hey, Russ, thank you so much for your call and for your takes. Yeah, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position today in the second game. 5 runners left on base. And again, it's, we have a text here from Mike and Victoria saying we had an offensive problem last year. Shapiro and Atkins augmented it with bringing in Santander and AAA players, 4 guys in this game under the Mendoza line. Not what you would expect here. Not a great look for a team that is trying to not only make the playoffs, but it seemed for a moment there that they actually had a chance to go and make a play for this division, which is just becoming farther and farther away. You and I joked that we wanted so badly to have a Jays Talk Plus game or a Jays Talk Plus show, a first place show, and that's just farther and farther away now.
Yeah, for context, for anyone who didn't hear on our first episode of Jays Talk Plus, the Jays were in first the day before we started the show, and some friends were teasing me that, coming off of last year's Jays season and this year's Raptors season, that the Jays were going to tank as soon as Jays Talk Plus started up. They fell into second immediately once Jays Talk Plus started back up, and now they are in 4th place, and they're 4 games back of the Yankees. Too early for me for the doomsaying and things like that, but I think the important part of those texts, of Russ's comments, of the way you set that up, is that this was not to this extreme. You didn't think they'd be, 5th to last in offense at this point, but the offensive limitations were a known issue. So when we talk about it's early, but a lot of these same issues were present last year. And if you asked the fan base or the media that covers the team and things like that, where were the potential weaknesses heading into this year, you would have identified some of these problems. The length of the lineup. Sure, they'll get Dalton Varsho back this week, which should add a little bit of pop. Anthony Santander is not going to OPS sub 600 for the season, but there were a lot of question marks about their ability in the back half of the lineup to lengthen that lineup and, whether platooning some AAA guys that maybe need a little bit more finishing time, whether that would be enough. And so far, you've gotten big contributions from Miles Straw and Tyler Heineman, but everyone else in those kind of bench roles or part-time roles has struggled.
Even a guy like Alan Roden, who was, he had a great camp. He made the team. No one really expected him to make the team. And he's struggled for a while now, so much so that, some of the texts on the text line right now are clamoring for him to go back down to AAA and figure out what is going on. I'm a little reticent about that. I still think it's early. I still think that he's a guy who will figure it out if you give him enough time, but hard to argue with the facts that this lineup does look pretty thin. And it's... Dalton Varsho will add something to that, but it is not looking great at the bottom right now, Blake.
No, and one of the nice things about having a handful of guys like this is that it can become a meritocracy where we saw David Schneider go down and Addison Barger stick around. 2 of these guys are going down by Tuesday. One has to come off the roster today. Jonathan Clase was up as the 27th man. Maybe it's him. He's still only 22. You want him playing every day. But if you wanted a different element in the lineup, someone who is a switch hitter, so you're not as lefty heavy, someone who adds an element of speed, maybe there's a case to be made that one of the lefties, Alan Roden, Will Wagner, Nathan Lucas, Addison Barger, one of those guys goes down either for Class A or for Varsho or for both.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz, and you're listening to Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. The Yankees beating the Blue Jays 5-1 to sweep the doubleheader, take the series at Yankee Stadium. Let's go back to the phones, Blake, and let's try to talk to Ryan again, who wants to talk about exactly those hitting issues. Ryan, what's on your mind?
One second. Hey, guys, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. I'll be quick because I'm working, but like smart man once said, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect change. I don't like that we're not already hitting the panic button. We totally should be. All of the same issues that we had last year are, again, issues this year. It's not looking like it's going to get better. It is time to make a change. It's time to make a tough decision with the lineup. It's time to make a move. It's been that time for 13 months or so now, and I don't know what the delay in that is. I don't understand how Ross still has his job. Like, I have staff. If my staff wasn't doing their job correctly, I would fire them. Like, I'm confused is all how they are accepting mediocrity. It's unacceptable, especially with where the payroll's at. Something's got to change because if it continues the way it does, like, I don't ever miss a game. I watched every game last year, but I can't do it anymore. It's destroying me. So, like, I'm wondering if you're in the same boat or if you're actually for real not hitting the panic button yet, because it's definitely panic time.
Thanks for your call, Ryan. I don't know where I stand, actually, with whether it's time to hit the panic button or not. Where do you stand, Blake?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a panicker in general. And when I said earlier I'm not at a point of doomsaying, I mean in terms of the division. Like, they're only 4 games back with like over 100 games to go. There are ways to win baseball games. In terms of the offense, though, like I kind of said a few minutes ago, like, these were known issues. So even if you are optimistic about a few of the players hitting a little better, hey, maybe some power will come. Maybe they'll do a little bit better with runners in scoring position, which they did well. Even with all those things, this projects as an average offense if all those things start going right. So we entered this season knowing that I could have told you opening day of the season, opening day of spring training, come trade deadline shows, we're going to be talking about adding another bat, likely a righty bat, third base or left field or DH or something like that. So these are known issues. To Ryan's question about why not now, the best answer that I have is that baseball just, like, no front offices work that way. The Colorado Rockies right now know they're sellers, but that's it. Everyone else will stick it out a little bit. You rarely see anything other than maybe the odd reliever get traded until we get into like mid-late June. I would have the urgency of, I came into this season knowing I was going to have this hole looks even worse than I expected. Let's try to address it. But it takes other teams to play ball on that. And I don't know if it's an Atkins and Shapiro thing or it's just an MLB league-wide thing. But short of a reliever move, you just don't see teams make a trade this early. And, that's not a good justification for it, but it's the best explanation I can come up with as to why we don't see a team address an obvious hole this early.
Yeah, it's, I tended to think, Blake, that if the right deal comes along, teams will listen, but it's also the fact that the Blue Jays don't necessarily have the prospect capital to come in guns a-blazing, let's put it like that, this early on.
You saying other teams don't want players off like the last place AAA team and the last place AA team?
Well, there you go, right? It's just, it's thin right now everywhere you look. And so you're probably going to have to be a little bit patient and hope that the division stays and the league as a whole stays within reach so that you can maneuver some of those holes and find a way to address them at the trade deadline. That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll go back to the text lines, we'll go back to the phone line, and we'll talk a little bit more about Chris Bassitt and his start today. We'll be back in a flash. This is Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The two men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong position in dealing with the U.S. Only Pierre will bring change. Please join with me in voting Conservative.
Authorized by the Chief Agent of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Mary, do you ever wonder why we fly north every year?
Obviously, it's because of Armstrong bird food.
I thought it was because of the weather or migration or something.
Oh, Steve, you need to spread those wings and open your eyes, partner. Truth is, it's the seeds, the nuts, the berries, the good stuff. Armstrong's got it all.
So all this time, you've been chasing snacks?
Bingo! You think I'd flap these wings thousands of miles for anything else?
Armstrong, Canada's premier bird food. The reason birds fly north. Find Armstrong at Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, and other fine retailers. Or learn more at ArmstrongBirdFood.com.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
The Stanley Cup playoffs are here, and they're only on Sportsnet and Sportsnet Plus.
The stage is set.
Round 1, new rivalries emerge.
Not going to take long to heat up here.
And old ones intensify.
You got to love playoff hockey, don't you?
16 teams, one champion. Will this be the year Stanley comes back to Canada?
Strap yourselves in for the best ride in sports. You can feel the intensity.
Watch every game only on Sportsnet.
It's the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Here for the Cup.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Flatty with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yeah, I don't.
Yankees beating the Blue Jays 5-1. Welcome back to Jays Talk. I'm Julia Croitz alongside Blake Murphy for 10 more minutes or so. Blake, before we talk about Chris Bassitt's start, and I have some disagreements with him there. I think he was a little bit too hard on himself, but we'll get back to that. It's time for the Bet365 standings update. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. With that second win of the day, the Yankees are now 17-11 and they lead the American League East. The Boston Red Sox are 16-14. They're 2 games back of the lead. The Rays, who have won 5 games in a row, are 14-14 at 3 games back for the division. The Blue Jays then falling behind the Rays for 4th place in the AL East with the 2 losses today. They are 13-15. And the Orioles, who got blanked today, are at 10-17 for 5th place in this division. Blake, we heard Chris Bassitt talk about his start. I would argue that it was not as bad as he made it out to be. He seemed to be commanding at least the sinker pretty well. A lot of movement on the pitch. We saw a bunch of his strikeouts come on that pitch. The changeup and the splitter didn't seem to be there for him all that much. And then the couple of home runs that he allowed were just cutters that were mistake pitches. But arguably, those are mistake pitches that you live with if you have something going in the other end for a couple of solo home runs. How did you feel about Chris Bassitt's start? Obviously not as dominant as we have seen him this season, but not that bad either.
Thought he was great through 5. I would, come somewhere between your assessment and his when it comes to his 6th inning. The pitch to Aaron Judge is, look, I've never been on a Major League Baseball mound. I would bet Chris Bassitt would say you can't leave an 88-mile-an-hour cutter with that much plate to Aaron Judge. You can't do it, even if it's 3rd time through the order, even if your pitch count's getting up there. That was a lead off an inning too, so he should have been ostensibly a little fresher. The rest of it, he got, bled a little bit on stuff the rest of that inning. It wasn't, the Jason Dominguez double was pretty hard hit, but the Jazz Chisholm single, okay, it gets through the infield. There were just a lot of smaller things outside of that. The Judge one's a pretty bad mistake. Yeah. I would guess he wanted the Dominguez one back. Also, we kind of thought he was coming out before the Dominguez one. Maybe they wanted to let Bassitt try to get out of it, or they didn't want to turn Dominguez around to the right side and have Brendan Little come in and batter early. I'm not sure exactly there. And Bassett's pitch count wasn't crazy high, but really I would say, the Judge mistake is one you can't make. It also is 2-1 at that point. You should feel okay about that. So I'm sure my guess would be it's the Dominguez one that he's really kicking himself about and would say that it's going to be a tough watch back. I would say my biggest thing with Bassett's comments is I really appreciate that level of accountability and perfectionism in his craft, where you give up 4 runs over 5 2/3 innings to the best offense in baseball, and Aaron Judge gets you for 1, and to not be complacent with that. I appreciate the tone that sets, and the leadership of trying to, whether he was intentionally doing it or not, take a little heat off the hitters by putting it on himself. The reality is they only scored 1 run. So
yeah, I agree with you. That is leadership, and we have seen Chris Bassitt do that before, and not just when he is losing and the offense is not coming up with the hits, but also, when he falters. And, last year there was one point in which he didn't pitch very well. The offense did pick him up. And the way that he phrased that was, I'm just happy for those guys, right? And so you see that level of really, understanding of where the team is and what you can provide. Maybe it doesn't matter all that much, Blake, but at least in that clubhouse, I'm sure that Chris Bassitt's comments do resonate and are appreciated. He went 5 2/3 in this one, 6 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 1 walk on 5 strikeouts and 2 home runs, a pair of solo shots, 1 to Trent Grisham, who led off the game with a homer, and then the mistake to Aaron Judge in the 6th that gave the Yankees the lead. The Yankees never really looking back. We are going back to the phone lines here. We have Mark in Tampa. Who wants to talk about the lineup?
I was in Toronto for last week, and I came back to Florida to pack up. But no, they got to mix the lineup up. Let's put Springer back in the lead off. Let's shake it up. I hope Scherzer gets back fast. And one other comment is, and leave the phone on for me because I only got the phone to listen to your comments afterwards. But I think Vladdy and Bowen, they're pitching these sweeping pitches. They're pitching these cutters on the outside corners, and these guys are looking terrible, swinging at them, getting strikes. Maybe you just sit there and wait for the pitch that you need, and if he throws a good pitch and you got your bat on your shoulder, fine. But I don't know what's better, having your bat on your shoulder or reaching way outside to try to hit something out there. And if you leave me on, so I can hear your response, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. It's that's it. We've talked quite a bit, Blake, about, shuffling the lineup, trying new things. At the end of the day, I am all for it because clearly what is going on right now is not working. And I wouldn't mind seeing George Springer back in the leadoff spot with the way that he is swinging the bat. But at the end of the day, it really shouldn't matter. These guys are major league hitters. And so I don't know. Where do you stand with the whole lineup shuffle situation?
It's tough because moving Springer to the leadoff spot could alleviate the issues at the top of the order. There's also like a small risk of you're toying with the only thing that's working. George Springer has looked way better further down in the order. Honestly, I'm not a huge lineup construct. Like I don't think it matters that much. I think it matters way more that none of these guys are hitting particularly well. Sure, it'd be great to get George Springer an extra at bat here and there, maybe get some traffic on the bases early, although in neither of these games did early traffic in the first and second inning pay off for them. So I like on merit, Springer should be, you can justify him hitting a little higher in the order. You are just moving the question around, though, where then it's okay, you've got Springer and Guerrero at the top. Then your 3-4 is not hitting particularly well. And Bo hasn't hit for any power yet so far this year. So then you kind of just move the problem around. I'm all for it, though. We're going on, Tuesday will be 2 weeks since they scored 4 runs in a game. You could tell me, you could go slow pitch style and we're going to pull the order out of a hat just to shake things up. Look, at this point, you can try something new, even if it's not, the perfect analytical solution or perfect lineup construction solution. It's at a point where I'm okay mixing things up.
Here's something that popped up a little bit on the text line after game 2. We have about 5 minutes left on the show here, but a couple of texts, one from Max from East York and Lee in Guelph. Please enlighten me. Barger's hitting well the past 2 games. Why is he not in the lineup? Third base platoons with Lucas, Roden, Clement, and Wagner not being productive, no power, no established playing time for Barger, pencil him in every game. What is going on? And Lee saying, why was Barger not in the game 2 starting lineup? John Schneider needs to start managing to win series. He's not managing too far out, or he is managing too far out. And if managing to win a series puts them in a tough position for the first game of the next one, then so be it. Deal with it at that time. The Barger thing is very interesting to me because he comes off the bench in game 1. He gets a couple of hits, including an RBI double, and then he sits game 2. If this is a guy who is heating up and you're here and you want to give him some momentum and you want to see what he can do, why not have him in the lineup for that second game?
I was pretty surprised. I had to double check the lineup to make sure I didn't have something wrong in that one because, like you said, he came off the bench, gave a little spark in the first one. He's also, when you look at the way the bottom of the order is constructed, there are some guys who have good approach, some guys you might project to be like really solid bottom of the order bats eventually. None of those guys have the upside that Barger has if he swings and gets into one, if he finds a little bit of a hot streak. I think it's worth investing in giving him opportunity to see if he can find it because, again, there's a lot of swing and miss in him. There's a chance he doesn't end up, making enough contact, but there's also a chance that he ends up being a pretty impactful hitter with how hard he hits the ball. And you don't have that skill set. You don't have that potential with any of the other bottom of the order guys. The only thing I could really think of for why he might not have been in there, and again, he's the only player of the 14 that they had who didn't start at least one of the games. Maybe given his issues with breaking balls, they just expected Clark Schmidt to just spin too much at him, and maybe it wasn't a great matchup. I know they tend to look at, pitch type and swing path and things like that, not just handedness. But when you've got, what did they go? 5 lefties or switch hitters at the bottom of the order. You're clearly leaning into the handedness platoon against Schmidt, and to have your kind of most powerful lefty bat right now, or your highest potential lefty bat on the bench, I was a little confused by it.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. We are doing Jays Talk, another losing edition of Jays Talk, unfortunately. 5-1 at the hands of the Yankees. Blake, I will read one more text before we go, and this is only partially to toot my own horn. I also think that Terry in St. Catharines has a good point. This is the text. A, Julia, love your work. Great perspective and better style. I agree. Thank you, Terry. And his their second point, which is the real point here, is do you know what is more frustrating than watching a stagnant offense? Watching a so-called defense and pitching first roster give up unforced runs and make fielding errors, putting pressure on the stagnant offense. Insert frustrated scream here. Doesn't that resonate? And yeah, Blake, I think, when that starts to go, when you see, the defense falter and the singles not come and the havoc on the bases they were creating, that all disappears, then you start to really get concerned about this team.
You do. I will say in this instance, neither of the errors led to anything.
Yeah, that's
so
fair.
You at least got away from it. It is frustrating to see, certainly, and particularly if you're Bo Bichette and you are looking down the first home run-less month of your career, and you are struggling other than to slap the odd single here and there, to also add defensive errors when you have been pretty solid defensively to start the year. It's got to be a sign of frustration and more so frustration than carelessness to me.
That's Blake Murphy. I'm Julia Croitz. This has been Jays Talk. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Belleville and Trenton. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986. So protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. For Tom Young, Nick Blackmore, Chris LaRue, Ben Schulman, Blake Murphy, I'm Julia Croitz. Thank you for listening to Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We'll talk to you later.
Major League Play-by-Play is now on SiriusXM Radio and online with the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game.
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet.
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just walked it off.
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center.
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play. Oh, my.
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That goes high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds in a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it.
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw.
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
A ball, a bat, and a microphone. But no, for over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
That's it! It's a World Series win for LA!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio. Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise.
Coming in 5. Get ready to play. 4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and online with the SiriusXM app.
MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859, Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869, Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848, Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850, Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852, Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841, White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863, Rangers on Internet 867, Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. Sirius XM, Channel 89.
The Boston Red Sox have reportedly signed their new ace, Garrett Crochet, to a 6-year, $170 million extension, and host Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 89 discussed how this move is beneficial for both sides.
So he's only making $3.8 million this year after what was a great season last year, but because he didn't have any real numbers because he had been a reliever and then hurt and missed the season. And so you think about what the Red Sox did this offseason. They add Bregman for 3 years, $120 million. Obviously, there's deferrals in there. And then Walker Buehler, the 1 year, $21.05 million deal. You know, no pitcher who received a 9-figure contract had done so with fewer than 800 innings pitched. He's throwing 224, but it's a big time contract, and it can max out at $180 million with some bonuses in there as well. And so the escalators that are in it. So it's a big investment, but I think in some regards too, with the progression that he has made, he probably, if it's a straight line of health and production and improvement, he probably left some money on the table. But here's a guy that went through Tommy John, and I'm not judging him for taking this deal and knowing that at 31 he can opt out and still get another mega contract. I think it's the right thing for him for security purposes, for the Red Sox to lock him up for the long term, and potentially for him to get that next contract as well. Makes a lot of sense for both sides.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is Sirius XM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. Sirius XM NBA Radio. Sirius XM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178 and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181 and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183 and Internet 841, White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184 and Internet 863, Rangers on Internet 867, Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182 and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186 and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187 and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188 and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185 and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177 and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179 and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
Michael Toglia is the everyday first baseman for the Colorado Rockies, and he stopped by MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 89 to reflect on what it means to earn a spot.
It was a dream come true for sure. It was something that I've always wanted, since I first started playing baseball. I've been playing first pretty much my whole career, so I had my eyes set on that position. Even though I've bounced around in the outfield a little bit in my career, I always know that first base is my true home. As far as knowing I was on the team this year, I had a pretty good inclination after the end of last season. But, Buddy, he told me this year at spring training, he said, I don't think I need to tell you, but you're on the team. It's always good to hear that. Like, it's just something that you want to hear, and you want to, confirm that, like, hey, I'm a starter, I'm on the team, let's go. It's definitely comforting knowing that, you have the long leash and you can just go get your rhythm and timing in the box, and you don't have to necessarily worry about it. But with that being said, I feel like in this game, there's always somebody trying to take your spot. It doesn't matter who you are. So I think you always kind of have to play with a chip and an edge on your shoulder that you're trying to secure that spot every day. Even if you're under contract, you want to prove to yourself and the fans that you're still the guy and you're going to be the guy for the future. And so that's kind of the mentality that I want to take into this role and, play like I'm earning the spot every single day and put my hair on fire.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
The Pirates' Paul Skeens had a magnificent first season in MLB, and now on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, host Jim Duquette was on to talk about how we should be ready for his second year.
Sandy Alcantara, the former Cy Young Award winner, coming back after missing last year with Tommy John surgery. Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell squaring off in L.A. late this afternoon on the East Coast, and that's three Cy Young awards between the two of them. That's the second. That's like the undercard, right? Is like Skeens, Alcantara, and then Skubal. Snell almost feels like the undercard, which is weird to say, seeing as they have 3 times as many awards as that duo. I don't know. Like I feel like we brought up Skubal Snell the other day, and that's kind of the first conversation we'd had about it, but like I've known for a long time that it was going to be Skeens Alcantara. That seems to be the one that I think everybody's most, is it fair to say, curious about?
I mean, yeah, I think obviously because Skeens wasn't on the scene last year on opening day, like all right, what's a full season of Skeens look like? How does Sandy Alcantara look? You know, a full year off of pitching, coming back from the injury. He's going to be a high trade candidate or target if he can pitch healthy through the first part of the season. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think you named all 4 of those guys. I want to look and say, all right, what is the over under of number of 100-mile-an-hour fastballs combined? Take those 4 starters, go 100 miles per hour fastballs. How many?
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103 XM 177 and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85 XM 179 and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121 XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Sirius XM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
Should the Toronto Blue Jays move George Springer back to the top of the lineup? Well, on the leadoff spot on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89, Eduardo Perez thinks so.
You sort of have to think about it. Yes, I understand Toronto Blue Jay fans are saying, look, it didn't work last year, probably didn't work the year before. But George Springer's in a better place. He looks healthy. He looks really good with his feet. I would love to see that on base and the power from George Springer in the one spot, and then just trickle everybody down. Go Bichette 2. Then you go Vladdy 3. Then you can then put Santander in the 4th spot with Jimenez in the 5. If you do that, I think now it creates an opportunity. And this comes from me having been in Boston this past weekend. We saw Alex Cora, who is one of the few managers that implements and uses the hit and run. I know, I get it. In today's game, we don't see a lot of that. But what we do see is projected defensive placement. And if you put Bichette in the 2 spot with George in the 1, now you could start making guys move a little bit because Bichette handles the bat well. He uses line to line well. Force him then to move the defense around a little bit, and now you start playing with the arrangement and you keep guys off balance. So I'm interested to see what happens moving forward with the Blue Jays if they do decide to go that route.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859, Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869, Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848, Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132 XM 185 and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m. Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m. Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m. Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
The Boston Red Sox have reportedly signed their new ace, Garrett Crochet, to a 6-year, $170 million extension, and host Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 discussed how this move is beneficial for both sides.
So he's only making $3.8 million this year after what was a great season last year, but because he didn't have any real numbers because he had been a reliever and then hurt and missed a season. And so you think about what the Red Sox did this offseason. They add Bregman for 3 years, $120 million. Obviously, there's deferrals in there. And then Walker Buehler, the 1 year, $21.05 million deal. You know, no pitcher who received a 9-figure contract had done so with fewer than 800 innings pitched. He's throwing 224, but it's a big time contract, and it can max out at $180 million with some bonuses in there as well. And so the escalators that are in it. So it's a big investment, but I think in some regards too, with the progression that he has made, he probably, if it's a straight line of health and production and improvement, he probably left some money on the table. But here's a guy that went through Tommy John, and I'm not judging him for taking this deal and knowing that at 31 he can opt out and still get another mega contract. I think it's the right thing for him for security purposes, for the Red Sox to lock him up for the long term, and potentially for him to get that next contract as well. Makes a lot of sense for both sides.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies taking the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks taking the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers taking the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
Michael Toglia is the everyday first baseman for the Colorado Rockies, and he stopped by MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 89 to reflect on what it means to earn a spot.
It was a dream come true for sure. It was something that I've always wanted, since I first started playing baseball. I've been playing first pretty much my whole career, so I have my eyes set on that position. Even though I've bounced around in the outfield a little bit in my career, I always know that first base is my true home. As far as knowing I was on the team this year, I had a pretty good inclination after the end of last season. But, Buddy, he told me this year at spring training, he said, I don't think I need to tell you, but you're on the team. It's always good to hear that. Like, it's just something that you want to hear, and you want to, confirm that, like, hey, I'm a starter, I'm on the team, let's go. It's definitely comforting knowing that, you have the long leash and you can just go get your rhythm and timing in the box, and you don't have to necessarily worry about it. But with that being said, I feel like in this game, there's always somebody trying to take your spot. It doesn't matter who you are. So I think you always kind of have to play with a chip and an edge on your shoulder that you're trying to secure that spot every day. Even if you're under contract, you want to prove to yourself and the fans that you're still the guy and you're going to be the guy for the future. And so that's kind of the mentality that I want to take into this role and, play like I'm earning the spot every single day and put my hair on fire.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. Sirius XM, Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is Sirius XM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. Sirius XM NBA Radio. Sirius XM 86.
The Pirates' Paul Skeens had a magnificent first season in MLB, and now on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, host Jim Duquette was on to talk about how we should be ready for his second year.
Sandy Alcantara, the former Cy Young Award winner, coming back after missing last year with Tommy John surgery. Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell squaring off in L.A. late this afternoon on the East Coast, and that's three Cy Young awards between the two of them. That's like the undercard, right? Is like Skeens Alcantara and then Skubal Snell almost feels like the undercard, which is weird to say, seeing as they have three times as many awards as that duo. I don't know. I feel like we brought up Skubal Snell the other day, and that's kind of the first conversation we'd had about it, but I've known for a long time that it was going to be Skeens Alcantara. That seems to be the one that I think everybody's most, is it fair to say, curious about?
I mean, yeah, I think obviously because Skeens wasn't on the scene last year on opening day, like all right, what's a full season of Skeens look like? How does Sandy Alcantara look? You know, a full year off of pitching, coming back from the injury. He's going to be a high trade candidate or target if he can pitch healthy through the first part of the season. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think you named all four of those guys. I want to look and say, all right, what is the over under of number of 100 mile an hour fastballs combined? Take those four starters, go 100 miles per hour fastballs. How many?
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Should the Toronto Blue Jays move George Springer back to the top of the lineup? Well, on the leadoff spot on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89, Eduardo Perez thinks so.
You sort of have to think about it. Yes, I understand Toronto Blue Jay fans are saying, look, it didn't work last year, probably didn't work the year before. But George Springer's in a better place. He looks healthy. He looks really good with his feet. I would love to see that on base and the power from George Springer in the one spot, and then just trickle everybody down. Go Bichette 2. Then you go Vladdy 3. Then you can then put Santander in the 4th spot with Jimenez in the 5. If you do that, I think now it creates an opportunity. And this comes from me having been in Boston this past weekend. We saw Alex Cora, who is one of the few managers that implements and uses the hit and run. I know, I get it. In today's game, we don't see a lot of that. But what we do see is projected defensive placement. And if you put Bichette in the 2 spot with George in the 1, now you could start making guys move a little bit because Bichette handles the bat well. He uses line to line well. Force him then to move the defense around a little bit, and now you start playing with the arrangement and you keep guys off balance. So I'm interested to see what happens moving forward with the Blue Jays if they do decide to go that route.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182, and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186, and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188, and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185, and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859, Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
The Boston Red Sox have reportedly signed their new ace, Garrett Crochet, to a 6-year, $170 million extension, and host Steve Phillips from MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 discussed how this move is beneficial for both sides.
So he's only making $3.8 million this year after what was a great season last year, but because he didn't have any real numbers, because he had been a reliever and then hurt and missed the season. And so you think about what the Red Sox did this offseason. They add Bregman for 3 years, $120 million. Obviously, there's deferrals in there. And then Walker Buehler, the 1 year, $21.05 million deal. You know, no pitcher who received a 9-figure contract had done so with fewer than 800 innings pitched. He's throwing 224, but it's a big time contract, and it can max out at $180 million with some bonuses in there as well. And so the escalators that are in it. So it's a big investment, but I think in some regards too, with the progression that he has made, he probably, if it's a straight line of health and production and improvement, he probably left some money on the table. But here's a guy that went through Tommy John, and I'm not judging him for taking this deal and knowing that at 31 he can opt out and still get another mega contract. I think it's the right thing for him for security purposes, for the Red Sox to lock him up for the long term, and potentially for him to get that next contract as well. It makes a lot of sense for both sides.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859, Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 869, Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177, and Internet 848, Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179, and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180, and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178, and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181, and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183, and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184, and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks taking the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108 XM 182 and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers taking the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83 XM 186 and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish Feed on Sirius 160 XM 187 and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188 and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185 and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177 and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179 and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Michael Tolia is the everyday first baseman for the Colorado Rockies, and he stopped by MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 to reflect on what it means to earn a spot.
It was a dream come true for sure. It was something that I've always wanted, since I first started playing baseball. I've been playing first pretty much my whole career, so I had my eyes set on that position. Even though I bounced around in the outfield a little bit in my career, I always know that first base is my true home. As far as knowing I was on the team this year, I had a pretty good inclination after the end of last season. But, Buddy, he told me this year at spring training, he said, I don't think I need to tell you, but you're on the team. It's always good to hear that. Like, it's just something that you want to hear, and you want to, confirm that, like, hey, I'm a starter, I'm on the team, let's go. It's definitely comforting knowing that, you have the long leash and you can just go get your rhythm and timing in the box, and you don't have to necessarily worry about it. But with that being said, I feel like in this game, there's always somebody trying to take your spot. It doesn't matter who you are. So I think you always kind of have to play with a chip and an edge on your shoulder that you're trying to secure that spot every day. Even if you're under contract, you want to prove to yourself and the fans that you're still the guy and you're going to be the guy for the future. And so that's kind of the mentality that I want to take into this role and, play like I'm earning the spot every single day and put my hair on fire.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177 and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179 and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals on Sirius 146, XM 178 and Internet 865. Brewers on Internet 856. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies take on the Cincinnati Reds. Rockies on Sirius 162, XM 181 and Internet 849. Reds on Internet 847. 4:05 p.m., the A's take on the Chicago White Sox, with the A's on Sirius 113, XM 183 and Internet 841. White Sox on Internet 846. 4:05 p.m., San Francisco Giants face the Texas Rangers. Giants on Sirius 111, XM 184 and Internet 863. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the Atlanta Braves. Diamondbacks on Sirius 108, XM 182 and Internet 840. Braves on Internet 842. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Dodgers on Sirius 83, XM 186 and Internet 854. Pirates on Internet 861. Spanish feed on Sirius 160, XM 187 and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., San Diego Padres take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Padres on Sirius 106, XM 188 and Internet 862. Rays on Internet 866. 4:10 p.m., Seattle Mariners take on the Miami Marlins. Mariners on Sirius 132, XM 185 and Internet 864. Marlins on Internet 855. 7:10 p.m., Chicago Cubs face the Philadelphia Phillies. Cubs on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 845. Phillies on Internet 860. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 859. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals face the New York Mets. Nationals on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 869. Mets on Internet 858. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians face the Boston Red Sox. Guardians on Sirius 103, XM 177 and Internet 848. Red Sox on Internet 844. 1:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers take on the Baltimore Orioles. Tigers on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 850. Orioles on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Houston Astros. Royals on Sirius 85, XM 179 and Internet 852. Astros on Internet 851. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the LA Angels. Twins on Sirius 121, XM 180 and Internet 857. Angels on Internet 853.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
The Pirates' Paul Skeens had a magnificent first season in MLB, and now on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, host Jim Duquette was on to talk about how we should be ready for his second year.
Sandy Alcantara, the former Cy Young Award winner, coming back after missing last year with Tommy John surgery. Tarek Skubal and Blake Snell squaring off in LA late this afternoon on the East Coast, and that's three Cy Young Awards between the two of them. That's that's like the undercard, right? Is like Skeens, Alcantara, and then Skubal Snell almost feels like the undercard, which is weird to say, seeing as they have three times as many awards as that duo. I don't know. Like I feel like we brought up Skubal Snell the other day, and that's kind of the first conversation we'd had about it, but like I've known for a long time that it was going to be Skeens Alcantara. That seems to be the one that I think everybody's most, is it fair to say, curious about?
I mean, yeah, I think obviously because Skeens wasn't on the scene last year on opening day, like all right, what's a full season of Skeens look like? How does Sandy Alcantara look? You know, a full year off of pitching, coming back from the injury. He's going to be a high trade candidate or target if he can pitch healthy through the first part of the season. I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think you named all four of those guys. I want to look and say, all right, what is the over under of number of 100 mile an hour fastballs combined. Take those 4 starters, go 100 miles per hour, fastballs, how many?
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, April the 27th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Toronto Blue Jays. Yankees on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 859, Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals